Long ago, the world underwent radical changes. This did not happen because of colliding tectonic plates or volcanic eruptions, but because monsters appeared. Unexpectedly, they began to appear all over the world, gradually pushing it to the brink of extinction. A young man with a purple aura stood and watched the gathering of monsters, nervously laughing at how many of them there were. The organization responsible for the appearance of these evil creatures was a tower. It was a mysterious place that gave the monsters their strength and power. People called it the Tower of the Devil, or the Tower of God. The boy standing opposite the monsters had purple eyes, ash-colored hair, and a hooded cloak. He knew why they called that mysterious tower what they did. After all, if you climb it, you can get everything you want. Power, wealth, and honor can all be obtained by reaching the top and overcoming all the difficulties that arise along the way. The mighty tower had 999 floors. The creatures that ruled this place were immortal gods and demons. The governments of various countries saw this structure as a threat and tried to use military force to stop anyone from approaching it. However, all the equipment was destroyed. All attempts were futile because no one had the strength to interrupt the trial. The gods and demons clearly stated that anyone who interfered with the people's trials would be severely punished. 5 years had passed since billionaires became interested in the tower, and now a young man with a smile and a hood was about to make humanity's first attempt to reach the 6th floor of the Tower of Gods and Demons. With a single blow, the young man destroyed half of the monsters that had come out to stop him. The young man boldly shouted that no daring attempts to stop him would stand in his way. Among the million contenders, 9 people stood out. They were called the 9 Stars. They also stopped the young man and asked him what he was going to do. Using the magic and holy energy they had received in the tower, they had unmatched power. But even they were cautious because the young man was extremely unstable. He was called the Dark Star, or the Star of Doom. Even now, he threatened the 9 stars that any attempt to stop his noble deeds could end fatally for them. Cha Jin-hyuk was not a master of weapons or a superhuman. He was a man who defeated the 9 stars and earned the title of the strongest man, the man who brings destruction. The young man cried out for rebellion, and skeletons began to crawl out of the ground, their hands holding occult symbols. He was the embodiment of death itself, raising bodies that had already decayed to bones from their graves. The majestic Necromancer. For him, the world and people inspired a strong sense of boredom. The dead were another matter. Jin Hyuk laughed. All he wanted was to be powerful, and with such followers, he had every chance of achieving his goal. The people who came to stop him knew that the boy had betrayed humanity and sided with the devil. The young man disagreed with this assessment. The 9 stars had no choice but to destroy him. The blonde leader stood with a sacred book with a cross in his hands and began to read the ritual. Although Cha Jin-hyuk, who was consumed by the power of betrayal, betrayed the 9 stars, defeating them alone was an impossible task. His former friends attacked the young man with the aim of destroying him as punishment for betraying humanity. Such was the story of the destruction of Cha Jin-hyuk, the man known as the traitor of humanity. However, this story was only the version known to the whole world, because in reality, the young man did not betray humanity. In fact, he was loyal to the 9 stars, or more precisely 8, but this fact was decided to be concealed. 10 years have passed since that fateful legendary battle. In the room of an ordinary boy, where there was a computer with a gaming chair, an annoying fly was flying around. The owner of the room was tormented and screaming from nightmares. Tangled in his white blanket, he shouted in his sleep that he had to return to the 9 stars. Sweating profusely, he tore the blanket off himself and shouted profanities in the empty room. Looking at the place where the young man had woken up, he let out a slight laugh of satisfaction because his plan had worked. His secret ability to transfer souls helped him, and so Cha Jin-hyuk managed to save himself. At the moment when the boy was close to his death, his spell sent his soul into a suitable body. Apparently, he managed to find a body with similar physical characteristics, and it even seemed that he was still in South Korea. The young man trembled with rage, clenching the snow-white blanket in his fists. 10 years ago, 9 stars had betrayed him. He could have cleared the 6th floor of the tower on his own, but his comrades offered to help him and betrayed him instead. Memories flooded Jin-hyuk's mind of how he had stood on his knees, helpless, stabbed by the swords of his close friends, and asked why they had treated him this way. They took pity on him and decided to reveal to the boy the secret of why he was the traitor. Cain Palon and Saint Carmen Palon were convinced that the young man was incapable of summoning anything on the sacred land where they had dragged him. The girl said with a defiant smile that the Star of Doom was as powerful as an entire army, but it would never be a match for them. With his last ounce of strength, the young man said that he had good intentions and only wanted to help. Cain said that the boy should not take it personally because they had no bad feelings about him. A treacherous smile appeared on the paladin's calm face. He explained that their actions were more like burning weeds. Jin Hyuk loudly asked if Choi Kyung-hoon, whom he clearly disliked, was with them. He had previously been friends with the young man, a fighting star among the 9 stars, but then he decided not to participate in the cleanup of the 6th floor. They did not tell Kyung-hoon about their plans because they were afraid that he would defend Jin Hyuk. After this dialogue, the boy's vision began to blur. He lost too much blood and was forced to admit defeat, but that did not mean he was giving up, because his story did not end there. As he passed away, the last thing he saw were the smug smiles of the traitors, but the young man was determined to become stronger and take revenge. Clenching his fists tightly, the young man said that his former comrades were not worthy of becoming his followers, and that he would grind their souls so that they could not be reincarnated. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk's phone rang on the bed, and someone wished him good morning. The boy was surprised because he didn't know anything about the place where he had been reborn. He picked up his smartphone and began to shake it and examine it from all sides. He hadn't used a phone in a long time, but the one in his hand seemed quite decent. The young man even smiled as he looked at the screen. But when he saw the year 2023 on the screen, he was stunned because he had no idea that his soul had been wandering for 10 years in search of a suitable form. The young man grabbed his head with his hands, because it seemed to him that only a moment had passed, not 10 years. He did not expect such a twist from his ability. When the boy remembered his abilities, he was frightened for a moment, because there was a possibility that this body was not capable of magic. In the end, the young man couldn't stand it anymore, and swatted the annoying fly that was buzzing around him with one well-aimed slap. Having obtained the small body of a dead animal that could become a test subject, Jin Hyuk tried to use his magic and ordered the insect to rise. He put all his strength into it, but nothing happened. The young man just stood in the middle of the room, holding the tiny body of the insect in his hands. Nervous, the boy began to search for other words to awaken the creature, but the only response came from the search engine on his phone. It was a disaster, because his new body did not have a single drop of mana in it. The young man went to the window and pulled back the curtain to look at the view from his apartment. The view from the window was directed at the same Tower of the Gods. The guy realized that he would have to climb it without any abilities. The next thought that came to Jin Hyuk's mind frightened him no less than the previous one, because if 10 years had passed since his death, there was a high probability that the 9 stars had already reached the top. The young man began to quickly search for information on his phone. He found a website that said that the 9 stars of Choi Kyung-hoon had reached the 800th floor. The young man was not thrilled when he saw a photo of his old friend, but the fact that they had only advanced 200 floors in 10 years was proof to him that they were losers. Jin Hyuk saw this as an opportunity. If the stars weren't in a hurry, he had a chance to catch up with them and get revenge for past insults. The young man threw on a jacket and immediately set off, because training outside the tower was pointless. Although his body was now like that of a beginner, he had the knowledge of the dying star Cha Jin Hyuk and could use it to become stronger as quickly as possible. His eyes burned with anger, and in his mind he threatened the stars that he would definitely take revenge on them. The entrance to the Tower of the Gods was in the very center of the South Korean capital, Seoul. The majestic Babylonian-style tower stood in the middle of the modern city. The young man calmly walked toward the tower, along with everyone else who wanted to get there to fulfill their desires. The man in front was delighted at the thought that he would become rich if he passed the test, while his friends skeptically mocked him, saying that he would die on the first floor. Jin Hyuk's dream was different from everyone else's. He looked at the tower, a place that had gathered people's hopes and stories. The spiral staircase of the tower, with its antique columns, led to a door that glowed with a hellish blue cold fire. With a creak, a skull peered out from the coffin standing in the middle of the room, its eyes burning with the same hellish blue fire. In one of the locations where there was a forest, a fire was raging, from which a girl with tears in her eyes and small horns on her head was running away. Somewhere surrounded by mountains of gold coins, Kane's old friend sat counting his wealth. Life within the tower went on as usual, when Chae Jin Hyuk finally returned, determined to make everyone remember him. At 13 o'clock, the entrance to the tower became accessible to everyone. The people gathered at the entrance were on alert. As soon as the passage was opened, everyone rushed forward, trying to get inside as quickly as possible, but the young man walked slowly and confidently, without rushing. He knew everything that awaited him behind the door, and was confident in his abilities. Slightly removing his hood, he smiled because he felt the beginning of his revenge. As soon as everyone entered, the doors slammed shut. The young man stood on the blue platform and was greeted by a system notification. 15 years had passed since he first arrived here, and now he was back on the training floor. The boy was not thrilled that he would have to go through training again. The entire path to the end, which would take several days to complete, was littered with various traps, and it was said that among the 10 floors, this was the most boring place. A system notification informed him that the goal was to reach the destination while avoiding all traps. Health was restored if he reached the starting point or the destination. The young man decided to open the window of his own characteristics to find out the characteristics of his new body. He was not impressed by what he saw. Not only were his health, strength, intelligence, and other similar indicators minimal, but his talents also included gluttony. Before his death, he had different stats, probably different talents, and a different type of soul damage. Despite the disappointing stats, this was not a death sentence for Jin Hyuk. With a smile, he decided to learn as much as he could during his training. The young man left the starting point at the speed of light and immediately heard a notification that the magic arrow trap had been activated. The young man easily dodged the first attack. The arrow could only be seen when it was released. The young man was glad that his knowledge had not disappeared during the 10 years of hardship his soul had endured. But it was too early to rejoice, because a dozen arrows were flying at him from behind, which seemed too much for a first greeting. The arrows behind him failed to catch up, but the attack suddenly took him by surprise from the front. The arrows pierced the boy, but he did not give up. He was close to regaining his health. Suddenly, another attack of 1,000 arrows came, which the young man could not avoid, and he had to keep running, ignoring the pain. Finally, leaving a bloody trail behind him, Jin Hyuk reached the starting point where he could restore his health. The first attempt was quite painful, and the young man realized that he would not be able to hold out for long. So, looking at his bloody trail, he concluded that just running forward mindlessly was not the best idea. With a smile, Jin Hyuk licked his finger, which was covered in his own blood, because he had become the strongest descendant thanks to 2 talents, one of which was gluttony. With the help of his gluttony, he could devour fallen creatures and take on their characteristics. The young man absorbed all the blood spilled by himself, and although it was lifeless, the experience it gave him was completely his. For this, the boy was rewarded with a bonus to all his characteristics, plus experience in resistance. Even if he didn't bother with adjusting his equipment, he would still be able to withstand the main anomalies. Jin Hyuk ran again and was hit by arrows. It would take him a week to complete his training and become a great descender. He was going to reflect all the shots and continue because he needed to improve his stats through gluttony, and he was going to continue his painful torture until he gained the maximum amount of experience to resist. A whole month passed, and the young man finally reached the finish line, pierced by arrows but more resistant to injury. While his health was recovering, he was congratulated on completing his training. The training took the young man quite a long time because he was running back and forth the whole time. Suddenly, a system notification came that some gods and demons were interested in his tactic, but this did not please Jin Hyuk, because he knew that it did not mean anything good. So, now an explosion caught up with him from behind. The gods and demons watched the participants, wary that someone similar to them might appear. During the explosion, the young man couldn't quite control his tongue, so he received a notification that a god was angry at his foul language. The demon, on the contrary, was amused. However, no one revealed their names, not even the gods. The young man assumed that he was being studied in order to become a disciple, but he thought that it made no sense despite his success. The boy was haunted by constant messages from the demon. The embodiment of absolute evil, Baal, attached himself to Jin Hyuk, whom he recognized. In a past life, the demon had also pursued the young man, wanting to make him his disciple. It was he who taught him how to move his soul. The young man smiled, realizing that he had benefited from accepting his pursuer. The system notification from the absolute evil was red, while other gods and demons signaled their interest with blue windows. Annoyed by the constant messages, the young man shouted that it was because of Baal that he was getting too much attention, and the demon sent a message apologizing. In the end, he was yelling at everyone around him because he was tormented by constantly popping up notifications that were being voiced. The boy understood that Baal was curious to know under whose protection he would now work, so he advised him to be quiet and just watch, which slightly offended the absolute evil. He said that even if he chose someone, the demon would not be among them, so he could end his attempts. With a smile, licking the blood off his thumb, the young man was about to examine the results on the second floor. As a result, the young man received few benefits. These included resistance to blood loss of consciousness, penetration, and pain, as well as the ability to endure. The young man's results were satisfactory at this stage, but it was difficult to obtain mana because his damage was magical, so he had to increase his mana level, although this was not usually done. Suddenly, the young man was surprised by a notification that Due to his steady progress, a new talent had been unlocked. This talent belonged to the body's owner, and now Jin Hyuk could see it. It was a talent for versatility. The boy knew nothing about this ability and decided to read the instructions. It said that the talent allowed one to be skilled in all areas of training, regardless of technique, and during combat, adjustments proportional to the master's skill were added. After reading this, the young man smiled broadly with joy. Such an incredible talent opened up a world of possibilities for him. In his past life, he had never managed to earn the title of the best almighty master in everything. Suddenly, a notification from the almighty evil appeared again, once more interested in the boy's characteristics window. Jin Hyuk told the demon not to bother him, but allowed him to join him if he wanted to, as he was going to the next floor. As he stepped into the portal, a notification informed the young man that absolute evil had been granted permission and was now following him. The next place was the room of choice and learning, which the boy was kindly informed about. As soon as he stepped out, he was greeted by a new message and offered to choose a suitable weapon. The instructions said that as soon as the choice was made, he had to destroy the floor beneath him to get to the next level of the tower. Jin Hyuk remembered that in his past life, when he found out he had the monotype, he chose the path of a mage without hesitation. However, this time he had the talent of versatility and decided to test how well it worked. So, he picked up a bow and ordered training targets to be generated. The targets were generated in an instant, and the young man began to try out his new talents in practice. There were only 3 targets, and the boy hit the center of each one without any problems. He said that wasn't enough and asked for more targets to be generated, ordering them to attack him in return. A warning appeared stating that the young man had not selected the type of attacking target, so it might be too dangerous. Jin Hyuk smiled and said he didn't care. After that, the targets were generated. They looked like human-shaped mannequins with targets drawn on their heads. A notification informed him that the settings had been changed and the targets could now attack, so the mannequins rushed toward the boy with bows in their hands. The young man jumped up and fired an arrow, which tripled and hit the heads of 3 targets. But this time there were more of them, and 2 more targets attacked the young man from the side. Jin Hyuk instantly split them in 2 with one precise sword strike. The young man picked up various weapons, including a spear, and asked for the attack on the targets to be made even stronger. The difficulty was instantly increased, and a large target appeared. It looked the same as the other mannequins, only larger in size. But it was not destined to live long because the young man jumped and thrust his spear right into the center of the red mark on its head. Without turning around, the young man threw 2 daggers behind him, which hit the small mannequins right in the head. But suddenly he heard a buzzing sound. Behind him were flying targets that could shoot. The attack caught him by surprise, but he managed to jump out of the line of fire. A warning was issued that these were the strongest targets that could be found at this level. The boy smiled because they were like toys to him. After checking all types of weapons, he decided to use his talent and chose a magic staff. As soon as they started attacking him, the young man smiled and said that he was faster and fired a magic arrow at the targets. The target was hit accurately and instantly. Jin Hyuk couldn't get enough of his talent for versatility because he was using weapons unknown to him as if he had been practicing for years. Suddenly, a notification appeared informing him that he had achieved the title of multi-master for using at least 1 weapon of each type in the selection and training room. For this, he received the class of Almighty and a bonus of 5,000 to his attack stat. The boy was offered to choose this class, but he hesitated because he couldn't give up the advantages of his class and had to choose the one he had in his past life as a basis. Then he told the system that he was choosing the Almighty class as a subclass, but suddenly he was denied. The young man was incredibly upset and asked what was going on. Then the boy was reminded that a subclass could only be chosen after the 100th floor, which he had conveniently forgotten. Jin Hyuk couldn't leave the room without choosing a class and thought about using his achievement points to unlock a subclass. Not wanting to think about it for too long, the boy asked the system if he could do this to unlock the subclass. A question mark appeared on the system notification screen, and then a voice asked directly how a newbie knew about such function. The currency that can be obtained for achievements is achievement points, which users can use to make changes to the system. Jin Hyuk tried to change the subject, assuring him that it didn't matter where he knew about it. The main thing was whether he could use 5,000 points to unlock the subclass. It was indeed possible, but the young man was 50 points short of unlocking this advantage, and with a heavy sigh, he admitted that he would have to seek Baal's help. The boy pointed to a message from the absolute evil and said that the demon had revealed his identity to him by talking to him, and that this would earn him extra points. For this, Jin Hyuk was given 200 points. The absolute evil asked him with hearts if he had done his job well, which made the young man feel sick, and he asked him not to do that again. The demon was a little offended by this reaction of disgust, but it didn't matter. because the boy was assigned the subclass of Almighty, even though the main class was crossed out. The young man was informed that he would be transferred to the first floor of the tower as soon as the selection and training room was destroyed. Jin Hyuk happily activated his staff in anticipation of finally being able to begin his revenge. The boy was transferred to the first floor of the Corolla Forest, where strange, ugly goblins lived. There were already 3 people there, 2 men and a girl in a magical hat who was clinging to one of the men, exhausted. They had no idea how they would ever make it up to the tower, since even the first floor had proven difficult for them. A goblin with a sword in his hands, his eyes shining, and his mouth grinning joyfully, was already rushing towards the exhausted people who had decided to try their luck. Just when the men thought they were doomed, a boy appeared from the sky who had already spotted the goblin as a suitable first victim. He destroyed him with a single kick. The young man named the creature Kobold and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The other goblins grabbed their swords in anger at the attack on their leader. Jin Hyuk turned around and smiled at the other kobolds. Looking around, he asked a rhetorical question about what he would get if he destroyed them all. The group stood with their mouths agape, watching in awe at the young man who had just saved them by destroying Kobold with a single blow. Assessing his staff, they quickly realized that the young man belonged to the class of magicians, even though he had not used any magic. The man whose eyes were covered by his hair quickly realized that it would be better to work together with this stranger and suggested joining forces. But the boy surprised them with his answer when he said to get out of there. The men sincerely did not understand such a reaction. With a threatening look on his face, Jin Hyuk explained that if they touched even one of the kobolds, they would die on the spot. The chilling words sent shivers down the company's spine. It didn't take long to persuade them, and they quickly fled the scene. Meanwhile, the kobolds were no longer complacent, but angry and furious. The young man smiled and teased them, asking if they wanted to avenge their comrade. Without thinking twice, the creatures rushed forward, but the young man killed the first one without even using magic, simply striking it with his staff. Then the second monster froze. The young man sarcastically asked him why he had suddenly changed his mind about attacking. Apparently, Kobold had enough brains to realize that he had no chance, so he started to run away. But the young man was not going to let him get away so easily and fired a magic arrow at the creature. The magic pierced the monster through and through, and now 3 bodies lay before the boy. A moment later, a message congratulating the young man on reaching the first level appeared. But it was a little late because the young man felt at home and had already managed to destroy 3 monsters. Jin Hyuk was given a mission to complete in order to advance to the next level. He had to destroy 10 kobolds. The task was easy because the young man could chop up 1,000 of them at once, and he wanted to earn the assassin achievement. This title is given for destroying 1,000 monsters of the same type. And in his past life, the young man had received all possible rewards for destruction. Looking at his first victim, the young man thought that it was time to fill his stomach with something delicious. Using his voracious appetite, the young man sucked the creature into himself along with its powers. Now their power belonged to him. He could see their memories and understand their language. After the absorption, the young man looked at his characteristics, and they had increased dramatically and were now at the level of a 10th floor resident. He thought that this could be an ability of his subclass, since he was omnipotent and could receive bonuses associated with other classes. Suddenly, he was disturbed by memories of running to a cave in a hurry. Then he saw a woman behind bars with a child she was worried about, begging not to be touched, but all the boy could think about was that he had to hurry. The preparations were complete. In someone's memories, he saw the Lord of the Kobolds. The young man's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. This memory came at just the right time. Having found Lord Kobolds, the harbinger of the wave of monsters, he would be able to achieve his goal as an assassin and level up. In order to withstand the attack, the young man needed an army. So he smiled and set about resurrecting those he had just lost. Feeling the power of familiar movements, the young man happily resurrected the kobolds. After the deed was done, a system notification informed him that his main class had changed and he was now a Necromancer. Since Jin Hyuk was all-powerful and also had knowledge from his past life, changing his class was nothing to him. But that wasn't enough for the insatiable young man. He knew that there were still hidden classes on this floor that he could unlock. The kobolds resurrected by the young man turned into skeletons and knelt before their master. Suddenly, some sounds caught their attention. Turning around, the boy saw a flock of living monsters. Some of them were angry at what had been done to their relatives, and one was trembling with fear. Jin Hyuk smiled happily, for this was a wonderful opportunity to test his new warriors. He directed his skeletons toward their former brothers and ordered them to destroy everyone in their path. In a short period of time, the young man gained more victims to suck the strength out of and turn into warriors. He walked confidently with his mini army and a bag of precious stone. He knew that there must be an abandoned hut nearby and easily found it in the dark forest. Opening the door and entering the empty room, the boy realized that luckily for him, no one was there, so he ordered his warriors to wait for him in the hut. He himself went a little further, and with a loud bang broke through the floor with one kick, revealing a basement. An antique spiral staircase led down to the basement. The young man slowly descended, throwing blue stones behind him. Hidden in the basement was a classroom on the first floor. A necromancer, who was a high-ranking class, and a magician who used souls could become the ruler of souls. There lay the first Lord of Spirits in a coffin that changed classes. The boy opened a wooden chest, and out flew a skeleton in a blue glow named Balkan. The skeleton, dressed in exquisite robes, had eyes that glowed blue. He asked the young man if he was his successor. The sight of the skeleton with bare hands, whose fingers looked sharp as claws, did not move the young man at all. He just smiled broadly and thought to himself that he had not seen Balkan for a long time. The skeleton put on a pair of small glasses without frames and, squinting, expressed his skepticism that the young man was not at all surprised by his appearance. He felt a little awkward because he had tried so hard to make an impressive appearance. Jin Hyuk replied with a laugh that a necromancer would hardly be surprised by the appearance of a skeleton. He added that he had come this way after reading Balkan's diary, so the stage when one could be surprised was long gone. The young man lied a little because in this life he had not yet read the Spirit Lord's diary, which was a hidden item. But in his past life, when his progress was reset after he obtained the mage class, the boy stumbled upon this diary and returned to the first floor. That was how he became the Spirit Lord in his past life, but unfortunately, he was unable to lure Balkan to his side. But this time, the Spirit Lord seemed more favorable toward the young man. He even said that he liked him after such a logical answer. He laughed, saying that the boy was better than the uneducated freak who had come 10 years ago. Jin Hyo was a little shaken when he heard such a compliment. He even sweated a little and began to feel nervous, thinking about destroying Balkan, but he calmed down because he had to change his class first. The young man politely told the skeleton of his intentions when he said that to do so, he first had to reach the 10th floor. According to his rank, the Spirit Lord was higher than the Necromancer. He said that the young man could change his class in the tower, that changed classes and only then become a Spirit Lord, but the young man interrupted him. He declared that he had already become a Necromancer and showed his stats to Balkan. The skeleton's eyes lit up when he saw that the boy had changed his class without even reaching the 10th floor. It was simply amazing to him. Again, not understanding, he insulted the young man, saying that he was stronger than the brat who had come to him. The young man waited for a diplomatic pause and asked if Balkan would change his class. The skeleton laughed, realizing that he had talked too much. Jin Hyuk sat in the lotus position and began to concentrate energy in his hands, while the Spirit Lord Balkan performed the ritual. The young man knew the history of this skeleton. Long ago, before the tower appeared on this land, a man had ruled it. Balkan was the greatest necromancer, but he was constantly looking for ways to become even stronger. In his memoirs, he wrote that creatures made of skin and bones were not enough, and that he wanted to find someone stronger. Instead of knights of doom and ghouls, he wanted to summon someone else more powerful. Then he thought of souls, and he decided to summon the souls of the fallen, which would allow him to surpass all his previous achievements. And after some time, he succeeded. Then he created a new class of soul masters. However, the price for such powers was terrible. His body reached its limit, and the class of spirit masters was on the verge of extinction. Then the man took radical measures and used necromancy on himself. He did this in the hope that his followers would restore his honor, so he wrote this in his diary. In order to find a successor, Balkan turned himself into a half-necromancer. The young man was filled with purple energy and confidently stood up in his new status. The skeleton exhaled sounds of satisfaction and said that the second Lord of Souls was the brat he had mentioned earlier, and now it was this guy. Balkan advised the boy to use the soul bowl to capture souls, as it could also be used to create summons. Jin Hyuk began to smile slyly. With the soul cup in his arsenal, he intended to make Balkan his first victim. The preparations were complete, and the young man was not going to tolerate failure. The skeleton, suspecting nothing, rejoiced and instructed the boy to rise and glorify his name. But the young man quickly revealed his true intentions, pointed his finger at the skeleton, and told him to take care of these matters himself. Balkan was surprised at first, but his emotion quickly turned to anger, and he shouted, reminding the boy of what was written in the diary. Jin Hyuk said that shifting responsibility onto others was a bad habit, and that he would rid Balkan of it completely free of charge. The skeleton was surprised that the young man was approaching him, and assumed the worst. The boy who received power from him shamelessly collected the soul of the Lord of Souls himself. Balkan's blue power burst out of the remains of his body, mixed with Jin Hyuk's power. Before his destruction, he threatened that it was naive to think that his soul could be captured and that everything was in vain. The boy's plan worked exactly as intended. He had scattered blue stones behind him, which strengthened him at the right moment. Balkan's soul was being pulled into a magical barrier. Finally, he showed an obscene gesture that Jin Hyuk had taught us in the past, and said that they would meet again in hell. When the skeleton was completely imprisoned, he looked around and was surprised to see magic. With a smile, the young man explained that he had created a personal chamber for the man using a low-level spell. Hearing this, Balkan began to bang his fists against the walls of the trap, declaring that some low-level spell would not hold him. Then the boy's smile became more frightening, because he said that this was not the only thing he had prepared. He said that on his way here, he had scattered cobalt stones and activated them with magic. The skeleton could have simply broken them, but he didn't have time for that. Balkan looked at the boy and couldn't understand who he was or where a first-level ascendant got such amazing skills and tactics. Then Jin Hyuk revealed his true identity, saying that he had failed in his past life, but this time he had caught Balkan. Hearing this, the skeleton finally began to understand who was standing before him, although it was quite difficult to believe. The young man took off his hood and asked sarcastically if he was still the second lord of the spirits, or if he should now call himself the third. Balkan's last words before the young man swallowed him were a loud cry of his opponent's name. All that remained of the first spirit lord, who had lived only to continue his work, were bones. Symbolically tapping his heart, Jin Hyuk assured Balkan that all his wishes would now come true. Satisfied with his achievements, the young man returned to his army of resurrected monsters. The boy received a message that absolute evil was watching him, and that a demon who watched death was interested in his class. This was not surprising, because gods and demons cannot see what happens in the class change room. Laughing, Jin Hyuk said that everything would soon be revealed, and asked the demons to leave him alone. He looked at his little skeleton warriors standing in anticipation of their master's command, and thought that perhaps he no longer needed them. The young man decided to use his new powers to dispel them, and then reawaken them. The boy gathered magical power in his chest, from which the souls of the kobolds began to fly out. Now the creatures were more like their former selves, but they still could not speak. Suddenly, a voice called the young man a scoundrel. He turned and saw a man holding his head. It was Balkan, and he was furious that Jin Hyuk had dared to use him as his own soldier. The young man smiled, and joked that it was the first time he had seen a man in human form, and suggested that he must have been very handsome in life. Balkan began to shout that he would not let it go, and that no one dared to behave like that with the First Lord of the Spirits. The man gathered his courage and wanted to use force, but suddenly he felt ill. He grabbed his throat and began to cough. The young man reminded him that the former skeleton was only alive thanks to his magic, which he could stop at any moment, and then the man would simply fall apart. Balkan did not lose his sense of dignity and said that he would not just obey the boy like a dog. Then the boy leaned toward the man with a malicious smile and asked rhetorically if he had any choice at all. He reminded him that the former Lord of the Spirits had himself turned the souls of his loved ones, who refused to submit to him, into spheres and swallowed them. Licking his lips disgustingly, the young man reminded him that he had a special talent and hoped that Balkan had not forgotten about it. This really frightened the man. He understood that if Jin Hyuk was not bluffing and still possessed the terrible talent of gluttony, he could easily devour him. Balkan resigned himself to his fate and asked his master what he was going to do now. The young man laughed and pointed to the huge castle standing on top of the mountain, saying that he was going to overthrow the lord of the kobolds who lived there. The young man calmly and quickly reached the place. The kobolds guarding the entrance to the castle pointed at the stranger with a growl. As the young man approached, they began to growl louder and even raised their spears. Jin Hyuk smiled like a true villain and released a bunch of his koboldi warriors from his hiding place. He didn't even have to take his hands out of his pockets because his subordinates instantly destroyed the two guards. Of course, the palace could not be guarded by so few creatures, so other growls of armed monsters could already be heard from the tower. The young man had 30 spiritual kobold warriors, which was enough, and the creatures themselves were no obstacle for him, but he decided to join the battle anyway. Throwing the spear of one of the guards over his shoulder, the young man smiled and demanded to be taken to the chief. The lord, who was in one of the rooms of his magnificent castle, sensed that an uninvited guest was rushing towards him. Realizing the situation, he ordered his servant to prepare gifts as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the kobold spirits effortlessly destroyed their fellow creatures by simply flying through them. They missed only one who went after the gifts, but he did not live long either, as Jin Hyuk twisted his head off. At that moment, a secret door opened above the boy's head, and 3 kobold guards fell out, who who seemed more prepared and dangerous. Half of them were destroyed by the spirits, and the young man finished off the rest with his sword. He even liked the interactive nature of obtaining this hidden class. Suddenly, he felt an amazing red aura and smiled because it meant that he was close to Lord Kobold. Suddenly, he received an annoying notification from the absolute evil that was rooting for the boy with glowing sticks. The young man sighed heavily because he asked him not to interfere and said that he did not need the support of an old man with hairy legs. He was absolutely sure that he would emerge victorious anyway because he had an entire army of spirits behind him. Meanwhile, Lord Kobold was performing a solemn ritual. He plunged a dagger into a body wrapped in a sheet and repeated that he needed more. His aura was already glowing red, but it was not enough for him, and he shouted glory to the demon who watched over death. 2 kobolds entered the room and brought with them someone who was struggling and demanding to be released. The king saw that they had brought him another gift for the demon. It was a girl with horns who was struggling with all her might to escape from the clutches of the vile kobolds. It was Takabi, a creature from Korean legends, something like a goblin, but the girl was attractive. The king joyfully grabbed the girl by the hand and examined her carefully. He was delighted because she was a wonderful sacrifice to offer to the demon. But suddenly, the poor girl's hand was freed by a sword thrown by an unknown person. King Kobold turned toward the sword and saw the uninvited freak. The young man smiled his trademark villainous smile and asked curiously what was going on, realizing that he had stumbled upon a sacrifice. But what was happening here was completely meaningless, because the king would not have succeeded anyway. The monster took a closer look at his uninvited guest and was angry with him for disrupting the ritual. The young man joked with Lord Kobold, saying that he looked like the leader of the outcasts, which he basically was. The monster instantly became enraged and shouted that he was Callum, Lord of the Kobolds, and demanded that the man show him respect. Smiling maliciously, the young man said that for a first-floor monster, he was too arrogant and suggested that he be forced to show respect. The confused girl realized that the situation was working in her favor because, even though she didn't understand what was going on, the king was distracted, and this was her chance. Gathering her strength, she ran away, but Callum noticed and shouted at her not to run away. The monster began to recite a spell, asking the demon watching over the dead to grant him strength. The young man was genuinely surprised when he heard which demon Kobold was addressing. Lord Callum conjured a spear with his magic and aimed it at Takabi, who was running away. Suddenly, the girl stumbled and fell. It was so untimely, for she was not ready to die now. A young man came to her aid and easily deflected Lord Kobold's magic spear. Callum shouted, looking at the smug face of Jin Hyuk, who had so easily stopped his attack. Stammering, Takabi thanked her savior, but the boy advised her to forget about it and run away. But when he looked at her, he suddenly asked her to wait, because he saw her horns, and asked if she was Takabi. Takabi was a powerful race that lived on the 100th floor, and they had no reason to go down, especially to such a young person. This could mean that something had happened on the 100th floor, so the young man decided to ask the girl about it. Suddenly, Callum remembered himself, furious that the boy had dared to interfere with his sacrifice. Jin Hyuk advised the girl to hide somewhere if she wanted to survive, because he had no intention of saving her a second time. She didn't need much persuasion, so Tokebi ran out of the room. Callum decided to use a new attack, hoping that the young man would not be able to repel it, because he would use the fresh bodies of his own servants. This attack was called a human bomb. Roughly speaking, he simply blew up his subordinates, but the young man didn't care. He ran forward with a smile. He punched the Lord right in the face, saying that his attacks were too slow because he had poor control of his mana. Callum flew away instantly, not understanding how a first-floor resident could be so strong. The young man had no intention of letting the king go, and said that this was only the beginning. Realizing that he was in a hopeless situation, Kobold cried out to the demon watching the death, begging him to help him. Suddenly, the blood of past victims formed a demon-like figure that grabbed the boy by the arm, stopping his next attack. It was a bloody golem. Jin Hyuk couldn't understand how a creature like Kobold could summon such a powerful familiar. The creature, protecting its master, threw the boy to the ground with a loud crash. Callum laughed maliciously, asking the young man how he liked that turn of events. While the boy lay in a dent in the floor made by his body, the Lord boasted of his best challenge. The words of the challenge struck a chord with Jin Hyuk. The king had no idea who he was talking about when he mentioned such a technique. He decided to teach the monster a lesson and show him what real necromancy was by summoning his spirits. One after another, they crashed into the golem, quickly destroying it without much effort. Callum's laughter quickly faded when he realized that his creature had been destroyed in an instant. No longer smiling, the young man declared that even though Kobold was the king of monsters, his kind was still incapable of creating a bloody golem. A message arrived that the demon watching the destruction was frightened because the young man sternly asked if it was his doing. The demon's name was Boone, and a message came that he was nodding his head in agreement, while absolute evil cast a look of hatred at him. Boone had simply decided to summon a bloody golem to test the young man's abilities. Suddenly, he turned to Callum and said that he had been nothing but a toy in the hands of the demon, and now his mana was at 0. This was not surprising, considering the forced summoning of the golem. Out of fear, Callum shouted that Boone would find him even if he died and asked the demon to avenge him. With a grim face, the boy encouraged the Lord to make such requests, for he had much to discuss with the demon watching the destruction. Kobold was seized by the young man's spirits. He began to struggle and remind them that he was their lord. While Jin Hyuk sucked in Lord Kobold, he screamed with all his might, begging his demon for help. The young man calmly told Boone that his toy was broken and that he was to blame, so there was no point in complaining to him. In addition, he glanced menacingly at the message from the demon and warned that he would repay for trying to test him. A message came from the demon watching the death, saying that he was laughing and enjoyed such threats. Meanwhile, the young man snapped his fingers, and King Cobalt was destroyed, leaving only a bloody trail behind him. The boy was surprised that taking the life of a lord of monsters was so easy. Callum's spirit began to leave his body, which showed few signs of life, but the boy grabbed him, not intending to let him go so easily. He twisted him into a ball with a smile, saying he had one job for him. Creating such a soul sphere was one of the Necromancer's main skills. This skill allowed him to more easily control the soul that was in the form of a sphere. With a satisfied smile, the young man wished himself bon appetit and swallowed Callum's soul. Having absorbed this soul, the young man gained only 1 point to his intelligence, strength, and agility. This was very little, and at this rate, it would take him a long time to reach the 50th floor. Suddenly, Tokabi, who had emerged from her hiding place after destroying the king, called out to him and thanked the boy, introducing herself as Haru. The young man told her not to worry, that he was only there to deal with Lord Cobalt, but the girl thanked him anyway for saving her. Then Jin Hyuk smiled a little wickedly and asked the girl what she would do if he turned out to be a bad guy and could take her life. Suddenly, a crimson aura appeared around the girl, and she warned him menacingly that if that happened, she would have to deal with him. When it came to favors or revenge, they always kept their word, so the young man exhaled with a smile and said that she was a typical Takabi. Calming down, the boy asked the girl to explain how a resident of the 100th floor ended up on the 1st floor. After a moment, Haru said that someone had attacked their village. Jin Hyuk was surprised because Tokabi were quite strong creatures, and even players found it difficult to fight them. The young man was a little nervous, afraid to hear that it was the 4 strongest races. Giants, the source of power; dragons, the source of magic; demons, masters of demonic energy; and angels, the wings of vengeance. These were the 4 races that controlled all processes in the tower. Thinking about it, the young man came to the conclusion that only they or someone who had their support could attack Takabi. He also remembered the old team of 9 stars. It could have been someone from their guild. At the mention of his former friends, the young man grimaced with anger, and the girl cautiously asked if everything was all right. He quickly replied that everything was fine and said he had to go. Haru asked where he was going. Then the boy asked sarcastically if she wanted to stay in a pool of blood. The girl sighed and then nervously asked if she could go with her savior. Jin Hyuk looked at her appraisingly and thought that the young Takeobi could be useful to him. The young man decided to warn the girl that he would be busy and would not be able to protect her forever. Feeling hopeful, Haru happily said that she could take care of herself. Hearing this, the young man reminded her that a few minutes ago she had almost died at the hands of Lord Cobalt. The girl was a little offended and said that she had just let her guard down a little. In the end, the young man agreed to let her accompany him. Looking at the girl once more, Jin Hyuk hinted that she should change her clothes so as not to attract unwanted attention. Suddenly, an item of equipment fell out of Callum's body, just in time. Having gathered everything they needed, the company moved on. Walking through the empty stone city surrounding the castle, a portal suddenly appeared on the ground in front of them, frightening Haru, who grabbed the boy by the arm. It was Balkan. He had carried out his orders and was reporting back. There were no more kobolds left in the castle. The young man smiled and praised the man for his work, while Takebi anxiously asked who he was. The man rudely asked who the child was and was surprised that she could see him. The girl replied that some Takebis were highly sensitive to spirits. The young man smiled when he heard this, because this information meant that his new companion was special. He thought about absorbing her and taking her abilities for himself, but he decided that it wasn't worth doing right now because it was better to keep her close and train her. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that after the Lord's destruction, a monster uprising was possible. If he accepted this quest, all safe zones on the 1st floor would disappear. The young man smiled broadly, because this was exactly what he had been striving for. And finally, the result was not long in coming. However, unlike the young man, his companions were not thrilled about the possible invasion of monsters. The girl was frightened that the boy wanted to accept this challenge. Still smiling, Jin Hyuk replied that if he wasn't going to accept the challenge, he wouldn't have destroyed Lord Cobalt. Suddenly, many messages began to arrive from gods and demons, saying that they were concerned about the young man's recklessness. Even his former teacher, who was considered an absolute evil, thought so. But the demon who watched the destruction promised a reward to the young man if he took first place. The boy didn't like that he was getting involved again, but the demon gave his word, and then Jin Hyuk said he would decide when he found out what the reward was. Bolkan declared that it was complete suicide. The young man smiled and reminded him that it would only play into his hands because then he would be free from his rule. With a smile, he added that the man would remain a servant even after his death, which offended the Lord of Souls, who did not like such jokes. The young man pressed agree, and a notification appeared stating that a wave of monsters was approaching and that the safe zones on the first floor would soon be inaccessible. In the safe zone of the village of Koroloff, there were many participants who received a notification about the quest. They remembered with a quiet curse the fool who had accepted this challenge. For all of them, this meant certain death. Someone shouted to hurry up and go upstairs if they had finished their tasks before the wave began. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave. A man was about to climb up, but someone grabbed him by the arm. The stranger asked for help because he still had 3 monsters to destroy. But it was too late. The sky above them split open and a portal opened, from which a wave of angry monsters began to attack. The quest began, but it was too late to go up. Screams of fear and curses rang out from all around. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, and the voice of a boy commanded everyone to run. It was Jin Hyuk with Balkan and Har Yoon. He threatened to destroy anyone who even touched one of the monsters. The people behind asked who they were, warning that there was danger ahead, and that they weren't even sure the company had seen the kobolds because their reaction was too calm. The young man shouted the order to rise up, and, satisfied, released a bunch of kobold souls. The other players were shocked to realize that they were facing a necromancer and did not understand where he had come from if they were only on the first floor. The young man did not even do anything. His army of spirits worked for him. Suddenly, Haryun asked a little uncertainly if she should also try to fight. The young man agreed and advised her to hurry, knowing that his warriors might not leave a single kobold alive. The girl became a little more confident and told the boy not to worry because she had an idea. She surprised Jin Hyuk by opening a pocket dimension and pulling out a huge sword. Her first victim was a monster that had come too close to them. With one movement, she cut it in half. The young man looked at her and realized that this sword was as special as the girl who wielded it so skillfully. The young man assumed that the invader's target was Haryun. Suddenly, a group of players surrounded him, boldly asking Jin Hyoko who was controlling this wave of monsters. The young man turned in surprise at the insolent remark and asked who was speaking to him. The unknown boy introduced himself as Kim Sun-tae from the White Swallow Guild, which he believed to be well known. When Jin Hyuk asked him to repeat the name in surprise, the guy laughed at his ignorance. Sun-tae proudly declared that the Paloons of the 9 Stars had a guild of the Holy Land, and that the White Swallow Guild was their subsidiary guild. Upon hearing the Pilon surname, the young man became agitated, like a bull seeing a red rag, and asked him to repeat it, just in case he had misheard. Sun-tae proudly declared that his older brother belonged to the White Swallow Guild, and that he and his team would also join when they reached the 10th floor. He noticed that Jin Hyuk had good skills and offered to talk to his brother, but suddenly fell silent when he saw the young man's angry aura. The young man refused sharply, and Sun-tae grabbed one of the warrior's cobalt swords from behind. He praised his subordinate for his quick thinking and took the sword from the insolent young man. He needed some information from him. With a smile, holding the sword to his throat, Sun-tae told the young man that he would see him after the wave of attacks was over, and then they would talk. The company that was with the young man asked Jin Hyuk why he was interfering with them, since they were his companions in passing through the floors. To them, it looked as if he was threatening everyone just because he was stronger, and they did not understand his motives at all. The guy looked down on them because, in his opinion, everything was obvious. He listed the rules that applied on Earth. Don't hurt anyone, don't take anyone's life, and don't steal. But the tower was a completely different place, where only strength mattered. The young man sighed heavily, realizing that there was no point in explaining, and ordered his spirit to let Sun-tae go. While the frightened boy was breathing heavily, Jin Hyuk told him to listen carefully, because he had been spared only because the young man needed information. Turning away and walking away, he advised the young man to stay away from him, otherwise he would risk losing his life. His worried friends rushed over to Sun-tae, asking him what he was going to do, and suggesting that he just forget about the unknown necromancer. He muttered something incomprehensible, and when they asked him again, he shouted at the top of his voice that they had to flee, because if they encountered that guy again, they would not escape alive. Meanwhile, the battle with the kobolds was heating up. The monsters noticed 3 human-like objects approaching them. It was Balkan, Haryu, and Jin Hyuk, who landed with a crash in the middle of the battlefield. The man shouted that there were too many monsters. The young man smiled and said that he would fight, while Balkan would back him up. The 2 powerful Lords of Souls began to summon their resurrected minions. Swarms of skeletons began to crawl out of the ground, grabbing the kobolds by the legs and biting them. The young man gave his man permission to turn the fallen into his skeletons, but he still did not recognize the young man as his master, and remarked that he would have done so anyway. After the plan was agreed upon, Jin Hyuk smiled and rushed into battle with the intention of having a little fun. The boy fearlessly swung his sword, fending off every monster that tried to attack it. The girl was not far behind, skillfully using her own weapon, but the kobolds were endless, and it seemed to her that there were too many of them. One of them sneaked up on Takeobi unnoticed and scratched her back with its claws. The girl screamed in pain. It was certainly very unpleasant, but it was nothing compared to the pain she felt when she saw her village burning with her own eyes. This pain was so insignificant that it only angered her and gave her more strength to fight on. Around Haru lay many bodies that had died by her hand, but there was no end to the monsters, and the girl was already at her limit. She turned toward the sounds of fighting behind her and looked at the boy. She knew he was just a regular player who was passing the first level, and she didn't understand where he got so much strength. Gathering her strength and leaning on her sword, the girl got up. She knew she had to follow the boy because that was the only way she would have a chance to avenge those who had attacked her village. Before she could get up, a kobold attacked her from behind, but she was saved by a flash of light. It was Balkan. He approached the girl and asked if she was okay. Karu was trembling with exhaustion, but she got up, leaning on her sword, and declared that she was capable of taking care of herself. Looking at her, the man saw that she was full of determination and began to wonder what she had gone through to become like this. Suddenly, Takafi confused him by asking why he had suddenly decided to help her. She told him that when she was running away from the 100th floor, no one tried to help her, and she was glad that at least no one tried to hurt her. She looked him straight in the eye and suggested that they were helping her because they wanted something from her. The man looked away and sighed, replying that he didn't know, which puzzled the girl. Looking straight at her, he said that spiritual soldiers must obey the Lord of Spirits, and that was the only explanation. It was an order from Cha Jin Hyuk. He had ordered Balkan to watch over Haryu to make sure she did not die, and achieved her goal. Without turning around, he left, saying that if he stayed any longer, his arrogant master would say that he was lazy. Gripping the hilt of her sword more tightly, the girl thought that Cha Jin Hyuk was the only one in the entire tower who had helped her, so she had to repay him for that. Takeobi began to gather powerful crimson energy. It formed a demon mask with sharp teeth and horns that were larger than the girl's horns. Haru put it on. Balkan immediately sensed the incredibly powerful energy and turned around, realizing that the source of the power was somewhere near the girl. The young man also felt this energy. The kobolds on the battlefield also stopped, frozen in horror at the sight of the girl. The mask seemed to become part of her face. Her eyes shone brightly, and she moved at the speed of light, destroying dozens of monsters at once. It wasn't just her gaze that was frightening. When she screamed, all the monsters around her were thrown back several meters. Watching this spectacle, the boy confirmed his suspicions that whoever had attacked the village was definitely looking for Haru and her sword. He decided to keep this a secret because he knew that it would hurt the girl to learn the reason for the attack on her village. Suddenly, a message came that there was only 1 minute left until the end of the wave of monsters. Now, all 3 fought with all their might against the onslaught of kobolds, and the portal through which they appeared was getting smaller and smaller. The young man noticed this with a smile and looked at what was probably the last kobold to run out of the portal. He destroyed it before it could assess the situation, simply throwing his sword at it. A notification announced that the wave of monsters was over, and congratulated them on their success. The young man smiled broadly, knowing that it could not have been any other way. A little tired but happy, Balkan told the young man that he was a real monster. When the girl realized that it was over, her mask disappeared, and she almost fell from exhaustion. But Jin Hyuk caught her and told her that everything was fine, and that she shouldn't have used that skill because she was already exhausted. Haryu blushed a little, looked at the boy, and thanked him for his warm words and support. Suddenly, system notifications appeared, informing them that there were rewards for first, second, and third place, depending on their contribution to the battle. The young man smiled happily because he was ready to collect his reward. As a result of the battle, 2,000 kobolds were destroyed, and the young man unlocked the achievement Assassin of Kobolds, receiving a bonus of 5 to all stats and 500 points. Seeing this, the young man was a little disappointed because he had not managed to significantly increase his stats, and he knew that he would have to spend points to improve them. If he gained skills using the Almighty and the Deity, then his stats would grow indefinitely. The young man waited for this with impatience. The first place for contribution to the battle was, of course, given to Cha Jin-hyuk. Haryu was second, and Balkan was third, and the man was a little offended by this ranking. But the young man was surprised that the man also received a reward. But it was good because he gave it to his master, since the spiritual soldier did not need it anyway. Suddenly, the girl held out her winnings and asked him to accept them as a token of their future cooperation. The young man was surprised and said that he would let her go with them, but since he had been betrayed before, he would not trust her. He also said that the reward for second place was too large a bribe for him to accept. He did not take her reward, saying that he did not want to make the same mistake again, and advised her to win his trust, otherwise their cooperation would be meaningless. Hearing this, the girl summoned the power of her mask again, under Balkan's surprised gaze. With all sincerity, Haryu handed over not only the reward, but also her mask, Takibi. The man cried out in surprise because he couldn't believe that the girl was going to give such a precious thing to a stranger. The young man felt a little uncomfortable, because the mask was the essence of Takabi's power, and they gave it to their partners when they proposed marriage. Jin-hyuk took the mask, but asked the girl why she was giving him such a precious thing. She replied that it was payment for saving her life, and that it was a symbol that she would never betray him. But in the young man's opinion, the mask was more valuable than everything Haryu had listed, so he asked if there was any other reason. Lowering her head slightly so that her eyes were shaded, the girl spoke of revenge. The young man was surprised by this answer, and then the girl told him a little more, as she had not gone into detail before. The thing was that her village had burned to the ground, and she had tried to find survivors, but it was in vain. Haryun expressed her terrible guess that she might now be the only Takabi left. Without looking the boy in the eyes, because tears were welling up in hers, she said that she wanted to avenge her destroyed family, and, holding out the reward, asked permission to climb the tower with Jin-hyuk. The young man looked at the girl and thought about her words. She reminded him of himself because she also wanted revenge. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take the girl with him and warned her that she would die if she betrayed him. Holding the 3 rewards and the mask in his hand, he said that the mask was not so important and that the girl should not think of it as her salvation. Karu smiled sincerely. She was happy and now called the boy Oraboni, which means older brother. Hearing this name, the young man was quite surprised because he did not think he would have a younger sister. However, he did not argue, telling the girl to call him whatever she wanted, and tossing her the boxes with the reward. For winning the quest, the young man received items that added points to his mana and reduced its consumption. This power was contained in earrings, a ring, and a necklace. Balkan smiled and said that he deserved these items, but Haru didn't understand why the man considered all these items for mana to be good luck. But it was the perfect set for a necromancer who uses mana to summon an army. They would allow him to increase the number and quality of his soldiers by 45%. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk turned to Byune, who had fallen silent, and reminded him that they had a small agreement. Then the demon watching the destruction made himself known and sent a message that they should go to a quiet place. The group entered the city, which had previously been a safe zone, and went into a bar. There were no people there. Most likely everyone had evacuated to the second floor due to the threat of a wave of monsters. Now the young man demanded that the demon tell him everything, but the demon asked him not to rush him. A purple pillar of energy appeared on the table, forming a ring with a skull. The young man took it with a smile and said that he was very lucky with objects today. Looking closer, he exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe his eyes. The man and the girl, watching his reaction, began to ask him what he had seen. Putting on the ring, the young man sweated with excitement and said that it had demonic energy. Balkan asked Jin-hyuk again because such power was simply unreal. Demonic energy is the source of demons' power, comparable in quality to the source of mana. Although with certain limitations, the boy could now use demonic energy. Usually, in order to obtain such energy, one had to become a slave to a demon and be satisfied with its meager amounts. The difference between 0 and 1 was significant, and the young man had a full 10 points of demonic energy. The demon who had watched the death offered to shake hands. Satisfied, Jin-hyuk agreed and suggested they forget their past troubles. Balkan stated that now the boy was definitely ready to move on. Haryu was just happy for her brother, while absolute evil burned with envy. Bal was angry and demanded a handshake too, extending his hand, but the young man said that he wanted a gift in exchange for a handshake. The man said that he must be crazy if he was trying to blackmail a demon. A lot of notifications began to arrive that the absolute evil was looking for something, searching all the boxes and drawers, and the young man asked him to stop. Then the demon suggested creating a quest. This was a different matter altogether. The young man did not expect such a proposal and was genuinely surprised. Balkan noticed that the quest from the demon indicated that Jin Hyuk had quite a temper. The young man was shocked, but in his usual arrogant manner, he said that he would do the demon a favor and accept the quest. The embodiment of evil began to grumble that he wanted a favor, and the young man quickly responded by saying that he could refuse. But Baal intervened and began spamming messages saying that it was too late to back out and that the deal was done. The terms of the quest were simple. Jin Hyuk had to become famous before reaching the 100th floor. If he failed, he would become an apostle of Baal, but if he won, he would receive a recipe from the demon, with which he could do almost anything. The conditions were certainly difficult, and the punishment for failure was unpleasant, but the guy couldn't pass up such an opportunity, so he shook hands in agreement. Absolute Evil smiled as it shook the boy's hand and sent him hearts. Then they started talking about what to do next. Haryu asked if the young man would go up to the second floor. At first, the guy wanted to find the cocky Kim Sun-tae and get some information from him. Jin Hyuk instructed Balkan to bring him to them. The man asked in surprise if the boy knew where Sun-tae was. The cautious young man assigned a spirit to follow his acquaintance. Sun-tae was far away, but still on the first floor. The man was indignant that he had to listen to explanations for so long and disappeared into his spiritual portal. The boy was left alone with the girl and suggested they talk while they walked. Haryu was a little surprised, but the young man just wanted to hear more details about the mask he had been given. Walking along the path, the girl briefly described the mask's function. Its function was simple. It allowed the user to use Tokabi's power. Examining the item, Jin Hyuk asked if their powers were related to spells or something supernatural, because that was what he had heard, and it was true. Haryu said that she could use supernatural powers and predictive abilities that allowed her to see into the future. The young man looked at the mask with some disappointment, because it would definitely come in handy in battle, but now it was useless. The girl looked at the young man in surprise, and he asked her why she had done that. Tokabi just seemed a little strange to her. People from other regions had been coming for days to ask them to use this skill, and begged the elders to look into the future. Many were worried about events that might happen, and tried in any way they could to prevent them. Jin Hyuk smiled and said that it didn't make sense because any problem could be solved, so he didn't understand why they should be avoided. The girl smiled and said that she was calm now, and added that her abilities would still be useful to the boy. Haryu turned around and smiled, saying that she had combat foresight and boasted that it was quite useful, waiting for a positive reaction from the boy. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk rushed at the girl with a hug, surprising her and making her blush. He was very happy and said that it was perfect, calling Takeobi the best. He already imagined what his chances of victory would be when he faced the star of the sword, the star of the bow, the great thief, and the divine spear. The young man was so immersed in his fantasies that he hugged Haryun for a long time, thanking her until she blushed. He only stepped back when a notification came that the nine-tailed fox was smacking her lips and the absolute evil was taking a photo. The boy began to yell at Baal and chase him away while the girl tried to cool her face. After finishing his shouting, Jin Hyuk began to apologize, but Haru said that it was nothing and that she would be happy to help. With a smile and gratitude for such a wonderful gift, the young man promised the girl to help her avenge her village. The girl raised her fists and passionately wished them both luck in their endeavors. Meanwhile, Balkan had already caught Sun-tae and was holding him, covering his mouth and telling him to stop resisting. His companions abandoned him and fled, so the man said they should just wait a little while until his master arrived. He complained to the boy about his hard work, saying that it was very difficult to hold him and not accidentally kill him. And of course, he complained about his master for being late. Finally, Jin Hyuk appeared, surprised that the Balkan had managed to catch the boy. The man immediately complained to his master about how difficult it was to keep the boy. The Spirit Lord was intrigued by the fact that Sun-tae wanted to escape. He expressed his surprise with a smile as he drew his sword. He asked Balkan not to interfere and stuck his sword into a tree right next to the already frightened boy's head. He joked that he would return the sword and asked how best to do so, in the hand or in the stomach. With a sinister smile and a menacing look, Jin Hyuk emphasized that everything would depend on the boy's answer. He demanded that Sun-tae tell him everything he knew about the White Swallow, and the young man did not object to sharing the information. After telling everything, Sun-tae begged to be released, and the Spirit Lord did so. Balkan was surprised that the young man let the boy go so easily, but he explained that the guild would soon be destroyed anyway. Jin Hyuk still did not understand how the guild was connected to the Holy Land, and assumed that it was just a bunch of small guilds working for it, as there were many of them between the 10th and 200th floors. He thought about destroying everything, but the man began to whine that it was boring, but it could be beneficial for them in completing Baal's quest. If the boy destroyed the guilds under the influence of the Pelins, it would be a great chance to complete the quest. With a sly smile, Jin Hyuk asked his companions a rhetorical question. Why don't they go up to the 10th floor? Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor in the safe zone, rumors were already spreading about 2 or 3 people who had cleared the floor. Just then, a portal opened, and everyone turned their gaze to the 3 people emerging from it. The next moment, shock swept through the crowd when they saw that one of the team members was wearing a ghost mask. Everyone asked Jin Hyuk if he had cleared the floor, asked his name, and if he belonged to a guild. The young man decided that he should not reveal his real name yet, but he should come up with something, considering that his mission was to become famous. So, he called himself the Demon Mask. After introducing himself, the young man simply turned around and left. Someone from the crowd wanted to chase after him, and indignantly demanded more information, but he was stopped in time. The hooded boy assumed that he had been a criminal before the trials, as there were many cases of such people hiding in the tower. Hiding one's identity in the tower was common practice, so Jin Hyuk was sure that he had attracted attention with the news about the wave and his mask. They didn't stay there long. The young man ordered Balkan to follow him because they still had a lot to do. At that moment, they left, and the man teleported them away, leaving a group of players standing in shock in the middle of the street. The group moved to the forest, where they were greeted on the 2nd floor and given a quest to destroy 10 kobolds and 10 kobold warriors. The boy took off his mask and hood. This task was very easy for him. The young man snapped his fingers and, with a smile, ordered Balkan to bring a couple of kobolds to them. The man asked irritably if the master wanted him to bring them here alive. Jin Hyuk added that he should bring a couple for Haryu because he wanted to experiment with demonic energy, and advised him to hurry if the man wanted to see it. Balkan set off to carry out the task and finally threatened that no one should dare to use demonic energy without him. Haru asked anxiously if it was okay to carry out the quest in this manner. The young man did not force anyone, and gave her the freedom to walk around and look for monsters on her own. Preparing for his experiments with demonic energy, the young man took off his cloak and mask and gave them to the girl. He couldn't believe his luck, because he was infinitely happy to be able to use demonic energy. He was going to test how good the item he had found was, which held the power of one of the 4 great races. When he used the ring, a purple light appeared in front of the young man, and he was amazed when he saw and felt the demonic energy. Suddenly, Haru screamed, warning that a kobold was hiding in the bushes. The next moment, it jumped out with mad eyes. The young man was not afraid at all, but only smiled. This was a wonderful opportunity to test his demonic energy. Without thinking twice, he threw a purple demonic sphere at the kobold. The small, disgusting monster shocked the girl by dodging the attack. The smile on Jin Hyuk's face did not disappear because he knew that this attack did not require a direct hit. There was a crackling sound, and the kobold looked at his shoulder, which began to crumble like a rock into pieces where the sphere had passed. Haryu looked on in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The young man explained that demonic energy was a merciless force that not everyone could withstand. It was a clear example of what could happen if she even touched an object. The young man approached the body that had crumbled into pieces to retrieve the blue flame of the spirit that remained. This was the most important part. If you fill a soldier's spirit with demonic energy, you can get a stronger version of it. The young man began to mix the kobold's soul and demonic energy, but something went wrong, and the soul began to disintegrate, clearly unable to withstand the power. It was decided to lower the power level from 10 to 1 in order to successfully complete the transformation. It worked, and now the young man had a new, improved warrior in his army. Haryu supported Jin Hyuk because the metamorphosis looked extremely difficult, but the young man assured her that it was actually quite easy. Since few people are capable of handling pure demonic energy, no one suspected that it was quite easy to control. Balkan returned just in time and, seeing the young man's new creation, praised him for his wonderful abbreviation. He called it a wonderful combination of the spirit of a soldier and demonic energy, and suggested that such warriors be called demonic spirit soldiers. The boy did not object to the name, and the man, meanwhile, came closer and carefully examined the creation. The young man thought about how he would have to fill every soul he captured with energy, which was rather impractical, especially on the battlefield. He looked at the man and thought that he didn't have to do this alone. The young man decided to approach from a distance with a smile, hinting that Balkan was much more experienced than him. He praised his tactical abilities and leadership skills. A blush appeared on the man's bowl, He thought that finally the arrogant master had begun to appreciate him. But suddenly, Jin-hyuk struck him in the solar plexus. It was not just uncomfortable, but really painful, so the man cried out, asking what the young man was doing. The boy explained with a smile that if he filled the man with demonic energy, the spirits he summoned would automatically receive it. Balkan's soul was stronger than the kobolds, so the young man decided to use all his remaining energy on him. A pillar of purple demonic energy rose around the man, from which only curses toward Cha Jin-hyuk could be heard. Haryu was very worried about her husband, and the young man reassured her, assuring her that the first lord of the spirits would not die from this. Balkan threatened to turn the boy into a steak and drink his blood if he survived such an enhancement. Jin-hyuk laughed and agreed, saying that he would be only too happy to do so. In the end, the man survived the torture of being enhanced by demonic energy. With a proud smile, the young man called him his greatest demonic spirit soldier. Suddenly, Balkan said that the young man had made a big mistake by creating a challenge that exceeded his strength, which was a fatal mistake for a necromancer. Without even turning around, the boy took the girl's mask and said that it was wonderful that the man was angry. Putting on Takabe's relic, he said that he was looking for a worthy opponent to test this mask. Balkan smiled maliciously, directing his improved soldiers at Jin-hyuk, hinting that he was doing what he was asked to do. A bunch of improved kobold spirits who had previously obeyed him instantly rushed at the boy. Haryu watched in surprise from the sidelines and saw that the young man was using a mask. Activating his powers, Jin-hyuk began to see the world in slow motion. He couldn't tell if it was real or just his imagination. He was even more surprised to realize that this was how the girl saw the world. The young man destroyed all the small spirits with the speed of light and directed his fist at Balkan's surprised face, reminding him that although he now looked different, he used to be called the Star of Doom. He hit his disobedient spirit so hard that it flew away. The young man lifted his mask and, smiling, advised his demonic spirit soldier to calm down and listen to his orders. The man fell with a thud, and the girl, frightened for the old man, ran to him. Jin-hyuk calmed her down with a smile, explaining that physical attacks had no effect on spirits of his level. Rubbing his cheek, the man added that this only applied to ordinary people, and that the boy's blows hurt him. Haryu turned to the old man and asked if he had just used the power of the mask. The young man said that the world seemed to slow down for him, as if he had become a martial arts master. Then the girl said that it was most likely a side effect of a skill that didn't work. The young man was shocked and stammered, asking again if he had heard correctly about the side effect. Holding on to the mask, he asked what the real power looked like if it was a side effect. Haryu reminded him that the mask worked as a combat prediction, and that, in addition to slowing down his attackers, he should have been able to see their next moves. Jin-hyuk, overcome with emotion, grabbed the girl by the shoulders and asked her how he could achieve such power, but she simply did it because it was her innate talent. The young man smiled awkwardly, forgetting that she was a genius at this and assuming that she must be revered in the village. It was an amazing gift even among the Takabe, so even if the young man asked her to teach him, it would be difficult for her. Haru asked if the boy felt dizzy, but he felt fine. Then the girl explained that when untrained Takabe used their special ability, most of them experienced pain or dizziness. Haru also felt a similar effect, so she couldn't use her ability whenever she wanted. She struck him right in the heart with her words, saying that she was worried because the young man couldn't even activate the skill. The boy noticed that the girl knew how to rub salt into a wound, so she tried to smooth things over and said that she was sure everything would work out in the end. Jin-hyuk began to worry that he had miscalculated, thinking that everything was going according to his plan, but he was too caught up in his desire to become strong on the second floor. He gratefully stroked the girl's head like a puppy and said that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Balkan sat in the corner with his knees tucked under his chest, exuding an energy of sadness. He was almost crying, thinking about how the greatest lord of spirits had come to such a life. Karu saw this and cautiously approached the man to cheer him up, but he suddenly hugged her, burst into tears, and thanked her, saying that thanks to her, he felt much better than with his asshole master. The girl calmed him down a little and pointed to the boy, saying that he needed help to bring more kobolds. The young man looked around fearfully and said with a smile that there was one kobold left and the old man had to hurry before his soul was turned into a sphere and swallowed up. Balkan rolled his eyes, trying to understand why the heavens were punishing him so. The quest was quickly completed. The company passed the 3rd and 4th floors quickly and without much effort. Jin-hyuk was thoroughly enjoying himself with his artifacts, testing the demon mask and ring. On the 5th floor, everyone had heard about the guy who called himself the Ghost Mask. 3 days had passed since he entered the forest on the 5th floor, so they believed that kobolds were the limit of his power. On the 5th floor and above, there were already more complex monsters, and goblins with poisonous darts appeared here. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk sat on the lawn and summoned spirits, filling the ground with a magical blue power. One of the green goblins with poisonous darts naively tried to sneak up on the boy while he was busy. But while the young man was working, Haryun was guarding him and deflected the spear with a single stroke of her sword. She glanced at the monster, and he was frightened by her gaze alone. On top of that, she asked him in a terrifying voice how he dared to attack her master. Behind him, Balkan appeared like a ghost and released one of his kobold spirits, which simply tore the goblin to pieces. The man praised the girl for her good work, but she began to say something about how she had to destroy the monster herself for daring to attack him. The old man found this strange. He looked at the girl in surprise and felt that something was wrong. Something strange was happening to her. Taki's expression was cruel, and her red aura burned brighter than ever, radiating power. The man cautiously reached out to Haru, asking if she was all right. Suddenly, she seemed to come to her senses. Her aura and the sword disappeared, and she replied that everything was fine, but she couldn't remember why she was holding the sword or why she had heard laughter. The incomprehensible commotion was interrupted by Jin Hyuk, who had already finished preparing his case. With a joyful smile showing all 32 teeth, he said that there would be a wave of monsters that night. Before going up to the 5th floor, the team held a mini-meeting by the fire, where the young man told them about his plan. In the future, instead of kobolds, there would be goblins, and the young man wanted to receive the goblin assassin's reward. Haru asked if he was going to hunt the Lord again. Balkan said that the young man couldn't do that whenever he felt like it, because no one knew on which floor the Goblin King would appear. The young man explained that he was not going to hunt the Lord because he saw no point in it. He knew how to summon a wave of monsters on his own without killing their Lord. He surprised Har and Balkan with this statement. They couldn't believe their ears. The man assured him that if there was such a way, rumors would have spread throughout the tower long ago, and the boy explained that he had learned about it by accident. It was somewhere around the 400th or 300th floor, as he was climbing the tower, that he found a crevice and learned about it. On each floor, there was a central area where monsters appeared. If you continue to direct mana there for a long time, monsters begin to spawn. The man noticed that the young man would benefit from the other's ignorance, but the young man said he was doing this for the first time. The monsters on the 300th floor and above were completely different, and even the 4 great races could not stop their wave of attacks. The young man did not know when this could be used, and when he found out, it was too late. But now everything was different. He wanted to create as many waves as possible to become stronger. Night fell, and the ordinary residents of the tower, walking through the city, felt an earthquake. His friend noticed the light that appeared. It was obvious that it was a wave of monsters, but it had never been on the 5th floor before. Everyone began to flee, although they still couldn't believe what was happening. Everyone was sure that this was impossible, and didn't understand why the goblins had attacked the village without warning. The goblins were more dangerous than the kobolds because they had poisonous darts, and without hesitation, a number of monsters used them. One of the boys was unlucky and was hit by a dart, and no matter how hard his friend tried to revive him, the young man could not move. His friend was terrified because he knew that the goblin poison paralyzed its victims, so his friend would be unable to move for some time. He grabbed him by the arm to help him get away from the epicenter of the events, but the monsters were too close to them. The blond young man closed his eyes, regretting that he would die so senselessly without even reaching the 10th floor. But suddenly, an unknown hero appeared before him in a purple whirlwind, like a meteor. He told the boy, whose eyes were filled with hope, to take his wounded friend to safety. The young man immediately realized that he was looking at the legendary demonic mask. Various negotiations began among the crowd when they saw Jin Hyuk and realized that they had a chance of salvation. The young man was delighted to hear the commotion. It was his plan to save people and have them spread rumors about the unknown hero. He summoned his demon soldiers to rise up and fight the monsters. Hundreds of spirits appeared instantly and began attacking the goblins, simply devouring them. Balkan complained that all the glory was going to Jin Hyuk, even though he was the one who created the shadow soldiers. The boy advised him to shut up and send more spirits. Their quarrel was suddenly interrupted by a blue explosion. Unexpectedly, the shadow warrior began to burn. Among the ordinary goblins appeared Goblin Medium, who looked more like an Indian shaman. The man was amazed that this creature could attack the shadow soldiers. The young man realized that he had to get rid of him first. They were in the front line of the attack, covering the others, and it seemed impossible to attack them, but suddenly Haru appeared. Her eyes flashed with excitement as she suddenly jumped off the roof and destroyed all the shamans with a single blow. And while the man rejoiced at the girl's successful attack, the boy quickly found himself among the destroyed shamans and began to turn them into his warrior spirits. The shaman's fire affected the souls, and the young man thought it was a waste that it had reached the goblins. But now, having absorbed their souls, Jin Hyuk gained their abilities, which were even more powerful in his hands. Having just acquired this technique, the young man tried it out without hesitation and set everything around him on fire. The boy also did not forget to praise the girl for her work and encouraged her to continue in the same spirit. Suddenly, he noticed that the girl was acting strangely. A sinister smile appeared on her face, just like the one in the forest, and a bright red aura emanated from her body. A deep red whirlpool swirled around Haru. The young man was greatly startled. He knew that her sword was not ordinary, but he did not expect it to glow. After the wind died down, the boy saw that the girl had turned into a warrior. She was covered in armor, her hair was tied back, and she was surrounded by an aura of power. The girl looked back at the young man and, with a smile, suddenly attacked him with her sword. Jin Hyuk was stunned and confused, and the girl's blow swept through the houses like a laser, destroying everything around her. The entire village was destroyed in an instant, but the young man dodged slightly and remained unharmed. Only his staff was damaged. He tried to understand what kind of sword Haru was holding, and she herself seemed to have gone mad. She seemed to have turned into a real demon and attacked the boy again, this time destroying his staff. In a panic, Jin Hyuk took off his mask, introduced himself, and asked if the girl recognized him, but her mind was so clouded that she would have attacked her own mother at that moment. The young man blocked the sword blow with what was left of his staff, but realized that Haru was too strong now. When the girl finished her blow, the young man was thrown back with a crash and landed far away. Balkan went to look for his companions in the cloud of dust that had risen. The man reached Jin Hyuk telepathically, asking if he was alive and if Haru was okay. The old man quickly realized that the young man was fine, and asked him about the girl. The young man replied that he did not know because he had been thrown back by her sword strike. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed as if the boy was standing in front of the last weapon left behind by Takabe. Balkan asked what he should do with the wave. Jin Hyuk gave simple instructions to take care of the remaining monsters, as most of them had been destroyed. He himself took an axe, put on a mask, and decided to deal with Haru. The guy rushed to attack Takabe, and this time, wearing a mask, he saw a battle prediction. His intuition, after passing through 599 floors, told him that the girl's sword was very dangerous and could easily cut him in pieces. There were no friends or enemies to be found in the tower, so, with sorrow in his heart, the young man swung his axe. He was sorry that everything had turned out this way, but it was the end. The axe aimed straight at the girl's face, which was twisted into a malicious smile. But at the last moment, the young man hesitated. Under his mask of madness, he saw the girl who had affectionately called him Oraboni, and could not bring himself to strike. Those moments of hesitation cost him everything, because Haru simply stopped his blow with her hand. The young man was terrified by the thought that he had just witnessed the girl's combat foresight with his own eyes. She smiled, and one of her eyes glowed red. The girl did not need a mask for this. The next moment, she struck Jin Hyuk and wounded him. Balkan tried to reach the girl telepathically, and for a moment he even succeeded. Meanwhile, the young man used his blood to summon a wave of goblins to his aid. He ordered them to stop Haru, and they began to cover the girl's legs with their bones. But in an instant, she smashed them to pieces with a single swing of her sword. At that moment, the young man became truly terrified, because he had not even seen this, assuming that it was due to his combat foresight. Looking at Haru's crazed face, he realized that she was too strong and didn't know how to stop her. But suddenly, a bright crimson explosion came from the girl, destroying the house around them. Jin Hyuk managed to jump out of the way. Something was wrong because the girl was standing bent over as if she were tired. The boy noticed that she was holding her eye, and blood was flowing from the other one. Something was clearly wrong. He remembered the recoil that Haru had mentioned and realized that this could be his chance. The young man was just about to make sure that the girl could no longer use her combat foresight. He jumped onto the ruined building, and Takabe watched him from the roof. But she had no intention of approaching him, so the young man began to call her with various manipulations. The girl fell for it and jumped at the boy like a madwoman, swinging her sword. At that moment, the young man awakened his zombie goblins, who had poisonous darts. Jin Hyuk smiled happily, thinking that the goblin's paralyzing poison would be fatal, even for Takabe, but she couldn't dodge the attack without her combat foresight. In an instant, Haru screamed, as if using an ultrasonic sound that slowed everything down and destroyed 2 zombie goblins. The young man's plan didn't work, and he clicked irritably because he had to come up with something else. There was no time to just stand there and think about what to do next, because Haru skillfully attacked the young man, leaving him with no choice but to run away. During her attacks, the girl laughed as if there was a demon inside her. But suddenly, a poisonous dart wrapped in golden energy flew past the boy and hit the Takbi right in the neck. Har cried out in confusion, looking at the dart sticking out of her neck. Jin Hyuk explained that if the girl had not received the feedback from the combat prediction, the plan would have been impossible. The plan was to shoot the girl through his leg from a blind spot. The dart passed through the boy's cloak, but was aimed directly at Takbi. The poison took effect. The girl's eyes darkened, her hair fell apart, her armor and sword began to disappear, and Haru herself lost consciousness and fell to the ground. With a heavy sigh, the young man managed to catch her at the last moment. He almost failed in his plan. Jin Hyoka was also affected by the poison. Otherwise, the plan would not have worked, so his hands began to go numb. While he still had time, he ordered his zombie soldier to bring him a dart that was lying nearby. The spirit obediently carried out the task, after which the young man sucked the poisonous darts into himself and gained immunity to the paralyzing poison. Finally, the young man turned back and told the unconscious Haru that she had very unpleasant abilities. Meanwhile, the girl was in some unknown crimson space, levitating in the air in front of her sword. She had no idea where she was or why her sword was in front of her. Suddenly, an unknown male figure took her sword and asked if she was now the mistress of the Dragon Slayer. This man smiled, and his smile was somewhat malicious, and he laughed at the fact that the weapon had fallen into the hands of a child. Haru asked who he was because he looked like Takbi, but the man replied that he only partially belonged to that race. The girl looked at the man naively and asked what he meant, and suddenly the stranger was behind her and held a sword to her throat. He warned her, with a smile, that if she pulled it out again without preparation, he would devour her. The next moment, the girl opened her eyes and found herself on her back in Jin Hyuk's cloak. Balkan was glad to see that she had regained consciousness. When she asked where they were, they replied that they were on the 6th floor of a village, which was a safe place. Suddenly, the girl became embarrassed and asked why the boy was carrying her, and he sarcastically replied that it was sad that she didn't remember anything. They arrived at the hotel room, and the young man began to explain everything. At first, their plan was to check their equipment and rest on the 6th floor, then go straight to the 10th floor. On every 10th floor, there is a large city, and to get there, you have to defeat the boss. The girl knew that there was a large orc warrior on the 10th floor. Balkan added that you could tell he was the lord of the monsters just by looking at his fighting power. Haru nervously asked if they would leave as soon as everyone was healed, and received a sharp and firm no in response. Jin Hyuk crossed his arms over his chest and firmly stated that from that moment on, their paths would diverge. The girl screamed, not understanding what the young man was talking about, and asked if he was leaving her. The boy replied that this was not the case, and reminded her that she did not remember what happened on the 5th floor during the wave of monsters. The girl's memories did indeed break off at a certain point. Jin Hyuk explained to Haru that her sword was demonic and similar to Ego's sword, devouring people's minds in exchange for immense power. In addition, he stunned the girl by saying that she had attacked him when she lost her mind. If she relied on such an unstable power, she would break down before reaching the 100th floor, so the young man gave her homework. He stunned her by telling her to reach the 10th floor alone without relying on the sword. The girl lowered her head and thought that she had to become stronger on her own without relying on the sword. Then Haru smiled and said that she would definitely become stronger to become a worthy companion for Jin Hyuk. The young man smiled kindly and said that he understood perfectly well that the girl had understood him correctly. After they had recovered sufficiently, they parted ways. The young man left Haru his cloak, for which she sincerely thanked him, as it was dangerous to wander around alone with her horns exposed. Finally, Jin Hyuk told the girl not to rush, because he had business on the 10th floor and would be delayed there. The man standing nearby was so moved that he almost shed a tear. Haru promised to catch up with the boy, and he promised to wait for her no matter how long it took. Several days had passed since the boy and Takbi parted ways, and the Spirit Lord reached the 10th floor. He successfully fought the orcs, which differed from ordinary goblins only in their enormous size. Balkan noticed that the battles were quite effective, which indicated that the young man had already gotten used to them. Jin Hyuk ordered him to collect souls because he needed orc warriors. The man added that creating waves had become routine for them. The young man sarcastically asked if his chief soldier was complaining, but these were not complaints because Balkan was really having fun. Suddenly, the man said he was impressed by the young man's cold-bloodedness, as he had not mentioned Haru once. Jin Hyuk did not quite understand what he was getting at. He smiled and said that he would not have accepted the girl as an ally if he had not been sure that she was strong, because he knew that Haru would take revenge under any circumstances. After a moment of sentimentality, he ordered Balkan to bring more orcs, because the waves he had provoked were not enough, even though the quest required 50 to be destroyed, and he had already killed almost 1,000. The man got angry and started shouting that the boy had no respect for his elders, and in a fit of rage, he shouted a rhetorical question about his parents. The young man replied quite coldly and calmly that he really had no parents. Balkan was puzzled by this answer and suddenly fell silent, not expecting such a response. Jin Hyuk began to tell him that he was an orphan who had grown up in the Choi Kyung-hoon orphanage. The man put his hand on the boy's shoulder, covered his mouth because he was crying a little, and said that he understood why he was like that. Balkan still cried a little and wanted to hug the boy, but he didn't like being pitied. Having completed all the tasks on the 9th floor, they moved to the test room on the 10th floor. To proceed further, they had to defeat the Lord of the Monsters, and if they lost, they would be forcibly returned to the 9th floor. The man in the corner noticed a message he had never seen before. It was a table with the times of the trials, and the results were approximately the same, about 1 minute. The young man sarcastically remarked that he did not see Balkan's name there. The man replied indignantly that Jin Hyuk was not there either, and that all the record holders belonged to the 4 great races born with incredible ability. The young man smiled and, with a sly grin, suggested that the man beat their records. Balkan laughed slyly because he really liked the idea of engraving their names above the 4 great races. The trial was still in preparation, so the boy suggested they warm up a little first. He also gave Balkan the order to stop the boss with his demon soldiers as soon as he appeared on the horizon. The man immediately prepared his army of demonic spirits, while the boy began to summon someone. Jin Hyuk summoned a magic spear to show what it meant to be all-powerful and began to enchant it with various powers. Various powers gathered around the spear, shocking Balkan, increasing its piercing power, agility, and other characteristics. Finally, he added a piece of his most powerful force and enchanted the spear with demonic energy. The trial had not yet begun, but an entire army and a spear of incredible power were already waiting for the orc. The boy was on guard. The countdown began, and after it, the boss of the monsters appeared with a roar. He was dressed in a fur cloak, had a mountain of muscles and a helmet on his head, and held a huge axe with a terrifying smile. Balkan immediately ordered the soldiers to grab the monster, and they began to grab him by the legs and chain him up. While the monster was confused by such a sudden start, Jin Hyuk threw Gungnir, the spear Odin had created, at him. The monster, which seemed to be dozens of times larger than the boy, fell at that moment, losing its head forever. The record was broken. The young man smiled as he entered his nickname, Demonic Mask, on the new record board. Now the best result was 96 milliseconds. Meanwhile, Haru was on the 8th floor when she heard everyone in the bar discussing the new record of less than 1/10 of a second. When she heard people talking about how it was done by the same demon mask that defeats waves of monsters, she was very surprised. But then she smiled, remembering her master, and thought that she should try harder. Meanwhile, Balkan laughed happily, realizing that they had just broken the record of the 4 greatest races. He said that even the most talented of the spirit lords had not done this, and throwing his arm around the boy, he added that he was proud of his student. The portal to the 10th floor opened, and the man and the young man headed there on business, looking forward to seeing Haru soon. In his office, a white-haired man sat tossing a coin in front of a screen projection. He was watching the news and smiled with interest when he read about the new unknown hero with the demonic mask. Jin Hyuk and Balkan entered the city. It was the first large location where everyone who climbed the tower ended up, and it was here that the portal to Earth was hidden. Therefore, those who surrendered or retired received commercial rights here, and as a result, they built one of the largest posts on the first levels of the tower. The young man was going to sell the loot he had left here and use the proceeds to buy potions and other consumables. Meanwhile, Balkan was surprised that the city was still thriving, despite the lifting of restrictions on the auction. This did not surprise the young man, because ordinary people lived here, and not everything could be bought at auction. As they passed by various market stalls, they were offered everything from food to armor. Sometimes even the doors of cafes opened, and travelers were invited to rest. All these services had a common name, Golden Lich. Balkan couldn't understand what kind of lich they were talking about. Jin Hyuk assumed that the man was unaware. That was the name of a company that had appeared a few years ago, and Lich was the name of the richest man in the tower. But people gave him that nickname because no one knew his real name, although they knew for sure that he had a crazy amount of money and that nothing in the tower could slip past him. Here, the man remembered the urgent business the young man had mentioned. Jin Hyuk smiled and said that they needed to find a sponsor. The man was very surprised and asked who it could be, And the young man, without losing his smile, added that he was looking at him right now. Balkan was stunned when he realized that Jin Hyuk wanted to make the richest man in the tower their sponsor. The young man smiled smugly and confirmed his spirit's guess. After the conversation, they went straight to the Golden Lich Company, where they were kindly greeted by the concierge. She immediately began to tell them that everything of monetary value was sold and bought there. Weapons, potions, information, all this trade was conducted through the Golden Lich Company. Jin Hyuk was given the 18th ticket in the queue. Balkan still laughed at him, because that number had indecent associations that suited the boy's behavior. The young man approached the counter where a friendly young man named Halkion was standing, who was in charge of account number 3. He asked with a smile how he could help. Jin Hyuk placed a heavy bag on the table and said he wanted to buy something. The young man immediately asked for the buyer's name. The young man said he couldn't say, but slowly took out his Takabi mask and added that it might help. Halcyon immediately turned pale and stammered in horror that it was a demon mask. The young man lowered his head slightly, which made his smile even more terrifying, and told the concierge to be quiet because he was not wearing the mask for no reason. The young man calmed down a little, and then Jin Hyuk got down to business, laying out the money first. A mountain of gold coins poured out of the bag. There were about 3,000 of them. The young man had earned them by destroying waves of monsters. Halcyon nervously asked what the young man wanted for such a large sum. He confidently stated that he wanted the Golden Lich, or more precisely, to buy a meeting with him. This seriously frightened the company employee because he thought the idea was crazy and was afraid that the rumors that the masked man outside the tower was an executioner were true. Jin Hyuk did not understand his concerns and reminded him that the company bought and sold everything. Rivers of nervous sweat were pouring from Halcyon, but he calmly said that unfortunately, this deal was impossible. The young man asked why and was given 2 reasons. The first was that the owner of the company was very busy. The second was difficult to say, and another river of nervous sweat poured from the young man. Chalkios did not want to appear rude, so he politely said that the price offered was not enough. 3,000 was a large sum in itself, but it was too little for the precious time of the Golden Lich. Surprisingly, Jin Hyuk did not get upset, but only scratched his chin and smiled, thinking about something. The concierge thought that the tension had passed and began to apologize for not being able to help, but the young man interrupted him. With a smile, he asked how much he would have to pay for a meeting with the company manager. The young man negotiated the price for the meeting with the manager and was already climbing the stairs amid Balkan's complaints. He scolded the guy for mocking a law-level employee who had been asked to arrange a meeting with his boss. Jin Hyuk ironically asked if the man had any ideas on how they could meet with the Golden Lee, and he was ready to listen to them. After this conversation, they walked across the expensive carpet to the elegant doors of the reception room. The young man knocked cautiously, introduced himself with a demonic mask, and was allowed to enter. Behind the door sat a confident man in a white suit, who introduced himself as the manager of the company's branch on the 10th floor, Marionette. He said he was pleased to meet the newcomer and asked who he was there to see. The young man confirmed his intentions and added the obvious fact that the boss was not there. Marionette repeated Halcyon's words that the amount offered was too small. Then the young man showed something with his palm. Jin Hyuk confidently demanded that they call his boss, because once he met him, he would want to sponsor him. The man did not even look at him, and, sighing heavily, said that the young man did not need to be arrogant. The puppet assured the young man that his boss had heard of his exploits, but personally he did not like the tone in which he spoke about his boss. With his hands behind his back, the branch manager used his puppet technique, which allowed him to wrap a person in strings and control them as he pleased. Jin Hyuk didn't even move while he was being covered with strings. He just smiled slyly. In an instant, he grabbed all the strings and pulled them toward himself, reminding him of his words of arrogance and adding that he would laugh at the puppet's pride. The man's self-confidence vanished from his face when he saw how the young man had nullified a skill that worked even on those who had climbed 180 floors in a second. Coming to his senses a little, but still nervous, he decided to show the young man another trick. Placing his palms together, the man transported them into a space where everything around them was white. With a confident smile, he began to say that the young man had never seen anything like this before, but Jin Hyuk beat him to it, saying that it was the sphere of the mind. He even knew how this infinite space worked and smiled, as he explained that it was created by separating the soul and mind from the body. The puppet frowned again, not understanding how a person who had only climbed to the 10th floor knew about the sphere of the mind. Barely coming to terms with this, he added that then the boy must know that the laws of reality did not work here, so he could fully demonstrate his experience and strength of soul. The puppet let go of his strings and said that if Jin Hyuk won, he would do everything in his power to arrange a meeting with the boss. The strings instantly enveloped the young man, but the smile on his face did not fade. He said that if they were competing with the power of experience and soul, the puppet was no match for him. The young man was completely calm, and said that the man still did not understand that his attribute had no effect on him. He pulled on the strings holding him and easily tore them all apart. The man stood stunned, unable to understand how a 10th floor player knew about his attribute. In fact, his strength of spirit exceeded that of a player of the 100th or even 200th level. Despite all the shock, the marionette regained his smile and snapped his fingers, saying that he recognized the boy as his equal. After that, the floor turned into sea wings and swayed, surprising the young man. A little later, wet dolls of Jin Hyuk's husband began to emerge from the water. Jin Hyuk clearly did not expect this. He found himself alone, surrounded by more than 1,000 creepy mannequins. A hand appeared above the marionette, allowing him to control the entire army of dolls at once. He explained that in the realm of the mind, experience equaled power, and these dolls were its embodiment. The man said that when he tried to get past the 100th floor, he changed their design by adding mana boosts. In terms of strength, they were roughly equal to the players who had reached the 50th floor. They all radiated a purple aura, and their wounds glowed. The puppet laughed and said that the winner had been decided the moment the young man entered the realm of the mind. He gave the order to his puppet army, and they immediately began to attack Jin Hyuk, who was still kneeling. Thousands of puppets attacked the young man before he even had time to react. The puppet stood calmly and watched his mannequins beat the boy, concluding that it was the end. He turned around smugly and began to walk away, adding that the injuries sustained here would not carry over into reality, so the young man need not worry. But unexpectedly, when he was already standing with his back to the battlefield, the man heard a water explosion. He turned abruptly, his face a mixture of fear and surprise, because he couldn't believe that magic had just been used. A purple monster emerged from the wave of the explosion. It was a skeleton in royal robes with a crown on its head and a staff in its hands, radiating a purple aura. The puppet did not understand anything. He saw before him the boss of the 100th level, a lich mage, and had no idea what he was doing there. His puppets began to sink, and the purple monster began to say something about the complexity of the situation. Jin Hyuk emerged from the purple matter. He smiled and said that in the realm of the mind, it takes a lot of time to materialize something that is not alive. He mocked Marionette's doll army and assured him that he had simply never seen a real army or soldiers before. He advised the man not to miss the chance to see her in person and showed him what a real army looked like. The boy was accompanied by monsters of various complexity, as well as horses, all in the dark purple hue of his robe. Jin Hyuk mimicked the puppet's words and repeated that the winner had been decided the moment they entered the realm of the mind. He told the shocked man that his pathetic puppets were the reason for his defeat. The man looked in horror at Lee Ju-hyuk and the monsters he didn't even know, assuming that they were simply above the 200th level. Sweat dripped from the marionettes, their eyes filled with tears of fear, and they shouted loudly, asking who this demonic mask was. The very sight of Jin Hyuk's majestic army struck terror into those who saw it, and they all pounced on the poor man. The man screamed and then opened his eyes in his office. He was kneeling on the floor, which was broken in front of him. He had no idea when they had returned, as he was sure he hadn't canceled the skill. The puppet simply couldn't believe that the young man was controlling his mind. It was driving him crazy. The young man approached the man and told him to stop whining and get up. With a smile, he reminded him that they had a deal. So, Jin Hyuk wanted to get his promised meeting with the Golden Lich. He took out the letter and asked Marionette to give it to his boss. The man was genuinely surprised that it was just a regular letter. As the loser, he did not feel he had the right to refuse, but warned that if the letter did not work, he would not be able to do anything else. But the young man was confident that he would definitely receive a response, so he reassured the man. Marionette and Chalcyon came out to say goodbye to Jin Hyuk. The man promised to contact the young man as soon as he received a reply. Both bowed their heads, wishing the young man a safe journey. Balkan turned around in shock, not understanding why they were being so polite to him. He didn't ask any questions, just said that it was getting late and suggested returning to his room to rest. But that was not part of the young man's plans. He was going to continue on his way to his next meeting. Turning around, he asked Balkan if he thought they were just going to sit and wait for the sea to calm down. Since they had to wait somewhere, he decided that he could fulfill his duties to the guild and headed for the White Swallow Guild. On the first floor of the lobby, two girls were sitting and talking out of boredom from paperwork and the lack of customers. The blonde asked her friend Winnie how high she had gotten. The girl replied that she had reached the 57th floor. Then her friend reminded her that she was going to buy new equipment after she met her monthly quota. Suddenly, she exploded with indignation because she didn't understand why they had to just sit in the lobby on the first floor. She screamed that no fool would break into the subsidiary guild of the Holy Kingdom. How wrong she was. She had barely finished shouting her indignation when the door to the room burst open and Jin Hyuk entered, looking like a cool guy. The girls immediately stood up, greeted the client politely, and asked what had brought him to the White Swallow. The young man began to laugh and mimicked their question because he found it amusing. But the next moment, his voice became friendly and gentle, and with a warm smile, he said that climbing the tower was so difficult that he decided to join the guild. The girls sighed with relief when they realized that he was a newcomer, as they had already begun to feel a little frightened. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to them all at once as they looked at the boy. If they recommended a good newcomer to the guild, the referrer would receive a nice bonus. Their tone became even more friendly, and they began to invite the boy to come in and asked who had told him about the guild. The young man was very charming and skillfully lied that he had come only because the White Swallow was a subsidiary guild of the Holy Kingdom. The girls naively thought that Jin Hyuk was a newcomer and realized that they could make good money off it. The blonde, already thinking about the extra money, asked the young man to show them his skills. For some reason, he asked to borrow a coin. Winnie handed him one and asked if it would do. The young man said it was perfect, smiled, and, without taking his eyes off the girls, bent it with 2 fingers. This simple trick greatly impressed the girls, who obviously did not have many customers. The young man, like some kind of fool, added that he knew simple magic, which further captivated the attention of the administrators. To their enthusiastic sighs, the young man showed that he could do simple things, such as lighting a fire, and created one in his palm. The girls' eyes lit up, and they expressed their admiration for the young man's many talents. They turned away to whisper. They didn't care about Jin Hyuk's abilities. The girls wanted to take him under their wing because they saw his potential to become a tycoon. In addition, the blonde girl liked him, and judging by the shocked reaction of her dark-haired friend, she liked him too. But that wasn't all. The guy had a bigger plan than just showing off a couple of tricks, so he was just biding his time. And finally, there was a loud noise in the street, and the girls turned around at the sudden sound. The boy ran into the room with bad news that a ghostly monster had attacked the village. He had come running because all players above the 50th floor had been summoned, so the girls had to leave, but they didn't want to. As they ran out, they advised the boy to stay where he was and promised to return after they had finished their business. When the door closed, Jin Hyuk tore down the curtain and decided to play the role of the demon mask again. Meanwhile, people were running away on the street and advising others not to approach the shopping district because it was dangerous and objects were falling apart when people approached them. Balkan pretended to be a scary, angry ghost, although he looked more like an actor from a burned-down theater. Despite the fact that the attacks on him had no effect, the people fighting him felt awkward because of such a silly imitation of anger. The man himself felt uncomfortable. He knew he didn't look very good because he hadn't practiced acting in a long time. As always, he cursed Cha Jin-hyuk for making the First Lord of Spirits look so ridiculous. He swore that he would never forgive the boy. Meanwhile, the young man, disguised so that he would not be recognized, wandered around the White Swallow Guild's estate, scattering all the guards in his path. Hearing a guard hit the wall, a man came out of his office to see what the commotion was about. He immediately saw Jin Hyuk and began to question him about who he was and how he got there. But the young man grabbed him by the throat, entered the office, and seeing many books, assumed that what he was looking for might be there. He told the man he was holding by the throat and asked if they were a subsidiary of the Holy Land Guild. He stated directly that he needed a list of other guilds and their location, and he made no secret of his goal to destroy them. The man croaked a question, thinking it was unwise to go against 2 of the 9 stars. The young man thanked him for caring about him, and pointed out that the man was in no position to worry about that. He threatened to kill him if he didn't give him the information. It didn't take long to persuade the man, and he pointed to the papers on the desk. Jin Hyuk thanked the man for not wasting his time and let him go. The young man slowly approached the desk, picked up the papers lying there, and was shocked when he saw the list of subsidiary guilds and realized that they were the eyes and ears of the Pelons. He set fire to the paper in his mind, threatening Kane and Carmen that soon these guilds would be under his control. The young man was going to destroy them slowly. He threw the burning piece of paper on the floor, and the office immediately caught fire. Meanwhile, the Golden Lich was reading reports and came to Marionette Phil from the 10th floor and was very surprised by this. As he was sorting through the papers, a letter fell out, which surprised him even more because he did not understand why there was an additional letter among so many documents. Opening the letter, he was frightened by the details about him that were written there and did not understand how the demonic mask knew about them. A fire was raging on the 10th floor of the White Swallow Mansion. Magicians were trying to extinguish it. They assumed it was arson, but it was unknown who had done it, and there were no living witnesses. Beck Hollio, the head of the White Swallow, arrived there. He already knew about the newcomer who had appeared before the fire, and felt that something was wrong with him. The girls tried to remember what the young man looked like. Willie remembered him as a thin man. The blonde remembered him as a handsome man with a high nose, while her friend remembered him as a freak with a hooked nose. They looked at each other in an instant when they realized they were describing completely different people. Their guesses were terrifying. They had both fallen under the spell of an illusion. Balkan returned from his assignment in the early morning. Jin Hyuk praised him for a job well done. The young man smiled and began to tease the man, saying that there were rumors of some kind of ghost. The man took offense and changed the subject, asking if the young man had been caught himself. Of course, he remained above suspicion, even though he had used a simple spell, but all the witnesses remembered different faces. Balkan attacked his master, asking why he had returned without any information about the other guilds. And then the young man pointed to his head and said that all the information was there, and that was enough. The man had to admit that his master was truly unbeatable. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Balkan asked if the young man had requested room service and, of course, received a negative answer. The young man put on a mask, got ready, and told the man to deal with the enemy as soon as he opened the door. Everything happened quickly, and the unknown guest was enveloped in spiritual chains. But a slightly awkward situation arose because instead of a terrible enemy, a young man appeared at the door. It was Chalkios, who fell to the ground, stunned by the unexpected attack. Frightened and embarrassed, he introduced himself again. Despite the frightening moment, he smiled and told the client that Marionette had sent him. Golden Lich had already arrived at the branch on the 10th floor. The young man came to him and saw only a bunch of security knights there. So, he logically asked where the man himself was, and suddenly heard a voice from afar, saying that he did not know where Jin Hyuk had gotten such detailed information about him. Despite this, he appreciated the young man's audacity in daring to appear before his master. The jacket on the man's shoulders fluttered in the wind, and he said that the price for such an act would be high, and that creatures like this young man should not exist. Jin Hyuk smiled behind his mask and rejoiced at meeting an old acquaintance. Lee turned around and left, ordering his knights to bring the young man after him, preferably still breathing. The guards immediately confirmed their readiness to carry out the order, which frightened Chalcyon, but not the demonic mask. Using the power of his mask, the young man ironically asked if they wanted a fight. The commander of the detachment ordered his men to take up battle positions, believing that the young man's attack would not break through the barrier. But Jin Hyuk met his attack with a punch to the face, emphasizing that discussing tactics in front of an opponent was very stupid. The knight's helmet was immediately destroyed, and his soldiers were terrified by their captain's helpless state. The next moment, the young man flashed past each warrior and neutralized them, heading for Lee. He wanted to surprise the man from behind and, in mid-air, challenged him to a personal duel. Lich managed to react and used his golden power. Jin Hyuk was amazed by what he saw. The golden power was an attribute of the golden lich that allowed him to mix gold with mana. Despite his sincere surprise, the young man boldly asked if that was all the golden Lee was capable of. The man calmly replied that this was only a small fraction of his power. The next moment, he began to raise golden rivers of thousands of small coins toward the young man. The huge amount of gold created a wave that even the demonic mask would have trouble dodging if he couldn't get out of the way. This attack ended with a loud explosion, and the man said with relief that the young man was finished. But it was too early to jump to conclusions, because the next moment a spear was at Lich's throat. Jin Hyuk proudly declared that no one could match him in a battle of speed. The man calmly pushed the spear away from his neck, and asked if the boy really intended to defeat him with that, adding that he could easily destroy the young man if he wanted to. But the demonic mask firmly said that this was not the case, because he had not yet revealed how he knew such details about Lee, which was why he had ordered his warriors to bring him back alive. He said he would reveal his source of information, and the man asked him to follow him. Upon entering the room, the man closed the door, and Jin Hyuk began to praise the riches he saw around him, and talk about how wonderful it was. The next moment, Lee used his golden power, and the entire room was covered in gold, and golden spikes were directed at the young man. They were sharp and threatening to the young man, and they were isolated so that neither gods nor demons could interfere in their conversation. Therefore the man cried out angrily, asking who had told the young man that he was the owner of the auction. The auction was a huge trading system in the middle of the tower, and of course it did not appear there out of nowhere. It had been created by Zali himself, and if anyone found out about it, it would threaten the very foundations of his company. The golden spears surrounding the young man began to melt and unite even more around him, while he himself smiled and said that he was bluffing and that no one had told him such details. Enraged, Lich created a giant golden axe and began to threaten the young man with the loss of a few limbs. He swung at the demonic mask and was already a few millimeters away from it when his golden axe simply broke against the man. It was the boy's spiritual soldier, and clearly the Lich was familiar with this technique. The man was puzzled because he knew that only the Lord of Spirits could do something like that. Then Jin Hyuk smiled, took off his mask, and said happily that Lich had finally recognized him. With a smile stretching from ear to ear and his eyes closed in joy, he said that it was time for William to pay his debt. The man's face contorted in panic and surprise at the fact that Cha Jin Hyuk was alive. A little later, he was told the gist of the story, and he tried to piece together in his head the raid on the 600th floor, the betrayal of the 9 stars, Baal's gift, and the rest of the boy's resurrection. Balkan watched the conversation and concluded that the master had a shared past with the Golden Lich. William still found it hard to believe that this was Cha Jin Hyuk standing before him, and the young man understood him because he himself could not get used to his new body at first. Nevertheless, they got down to business, and the man asked seriously what exactly the young man wanted from him. First of all, he needed money for the campaign, so he wanted to sign a sponsorship contract. The man was a little offended that the young man was talking about his company as if it were his own, but in fact, that was the case. He reminded him who had once brought William, a traveling merchant, prey from the upper floors. Pointing proudly at himself, he reminded him that he was one of the co-founders of the Golden Face Company and its main shareholder. Then the man recognized the shameless tone of the real Cha Jin Hyuk. His arrogance was unmistakable. William agreed to the contract, but regardless of whether he was genuine or not, his intention was to get something in return. The old friend smiled and offered all the information he could get. With a sly look on his face, the man tossed some money and said he would name his price once he had heard everything. His conclusions were as follows. If the 9 stars wanted to get rid of him, they must have had an organizer, because with their difficult personalities, they would rather tear each other's throats out than come to an agreement. And there were only 4 forces capable of commanding such legendary players in this tower. Then Lich cried out in alarm, realizing that the young man was probably referring to the 4 emperors. They want to preserve the superiority of their race, and understand that if someone climbs to higher floors, they will become weaker. So, in this case, there were 2 options. Either they themselves wanted to reach the top of the tower, or they wanted to get rid of their rivals. William realized that those who participated became the rulers of the upper floors, but he thought it was just the boy's assumption because, in fact, he was the only victim. Then Jin Hyuk asked his friend if he knew about the Takabi village on the 100th floor. Balkan intervened and said that they knew the only Takabi who had survived the attack, a girl named Haryu. At that moment, she was fighting a monster on the 100th floor, but she was still not strong enough. She couldn't defeat the monster to get to the 10th floor. She ran out of time. A notification annoyingly informed her that the attempt had failed and she would be forced to return to the safe zone on the 9th floor. The girl repeated like a mantra that she had to become stronger in order to face the Oroboni. She was constantly tempted by the spirit of the sword. It asked her why she was whining when she could just use it. The cunning fox knew that Haru wanted to meet the boy and offered his services, which would greatly simplify the task. But the girl firmly refused and said that she would not use the Dragon Slayer. She remembered the promise she had made to the orc and could not break her word. The girl firmly decided that she had to become stronger through her own efforts and told the spirit to be quiet if all he was going to do was tempt her. Jin Hyuk told William that it was quite strange that Takabi had only been able to save 1 sword and 1 child. The man thought about it, realizing that they were hinting that the target of the attack was the young Tokabi and her sword. The boy praised his friend for his insight and added that in their attempts to destroy 1 Tokabi, they had destroyed everyone. To put it another way, he assumed that it was a targeted selection. It was hard for the man to believe this because it could lead to real chaos, but if all the assumptions were true, then everything fell into place. Jin Hyuk openly admitted that his motive was revenge. He wanted to destroy all 9 stars who supported the 4 emperors, and the emperors themselves who destroyed Wilma's family. These words seemed to take the man back to those terrible times for a moment. He remembered the day when he stood in the rain at night among the bodies of his family. Gloomy and powerless from the terrible memories, William removed the golden curtain that hid them from everyone. Suddenly, a message appeared from the absolute evil, who was interested in the details of the conversation, and the 9-tailed fox, who was curious about the young man's orientation. The gloomy lich said he would buy the information from the demonic mask, and the boy praised him for his choice. But first, he demanded immediate proof that he was indeed Cha Jin-hyuk. The young man sighed gloomily that they still did not believe him, asking if it was necessary to go so far. Lich reminded him that he was a merchant, and that trust was an asset, and that only a fool would trust someone's word. The young man sighed again, a little annoyed, but he had no other choice and turned to Baal. He asked if absolute evil could confirm his identity, promising to shake his hand in return. But that wasn't enough for this demon. He pretended to be offended and demanded 3 handshakes. The young man was outraged but agreed because he had no other choice. Then absolute evil began to tell William that Jin-hyuk was indeed who he claimed to be, and that Baal was staking his name on it, that it was true. There was no point in denying it anymore, and the man smiled, held out his hand, and said that he believed the boy and was glad to meet the demonic mask again. The young man held out his hand to the Golden Lee in response, and said that someday they would be able to call each other by name. They shook hands in agreement, and Jin-hyuk immediately said that he had a request for his sponsor, who promised to get him everything that money could buy. The young man wanted to get all the weapons that were in the tower, plus a few extra. Lee was a little dissatisfied with this order, and did not understand why the young man needed them, if he was the Lord of Spirits. The boy smiled and asked if the man had heard anything about the Almighty and showed him his stats. The golden-haired Lich was stunned when he saw this and couldn't believe that such a class existed. Jin-hyuk explained a little that this class improved all his characteristics. Even the weapon that was in his hands for the first time felt as if he had been practicing with it for years. The man thought that if this was true, then the current Cha Jin-hyuk was much stronger than the previous one, despite the fact that he was currently weak and had unlimited potential. So the task for him was simple: just give him more strength. Lee called the puppet. The man cautiously opened the door, peeked in, and asked if the gentleman had finished their conversation. Li Yi ordered him to buy and collect all the weapons on the 10th floor and to do so under different names so as not to arouse suspicion. In addition, he gave him a gold card and asked him to do everything at the VIP level. The man clearly coped with the task, arrived, thanked them for waiting, and said that he had brought everything they had asked for, holding a black jacket in his hands. Jin-hyuk was surprised that it was just a set of clothes, because he had asked for more than just weapons, but Phil assured him that everything was stored inside. The young man was genuinely surprised, not understanding how so many things could fit into one piece of clothing. Lee, with a sly smile, said that his gift was called a space coat. Its lining was connected to pockets, and its capacity was comparable to a huge storage room. The temperature, size, and color of the coat could be adjusted at the owner's will, and it was also protected by magic. The young man put it on immediately without waiting. Then the earring disappeared from the young man's ear because the effect of the accessories stored in the coat was activated automatically. It was a very rare item even by the standards of the tower, so William asked his friend to use it wisely. Jin-hyuk smiled and warned his friend that he should also be careful because, after all, he was covering his expenses. Meanwhile, Suntae's group barely passed the test and made it to the 10th floor. To be honest, they didn't believe they could make it through. Since they passed the test as a team, they didn't get any points, but they were satisfied with just being alive. They had another problem. They had spent all their money on the 10th floor trial and now didn't know what to do next. But Sun-tae was full of hope because there was a branch of the White Swallow here, so all he had to do was meet his brother and go upstairs with the money. However, the young man remembered with fear the boy from the first floor who had become a super rookie under the nickname of the Demon Mask. The young man gritted his teeth and promised himself that he would pay for all the threats and humiliation he had suffered. He did not show his resentment to his friends, and they eagerly wanted to join the White Swallow and take revenge. But when they arrived at headquarters, they were surprised to see the burned-down mansion and did not understand what had happened. The young men found themselves trapped. All members of the guild were evacuated to the 30th floor, and the boy had no way of contacting his brother. They had neither the skills nor the money to climb to the 30th floor in such a state. His companions demanded an answer as to what to do next, because they had trusted his promises and followed him. Apart from the fact that his brother Kim Sun-tae was a member of the guild, the young man had nothing to offer himself. He was a mediocre player. The young man began to get angry and wished his companions would shut up because they were of little use to him. They were of no use, and without the young man's help, they would not even have made it to the 10th floor. He decided to take advantage of this chance to get rid of them when suddenly he heard the sounds of a small white fox. Sun-tae immediately began to chase the animal away, thinking that it was begging for food. The animal approached and tried to lick the young man, but he became angry and, calling it vile, shouted at it to go away. In a fit of rage, he kicked it with his foot, and was even a little glad to have found someone on whom to vent all his anger. He began to beat the poor animal, asking the universe why it had to be him. The boy was angry that nothing was working out for him, that everything was going wrong, and that he was surrounded by idiots. When he once again swung his leg at the poor fox cub, a sword flew out of the corner and severed his leg. From where the sword had come, a man appeared, radiating an aura of malice. He told the young man to stop, otherwise he would be healing his wounds for a long time. Only now did the pain reach Sun Tae, and he cried out, asking the stranger who he was. It was Jin Hyuk, but he did not introduce himself, saying that he would become the master of the fox that the young man had trampled. After Jin Hyuk and Balkan made a deal with the Golden Lich, they headed to the Tower of Class Change because they needed the power of spirits. The man did not understand why the boy needed this, since he was already a spirit lord. The young man explained that in his case, the class change was like a glitch. Because he was omnipotent and remembered his past life, he needed to obtain the power of spirits through cultivation. Balkan didn't even think about it. The boy suggested that they rest first with the money they had received from their sponsor. Suddenly, a message came that the nine-tailed fox had sensed something, and absolute evil insisted that the young man go see what was happening. Just as suddenly, the nine-tailed fox began to beg Jin Hyuk for help, saying that her child was in danger. That's how the young man ended up in an alley and saved a small, fluffy white fox cub. It was unbelievable that the baby of the legendary nine-tailed fox had ended up in such a godforsaken place. With the rescue of the fox cub, the young man was given a quest to take care of it after its rescue. And as a reward, he received an item from the fox that improved his friendship with her. The first reward was to be given after the rescue, and the second after the fox cub was healed. Luck was clearly smiling on the young man. An irritated Sun Tae finally recognized the demonic mask. But Jin Hyuk did not recognize it. Only the boy's face seemed a little familiar to him. This annoyed him greatly, and he ordered his friends to seize the demon mask. Like naive fools, they immediately pounced on the boy, but he quickly disappeared from the field of attack. Jin Hyuk carefully and tenderly held the fox cub, asking if Sun Tae even realized who he had trampled on, and concluded that his streak of good luck had definitely come to an end. Still not understanding anything, the young man said that it didn't matter to him because he would just cut off his offender's leg like he had done to him. Mask turned to the nine-tailed fox for advice, asking what the mother wanted him to do with her child's offenders. The fox ordered them to be destroyed, but the company, still deluded by their own strength, decided to surround the young man. Jin Hyuk threw the young man's leg back at him, telling him to take his trash away. The boys only had time to stare at the piece of flesh before it exploded, destroying them all, and the young man calmly walked away without turning around. Having dealt with his attackers, the young man kindly asked the little fox cub how it was feeling. The little fluffy creature was happy when they brought it into the room. The young man began to think of a name for the animal because he couldn't keep calling it a nine-tailed child. After thinking for a while and gathering all his imagination, he could not come up with anything better than to name the animal Delise. Balkan said that when it grew up, he would cut off Jin Hyo's head for this, and a message came from the nine-tailed fox that she was nodding her head in agreement. If you refuse, you have to offer something in return. So the young man asked if the man had any better ideas. In response, the man laughed and said that he would give him a masterclass because the ability to give names comes with experience. With a boastful smile, Balkan suggested naming the fox cub Ho, which means fox, and Ray, which means bright, so that the cub would grow up to be a bright animal. There was something incomprehensible on the boy's face, and the fox also sent a message with 3 dots, so the man shouted indignantly that if he didn't like it, he should say so directly. Jin Hyuk made a new attempt and suggested naming the fox cub Miho because it only had 2 tails. The man immediately began to mock the suggestion, saying ironically that such a finicky animal would hardly be satisfied with such a name. But the fluffy creature happily wagged its tail to show that it was satisfied with everything. The young man smiled and said that the fox cub obviously liked the name Miko. A notification arrived that the quest had been partially completed. The first part was completed when the young man saved the animal. As a reward, he received a fox mask. Judging by Jin Hyuk's surprise, the gift was very precious. When equipped, it allowed its owner to use fox skills. The mask's abilities varied depending on its first owner. The young man began to examine the mask more closely. It reminded him of the one Takabi had given him. The fox mask had several abilities, one of which was enchantment, the best skill for control one could ask for. His mother reminded him that the quest was not yet complete, and asked him to take care of her child. She gave him a series of instructions and told him that in order to restore the child, he would need to feed it 999 raw livers. In return, the young man received an increase in the affection of the nine-tailed fox. Even Balkan was stunned by such a quantity, but the young man sighed heavily because he understood that the liver would obviously be considered fresh if he hunted it himself. The boy looked at the mask he had received and thought that, considering its value, the task was not so difficult. Saying that there was nothing wrong with affection, he added that he would eagerly await the nine-tailed fox. Having sorted out the details, Balkan set off in search of fresh meat for the little fox cub. The boy warned that at dawn they would go to the class change tower, so if the man was late, he should go there immediately. Wandering through the city, the man thought that his premonitions had come true, and that his adventures were not like a normal climb up a tower. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura and paused for a moment, thinking it might be a mistake. Clinging to a spike on the roof, Balkan looked at the man with the red aura to make sure he wasn't imagining things. And he was not mistaken when he sensed the dragon. Those horns and thirst for destruction were incomparable. He exuded an aura of anger and malice, breathing heavily and saying that he wanted to destroy all dragons. Balkan was stunned when he heard this, because despite their narcissism, dragons embodied love for their families. They were the proudest of all races, and there was no one who could say such a thing. The news that the dragons were about to reach the 10th floor was extremely discouraging. Below, the frightened girls looked at the dragon standing there, not for the first time, and wondered how long he would stay there. Balkan heard this conversation and realized that the boy was not here for the first time, and could not understand why the other dragons were doing nothing about it. Suddenly, the dragon turned its head toward the man. He probably sensed the spirit's presence. The horned man addressed him directly, calling him a pitiful spirit that was always hanging around. Balkan was outraged by such contemptuous treatment. He had had enough of Cha Jin-hyuk and his arrogance. He noticed that the young man knew nothing of his power, but Balkan could imagine how powerful the young dragon was. Suddenly, the young man burst into a rage and was incredibly outraged that someone dared to call him a dragon. When the next day came, Jin-hyuk and Miho came to the class change tower, which was at the foot of the 10th floor. Looking around, the boy realized that Balkan had not come, and was not even responding to telepathy, so it could be assumed that something had happened. The young man did not wait long and entered the tower, immediately asking if anyone was there. From the doorway, he was greeted with a smile by a young man named Ken, the manager of the class change tower. Jin-hyuk noticed that the building was quite empty, and was told that there weren't many mana users on the 10th floor, so only flies were flying around. The young man immediately said that he wanted to use the necromancy room, and asked if that was possible. In principle, he was allowed to, but there were some nuances. As a standard formality, to prove that the boy had already awakened his mana, he had to fill a crystal sphere with it. Jin-hyuk asked if he just had to fill the crystal, because the task seemed very easy to him. Ken confirmed this, and, not yet suspecting that he was talking to a pro, asked him to fill it at least a little. The young man barely touched the crystal, and a river of purple mana poured out in such a strong stream that the wind from it blew everything around. The manager stepped forward, unable to believe that a 10th floor player had so much mana. The young man had no intention of stopping, and decided to show all his power by filling the sphere with mana so much that it couldn't withstand it and burst. Ken flew away from the shockwave, still not believing that his crystal had simply shattered into tiny pieces. Without further explanation, Jin-hyuk immediately asked where the necromancy hall was. At this time, Balkan was fighting the dragon, and things were not going well for him because his master was far away, so he could not use all of his mana and souls. Destroying another soldier, the dragon taunted him, asking how long the man would hide from them, and hinting that it was time to fight. Ordinary passers-by saw the boy's horns, and their doubts were dispelled. Now they were sure that he was a dragon. The young man clearly hated being called a dragon, and shouted angrily at the people who were already running away from there with all their might. Balkan also confirmed that the boy was definitely a dragon, but he did not understand why he reacted so violently when it was pointed out to him. It seemed as if his soul had been separated from his body, but such an assumption was a bit fantastical. The man thought that this was hardly possible until he remembered the case of Cha Jin-hyuk, whose soul had also been reborn in another body. He laughed and summoned another spirit. The man was overwhelmed with a thirst for experimentation. At that moment, the dragon turned to Balkan and noticed that he had retrieved the soul and was surprised that he was using it as a weapon. The man laughed in anticipation of seeing what filled this horned body. He used the soul laser, but the young man dodged it, though his cloak was slightly touched. Now he was smiling too, because he understood that he was not dealing with a pathetic ghost. Balkan proudly explained that the power of the spirit was magic that allowed one to use the power of the spirit instead of mana, and that even Jin-hyuk had not mastered it. Preparing for his next attack, the man finally introduced himself, gave his name, and said that he was the first Lord of Spirits and that the young man would regret getting involved with him. Standing under a hail of spirit attacks, the young man smiled and asked if this was how they introduced themselves. It suited him. He swung his long katana sword at Balkan. At the same time, he introduced himself as Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. He said that he would be the one to send the man to Nirvana. Balkan was impressed. He knew that Dragon Slayer was a title given to those who conquered dragons. He couldn't understand how such a strong soul could be in the body of a dragon. Balkan simply fled from the attack, behaving rather recklessly, being fooled by the young dragon's appearance. But if it really was the soul of a man from the 7,800th floor inside him, it was not certain that he would have a chance of winning, even if Cha Jin-hyuk were here. He was going to use the soul as a weapon again, but Hendrik wasn't falling for it a second time. Balkan used his soul Bino, which was many hands of souls, and they grabbed the boy. The dragon easily cut them all down with a 10,000 sword strike. But that didn't solve the problem, because the 1,000 hands that scattered formed one large hand. Eventually, it began to form into something more like a giant monster that even impressed Hendrik. Balkan hid inside the creature and tried to catch his breath. He barely dodged the dragon's attack, but he had used up all the souls and mana that Cha Jin-hyuk had lent him. The man thought that the young man would definitely be unable to move for a while, and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. But things did not go as planned, because Hendrik let out a loud cry and destroyed the man's protective shell. But there was no one inside. The enraged dragon, breathing heavily, heavily asked the emptiness if the man's name was Balkan. Then he laughed loudly with joy that he had remembered his enemy's name and promised to cut him in half himself next time. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was walking around the tower, accompanied by Ken, and marveling at the number of doors. The explanation for why there were so many was simple. In magic, there are as many doors as there are paths. The manager looked around and stared at the boys, trying to figure out who he was, because on the outside he looked like a 10th floor player, and even he, who had reached the 35th floor, was no match for him. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was thinking about the man's name and how he was a pretty good guide. Finally, they reached the necromancy room, where they saw a pile of books and scrolls flying under the ceiling. The young man looked around and saw a necromancer's dream come true. A pile of reagents, victims, and books. Ken left the boy alone and, leaving with a smile, asked him to ask if he needed anything. Jin-hyuk went about his business. The fox cub that had jumped off his shoulder and started exploring the room stopped abruptly in front of the spirit that appeared right in front of him. Jin-hyuk was just as surprised as Miho and asked the ghost where he had been. The man held his head and said that everything was fine, and that he had just been stretching a little. Changing the subject, he noticed that the young man was just getting started, to which the boy replied that he wanted to use the spirits as Balkan. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned his spirit soldiers, who began to carry the necessary books and draw the required pictogram. When his subordinates had everything ready, the young man sat down in the center of the drawing, surrounded by candles and books, and concentrated on the control. The fox cub looked at his master with curiosity. Then Balkan picked him up and said that it would be better for them to watch from a distance. Suddenly, the young man spoke in a very serious tone, saying that this might be his last command. He turned, looked the man in the eyes, and without his usual smile, said to protect his body until he came to his senses. Balkan, who had no warm feelings for the young man, told him to be careful, otherwise the man would take his body without hesitation. After this short dialogue, Jin-hyuk let out his soul and fell into a deep trance. Spiritual fire burst from the boy's body, and his face seemed to show that the process was incredibly painful. Miho began to scream with excitement for his master, and then Balkan calmed the little beast. He explained that the energy of spirits was the most important ability for a necromancer, because souls were a consumable resource, like mana. It was a little scary for the man to think that the quickest way to awaken this power was in the state of the soul. In other words, the horror of this method lay in the fact that one had to go through the loss of life. The boy's body became relaxed and his head fell back, and he entered the world of spirits. And then the work began for Balkan, as souls began to flock from all sides, demanding that he give them back their body. Turquoise portals opened, from which the same spirits flew out, rejoicing that they would receive new healthy bodies and live new lives. The man was a little in their way, so they drove him away. Then Balkan summoned the spirits of soldiers and ordered them to protect the body of their master, which was in danger. They easily seized all the hostile spirits who had come for the body, for they were much stronger than them. Balkan dispersed and used a laser of souls to drive away the more annoying souls. At that moment, Ken cautiously peeked into the room because he heard a noise and wanted to make sure everything was okay. Seeing the chaos, he grabbed his head. A man with dark purple spirits of various monsters was fighting off the souls. Balkan was not bothered by the administrator's appearance. It only played into his hands, so he asked for help and joined the defense. While the battle was in full swing, Miho trembled and hid behind a pile of books. Suddenly, he saw a nasty evil spirit approaching his master's body. He was still laughing smugly, calling everyone fools for not putting up a defense on that side. Ken noticed him just then, but his soul was already too close to his body, so Balkan cursed a little. He could think of nothing better than to shout at the half-dead boy to pull himself together because someone was trying to steal his body. But then, a fox cub suddenly intervened in the battle for its master, running with all its might toward the soul, radiating power. Miko shone, and his aura dispelled all the monsters around his master within a radius of several meters. Balkan was surprised to see the animal's strength, and Ken asked what the light was. The souls also noticed the fox cub, and, although they did not understand where it had come from, they found it very cute. Seeing how the little animal stood in a protective pose, defending its master, they began to fall to the floor, unable to withstand the destructive power of the cuteness of this sight. Seeing this picture, even the Balkan soldiers could not resist the shock dose of cuteness. What can be said about them when even Ken couldn't resist, sending adoring glances at the fox cub? The man shouted at him to control himself. Looking at all this, he understood what the power of enchantment meant. It controlled not only desire, in addition, it controlled the soul. The man assumed that this ability might be due to divine blood. Suddenly, a huge skeleton appeared, glowing turquoise, and upon seeing his predecessors, began to complain about the mess they had made. Balkan recognized the named one with horror. Before he died, he had been an incredibly strong player. If he settled in Jin Hyuk's body, things would be bad, which was exactly what the soul wanted to do. The man had to stop him, so he rushed forward to attack, but he couldn't. He fell to his knees and couldn't move his legs. The fox's spell didn't wear off, so he couldn't gather his strength. So the only thing he could do in this situation was to pass on the responsibility of protecting Miho's body. The man stretched out his giant bony arm to reach the animal and push it away. He had no feelings for it. But suddenly, the fox surprised him by not only not running away, but also lunging at it. Misho wanted to use his strength again, and the skeleton recognized and did not realize that he was facing a mystical creature. But it seemed that the animal had run out of breath and could not repeat the same thing a second time. The skeleton swung his trident at Miko, saying that such a pathetic creature could not instill fear in him. The fox cub covered its eyes pitifully, preparing for the worst, but suddenly someone shot a dark force into its soul. It was Jin Hyuk, who had regained his senses in time. He mastered the technique, pointed his hand like a gun at the ghost, and said that he would now die for his insolence. The man screamed when he felt the hole in his body from the shot begin to burn. The young man began to suck him in, saying that even though he was a ghost, he would do for a bullet. He also began to suck in the smaller souls that were under the spell, while the giant could not come to terms with his defeat. Then the young man decided to strike him with a powerful blow from his 10-fingered spiritual bullet. The shot was powerful, piercing the monster like a sieve and throwing him out of the tower. Balkan was proud of the boy, who had fired spiritual energy gathered at the tips of his fingers. Simple and powerful. With a smile, he took off his mask and asked the man to confirm that it wasn't bad. In the corner of the room, Ken slept under the spell of Miho, smiling happily and drooling. Suddenly, Phil Marionette entered the room and was stunned by what he saw. His surprised exclamation was followed by a logical question. How could someone do something like that to a tower? Jin Hyuk did not go into details, saying that it would take too long, and asked what the man was doing there. He had come to deliver something because he had not been able to fit everything he had been asked to bring into his pocket dimension. His doll was holding all these items in a briefcase. There were deadly poisons that differed in strength, a fire stone that contained the energy of fire, and an ice stone with the corresponding energy. Balkan said thoughtfully that the materials had arrived sooner than he had expected, but for some reason, the young man was worried about the doll. He remembered that Marionette had said that these dolls had been prepared for a raid on the 100th floor. The man proudly said that the boy was right. This delivery was his last task at the branch on the 10th floor because he was returning as a player and would start climbing the tower again. Jin Hyuk didn't really understand why he needed this, so he asked him directly. The puppet looked straight into the boy's eyes with a smile and said that he felt the need to become stronger. When he was a merchant, he aspired to the top. So, between the golden lich and the demonic mask, he realized that it was the young man who would bring great changes to the tower. Placing his hand on his heart, he said that with such changes and the skills of a 100th floor player, he could no longer call himself the best merchant. The young man smiled and supported the man's bold aspirations for development. Looking at him, he thought that Marionette was very similar to Golden Lich in the good old days. Taking the suitcase with his order, Chan Hyuk added that he would tell him about his plans with Lich when Marionette had mastered the necessary skills. Bowing politely, he said that was exactly what he wanted to hear, and thanked him with a slight, joyful smile. Through a hole in the tower wall, Balkan and Jin Hyuk watched as Marionette walked away from them. When he disappeared from view, the young man sat down with a smile in front of the open suitcase and said it was time for a snack. When Balkan realized what the boy was going to do, he grimaced and asked him if he was sure. Taking the ice crystal in his hands, the young man looked at it as if it were a sweet honey bun, and it seemed as if he was about to start licking it. His plan was simple. His gluttony would transform the power of these things into his own power. He sarcastically asked the man if he didn't want to know what power Jin Hyuk would gain when he devoured all of this. At that moment, Ken woke up from his slumber and, remembering only the last few minutes, began to shout something about danger. Balkan, who was standing nearby, expressed his joy that the man had finally come to his senses. The administrator immediately began to ask what had happened to the fox and Jin Hyuk, and received a reassuring answer that everything was fine. Suddenly, the man gasped and said that maybe it wasn't so confusing, further confusing Ken, who already didn't understand anything. Balkan suddenly changed his mind because he heard screams as the boy swallowed the flaming stone. The sight was indeed not for the faint of heart. The poor fox cub was trembling with excitement, and a message came from her mother asking not to show such a thing to her child. The young man finally managed to swallow the fiery stone, even though his mouth was burned. Word came that Jin Hyuk had become resistant to burning, so the young man was left with only the poison. After such a meal, Jin Hyuk complained that his stomach hurt. Balkan grumbled that it was no surprise after such a snack, calling him a damn survivor because the young man had drunk so much poison and remained alive. The boy reminded the man that he had to quickly gain the ability to resist various injuries through the power of the 9 stars. Meanwhile, in the background, the bodies of the dead orcs were being piled up. Resistance to poison was especially important for the young man because there was someone in the 9-star squad who was knowledgeable about poison, and if the young man had listened to him earlier, his life would have been much easier now. Finally, the last soldier arrived and nodded affirmatively when asked by the chief if that was all the orcs. Then Jin Hyuk invited Miho, who had been waiting a long time for this moment, to finally enjoy some fresh liver. While the animal was climbing the mountain of bodies, the young man and the man discussed whether it was necessary to remove the liver before cooking it, and basically agreed that it was necessary because Miho was a child by human standard. But suddenly, the fox's claws became menacing, and she began to tear all the orcs apart like a meat grinder. Then her owners realized that human standards were inappropriate here. After lunch, the satisfied fox waved her tail, making cute fox noises. A message arrived that she had been fed 127 raw livers. Jin Hyoku really wanted to unleash another wave of monsters, but attracting attention in a big city was not a good idea. The young man began his conversation while walking through the city with this thought in mind, and then suddenly asked who Balkan had fought last night. The man was surprised to realize that the boy knew everything. There was no point in hiding it, because he could sense the fluctuations in mana. So, he asked the spirit directly which of the royal races it belonged to. The man praised the young man for his insight, and said that it was a rather strong dragon. Everything went well, only because he managed to immobilize it with his spiritual magic. The young man became agitated, and began to radiate demonic energy out of rage at the thought that a representative of the demonic races was present. Frightened, Balkan asked the boy to calm down and not emit this energy in the middle of the city where there were lots of people. Suddenly, the young man calmed down when he started coughing up blood, which was a side effect of his gluttony. Then the man was able to calmly continue his story and said that he had met an unusual dragon. He went into detail and clearly described the soul that was in a body that was the opposite of his own beliefs. The boy summarized in his mind everything he had heard from the man about the dragon slayer in the body of the dragon Hendrik. For some reason, Jin Hyuk was frightened by this. He thought it was impossible for the soul and body to interact separately from each other. Balkan said that he didn't believe it at first, but the reborn Jin Hyuk was a clear example that it was possible. The young man accepted this idea and said that if it was really Hendrik, then even he knew his name. At the beginning of his journey, he destroyed young dragons as well as those who sought revenge for them. Over time, he became a monster of sorts, earning the title of Dragon Slayer. The young man had heard that he had died on the 700th or 800th floor. The man warned that, given their situation, this could be the end of the 4 great races. But for some reason, this only made the young man more determined, and he wanted to meet Hendrik. The boy's cough interrupted him, and Balkan anxiously pointed out that he had gone a little too far. The young man's gluttony was certainly a powerful thing, but everything has its price, and it was better to quickly heal the internal damage caused by the artifacts and poisons that the young man had consumed. He suggested doing this with the help of a priest. Jin Hyuk just tapped his temple with his finger at the man's suggestion, asking if he wanted to disappear with the soldiers after such treatment. Balkan sincerely asked what other methods there were, because walking around and leaving bloody traces everywhere was not an option. The young man said that in that case, it would be better for him to master the holy power. Now it was Balkan who shook his finger at this suggestion, while the fox cub sniffed something. Miho began to growl, and Jin Hyuk immediately asked her what was wrong. The animal did not answer, but instead began to howl even louder, startling the young man, who did not understand why she was behaving this way. He asked her to be quieter, or else he would start to choke. But then Balkan realized that something was wrong. The man caught Che Jin Hyuk's attention and said that something was wrong with the people around them. They were acting strangely and did not react to Miho's unbearable howling. It seemed as if they were moving unconsciously. Suddenly, a golden ring appeared above the group, which seemed to be the only one in their right mind. Looking back, they saw a girl in a cloak with a halo walking toward them. She called the young man a demonic mask and said she was very pleased to meet him. It was an angel. The young man immediately took his sword from his cloak and said that their acquaintance was unlikely to be pleasant. The girl instantly appeared next to the young man, placed her hand on the hilt of his sword, and gently asked him not to do something he would later regret. The young man was frightened, realizing that she was so fast that even with his combat skills, he did not notice how she had appeared beside him. The angel smiled kindly and repeated that she was very pleased to meet the young man. She was still holding the hilt of his sword, and Jin Hyuk couldn't move it, so he realized that the girl was very strong. The angel gently touched his face and then his solar plexus and said that his throat, stomach, and even his intestines were damaged. The young man asked what the girl was doing, but instead of answering, her halo glowed and began to radiate a kind of blissful energy. After she finished, the girl stepped back a little, and Balkan immediately began to ask his master how he was feeling. The young man touched his chest in surprise and realized that his body was completely healed. It was an angelic ability, a holy power. The girl said that now the young man could be sure that she had come with good intention. Now she finally introduced herself as Uriel, an angel without wings. A little later, the big clock in the city struck 11, and people seemed to wake up, trying to understand what they were doing and where they were going. The girls at the Golden Licha Hotel also suddenly came to their senses, not understanding what had happened, and began to blame it all on the stressful work of the last few days. The young man closed the door behind him, making sure that the maids had not noticed anything, and immediately got to the heart of the matter, namely, what Uriel had in mind. The girl smiled and said that she had just changed the memories of the residents a little, so that unnecessary rumors would not spread, and the other angels would not find out that she was here. Otherwise, they would all rush here. Jin Hyuk thought to himself that the girl's methods were a little excessive, but not thoughtless. He liked the memory alteration technique, and jokingly asked if the angel would use it on him, or if it was too late. Uriel assured him that he needn't worry, because with his size, it simply wouldn't work on people. She also liked Miho, who was sitting at her feet. She also saw Balkan, who was watching her the whole time, and called him her mystical friend. The man was annoyed that the angel could still see him, as this deprived him of certain advantages. Jin Hyuk asked Uriel why she was looking for him, to which she replied poetically that those who wear masks intensify the grotesqueness and challenge the heaven. Even if he and his people were weak, they would ultimately triumph. This speech sounded like an excerpt from a holy scripture. It was a prophecy that had come down to the wingless, which is why the girl was looking for the boy. The young man asked in surprise if it was God who had sent the message, and the girl replied that it seemed very likely. The description of someone who wears a mask and exaggerates grotesqueness fit Jin Hyuk quite well. After thinking for a moment, he asked about the wingless ones, as he had never heard of them before. Suddenly, Uriel threw off her cloak and bared her back, revealing the place where the roots protruded where wings should have been. She was ashamed and said sadly that the angels had gone mad and blinded by greed. Those who disagree with their views are considered sinners and are expelled. This happens because of a ritual punishment in which the wings, the symbol of angels, are torn out of sinners. Simply put, this meant that they were angels, but no longer sinners. The girl continued to say that the wingless angels were angels like her, exiles from the utopia of the angelic city. The prophecy she knew said that a boy would try to sow chaos in the villages of the 4 great races, and the wingless ones wanted to help Jin Hyuk, because it was in their interest. The young man asked Balkan telepathically for advice on what to do. The man did not understand why the boy was hesitating, as it did not seem that the girl was lying, so he urged the boy to agree. After consulting with Balkan, Jin Hyuk asked what kind of help they were willing to provide. The girl sighed heavily, covered her eyes, and said that there was no specific help, The thing was that the power of the wingless was quite great, so Utopia saw them as a threat and kept a constant watch on them. Therefore, their direct assistance would only lead to hostility with the angels. It was a dead end. Giving up the rebel army was a waste, but agreeing was an incredible risk. Jin Hyuk asked her directly if she could help him, if the need arose, regardless of the risks. Uriel answered affirmatively. Then the young man confirmed that they had formed an alliance. The girl bowed low and expressed her immense gratitude to the demonic mask. This reminded the boy that he had not introduced himself to her by his real name. So he asked if the angel could hide them from the gods and demons for a while. Fortunately, the girl could do so for a short time. She pulled a feather from where her wings had once been, placed it on her palm, blew on it, and the feather multiplied and swirled around them. It seemed as if they had been transported to heaven, where clouds stretched across the floor. This reminded the young man of the skill of the Golden Lich. Looking up, the young man asked skeptically if they really couldn't hear them. Uriel said that there would be no problem even if the boy covered them with a 3-story mat. Jin Hyuk tried to check by lifting his mask slightly, and shouted that Baal was a big voyeuristic bastard. This made the angel a little embarrassed, and she asked the young man why he was doing all this, while he stood there with a satisfied look on his face, because everything had worked out. The young man looked back and said with a smile that since they were in the same boat, false names and masks were not allowed. The boy introduced himself by his full name, Cha Jin Hyuk, and said that 10 years ago he was known as the Star of Death. The girl repeated the name she had heard anxiously, as if it had frightened her. Suddenly, Yuri fell to her knees, bowed her head, and began to apologize for her incompetence. She surprised the boy not only with her sudden movement, but also with the fact that she knew him 10 years ago. 10 years ago, she was at the place where they planned to kill the boy. The young man's surprise turned to anger, and he began to radiate demonic energy. He advised the girl to think carefully about what she was going to say next. Without raising her eyes, she asked if Jin Hyuk knew what happened when someone reached the 999th floor. The young man could only guess that such players became voyeurs, as exalted as gods or demons. The girl began to explain that angels and the 3 great races had tried to monopolize this privilege. In the end, they destroyed anyone who managed to conquer the tower except themselves. Although the young man knew this, he was still surprised when he heard it. At first, he simply assumed, but then he was certain that he was facing the leader. So, he released his spirits, which formed tentacles around him. In a fit of rage, he shouted that he would do to Uriel's head what they had done to her wings. These spirits turned into hands that grabbed the girl by the throat, while the others held her body, even though she did not resist. Without looking at the young man, she said that this was why she had become wingless. Her words made the young man stop to ask her more questions. The angel said that she had become wingless 10 years ago because she was against the selection and destruction of a certain player. At that moment, she opened her eyes and said that his name was Cha Jin Hyuk, the Star of Destruction. After that, the young man dispelled his power, and soon the room disappeared. He even apologized because it was ugly of him, but Uriel understood that it was her heavy burden. Jin Hyuk waved his hand, saying that he was not going to take all his anger out on her, because he understood that wingless beings and angels were different things. The girl smiled without looking up, and thanked him for his understanding. She said that there might be other victims of the 4 royal races, and that it would be much easier to accept help from them. The young man laughed, saying that it didn't matter where he was because there were all kinds of people around him. He assumed that there were still people who had been expelled by the 4 great races, and that by taking them together, they could help in the battle against the leaders. Finally, Jin Hyuk asked where he could find the girl. She lived in a shelter for the wingless on the 119th floor of the City of Dreams. It was much lower than the young man had expected, but the explanation was simple. The lower you go, the less influence the 4 races have, and the 200th to 300th floors were his territory. The young man sighed heavily. He had already forgotten that these territories belonged to someone. They were ruled by the martial arts emperor Tess, and if any of the 4 royal races dared to build a base on his territory, he would quickly destroy them. Suddenly, Uriel pulled the young man out of his memories and asked if she could get dressed. The young man, of course, did not object. Jin Hyuk looked at the girl's feathers as she turned around, lifting her cloak, and asked if there would be a trace left if she gave him something. The girl said there would be no trace, but because of the angels pursuing her, she could offer nothing but herself. With a smile and a sly look in his eyes, the young man said that was just what he needed. The angel blushed, covered herself with her clothes, and asked if he was really that kind of person. Realizing that his words sounded ambiguous, Jin Hyuk immediately shouted that he didn't mean anything like that, and that he only wanted a feather from the girl's wing. Uriel exhaled with relief. She could give him the feather without worry because they would grow back. The young man asked with excessive caution, because he thought the opposite was true. The girl plucked the remaining feathers and gave the young man a small bunch. The young man looked at the feathers as if spellbound, while the angel asked him never to show them to anyone, because angels could track their owner by their feathers. Jin Hyuk smiled and, so that the girl would not worry, said that he was going to eat them. Uriel covered herself with the cloth again and said that the young man was a pervert after all. Jin Hyuk tried to justify himself as best he could, saying that he wasn't like that. Finally, the angel believed him and said goodbye, saying that they would see each other in the city of dreams. As they parted, the young man promised her that he would not disappoint her. Throwing on her cloak and carefully stepping outside, the girl said she would wait impatiently. After walking a few meters, Uriel disappeared with a small flash of light, leaving behind a few feathers that were scattered by the wind. Balkan immediately asked the boy if he was going to eat the gift right away. He couldn't help himself. He really wanted to try something as exotic as angel feathers. He wondered if he could withstand the holy angelic power, and what he would get if he succeeded. The man turned around and left, letting the young man do as he pleased, because he was disappointed in him after the third glass of poison. He picked up Miho and warned her not to eat everything like her master. Jin Hyuk swallowed the first feather and immediately began to glow and cough, clutching his throat. Balkan pretended not to care what was happening to the boy, and continued to play with the fox cub, tossing it up in the air like a child. The young man continued to scream, clutching his throat. Finally, he simply lost consciousness. He came to in some unfamiliar place where the floor was covered with water. Looking around a little, the space reminded him of the sphere of his mind. He assumed that his body had decided that absorbing the holy power would be too much and that it would be better to wait there. Suddenly, the young man looked back at the sound of water and saw behind him a waterfall of golden water that appeared out of nowhere. The waterfall illuminated everything around him. It was his inner holy power, as powerful as a rock, and all from a single feather. At that moment, the young man began to rejoice that he had not fought with Uriel, and he dared not even imagine what would have happened to him if he had absorbed her body. Suddenly, he noticed that the water level was rising, which meant that the waterfall was not an illusion at all. The young man had to break through the waterfall of holy power before the water filled his entire mind. At first, he stood confused, not knowing what to do, but then he licked his lips, finding an interesting solution. On the outside, Balkan stopped pretending that he didn't care when he noticed the boy's body shaking. Then an aura began to emanate, which meant that Jin Hyuk was using spiritual power. But in this case, it was a little strange because he was using his own soul as a source. Miho felt sad when she looked at the boy, so the man advised her to just trust him, because if he had already started, he must have had some kind of plan. Thinking about his student, Balkan smiled, saying that he was not the only one who believed in him. He was curious to see what the young man would do this time. In the sphere of understanding, the boy took out a spiritual pipe and tried to drink all the holy power, but something didn't work out for him. He assumed that in order to create an image of spiritual power that would hold the holy power, he simply had to imagine how he was absorbing it, since he had received it through gluttony. There was already a pile of spiritual vessels around the young man, but at this rate, he would not succeed, so he would either fall into a coma forever or be forced to give up. Suddenly, he seemed to see the light. If this image was created from his soul, then he only needed to reveal his true nature. Using his soul, Jin Hyuk summoned a huge dark purple monster that personified his soul. He was incredibly happy admiring his creation, and he was even more pleased with the effectiveness of this method. The monster resembled an eel and was as voracious as a young man, easily devouring the entire flow of holy power. Jin Hyuk's eyes lit up. He could not get enough of this energy and demanded more and more. Outwardly, the young man lay unconscious on the floor and smiled. Messages from absolute evil began to arrive. He smiled and welcomed the birth of the demonic king of gluttony. It seemed to him that he was looking at himself. In the past, Baal was called the Dragon of Greed. A friend once told Jinhua that to him, he was just a neutral god who played various pranks. As his name suggested, he was very greedy and therefore succumbed to all manifestations of this sin. He was so insane that he wanted to devour the whole world. This conversation took place with the Golden Lich, who said that the Dragon of Greed was the divine name of Baal. Now the real greedy one was Jin Hyuk, who insatiably devoured all the holy power that poured out of the feather. The young man began to hear voices from outside. Balkan tried to wake him up, and was even delighted when the boy opened his eyes. Miho was also nearby and made joyful little sound. The fox cub jumped onto the boy, and the man asked if he had succeeded, and warned that if the young man failed, he would tease him. Jin Hyuk smiled and said that he was very sorry, that he would not hear it, because he had succeeded and showed the sphere of soul magic combined with the Holy Spirit. The young man boasted that he had created a tiny organ that produced holy power and asked with a smile if it was cool. Balkan was surprised and nervous because the young man was an ordinary person, not even from one of the 4 great races, and yet he had managed to master the power of angels. But he could not express his admiration, so he said that if he were sentenced in heaven, he would not be surprised. The young man said that they would not be limited to a fatal sentence, and that it would not be surprising if their race began to hunt him down. Balkan was really worried despite the incredible result, because he was quite dangerous, as Cha Jin-hyuk was too weak to withstand the attack of the 4 royal races. Given his imperfections, he would not survive if he went against the 4 great races. A few days later, in the hunting grounds of the Bao of Jin-hyuk, a hunt for orcs was organized. There was one monster that was particularly strong and clever with an axe, skillfully cutting down all the spirits. The young man and the man stood on top of a cliff and watched the battle. It was the perfect time to experiment. The orc easily dealt with the demonic spirit soldiers, but just as the young man had combined the energy of the spirits with the energy of the demons, he combined them with the holy power and created a new warrior. He was interested in Balkan's opinion of his new Holy Spirit soldier. The man looked at the result with satisfaction and said with a smile that it fully justified his expectations. The new creation was a healer for the undead and soldier spirits, destroying the basic principles of necromancy, in which materials went nowhere due to their weakness. The man warned that such power was not called holy for nothing, because it sought enlightenment, so the boy understood that they had to be on their guard. Meanwhile, Miho happily ate the fresh liver she had gotten after the battle with the orcs. When the animal finished eating, the men were touched and asked her if she enjoyed the fresh meat. They had already fed the fox cub 892 livers and assumed that tomorrow they would finish. Jin Hyuk thought about how he never expected to receive the Orc Assassin award a second time. The young man opened the status window to check and saw that many of his skills had increased by 10 or more points. Except for holy power, it had only increased by 2 points, which wasn't very useful, but it could be used once in battle. Suddenly, Balkan asked what their next plans were, since the main tasks had been completed. Here, Jin-hyuk turned around with a smile and said that they would look for Hendrik. Rumors were already spreading throughout the city about a strange man who stood in one place and did not move to the upper floors, as if waiting for someone. As he headed toward him, the young man thought about how lucky he was. He had wanted to meet Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer, for a long time. The boy was sure that the Dark One was stuck on the 10th floor for a reason. Like Uriel, he was probably waiting for something after talking to the gods and demons. The man had already brought Jin-hyuk to the same place where you could see Hendrik as soon as you left the alley. The young man stepped out of the shadows, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand, and saw a handsome young man with horns standing opposite him, frowning and waiting for something. The young man was about to leave, but Balkan became nervous because their last meeting had not gone well. He said that maybe the dragon wasn't waiting for him, and if Jin-hyuk just walked up, he might get away with his life. But the young man was confident and said with a smile that, in that case, they would settle everything with their fists. Balkan said that he was crazy and that he should go without him, so the young man turned around, poked him with his finger, and began to say that the man was afraid because he had messed up last time. Balkan began to shout that he was the first lord of the spirits and would never run away, but the young man only threw wood on the fire, saying that he was running away so fast that his heels were shining. The dragon heard their voices but tried to ignore them and remembered how a majestic spirit in the form of a fiery star had told him that on the 10th floor, someone would appear who would make his dream come true, and he was to wait. Having finished his argument, Jin-hyuk approached the young man and asked if he was Hendrik. The young man smiled, confirmed that he was, and said that he had been wondering when the young man in the mask would approach him. He did not overlook Balkan, who trembled when the dragon addressed him. Hendrik grunted, thought for a moment, and after assessing Jin-hyuk, told him that he had passed. Yuna didn't like how he was being judged so bluntly, but since he had passed, he didn't hold a grudge against the dragon. Hendrik said that there were too many eyes here, called the young man first, and told him to follow him. Eventually, they reached a dead end. Jin-hyuk didn't understand why the dragon had led them so far among the deserted alleys, but everything became clear when the young man entered the wall as if it were a portal. Balkan and the young man exchanged glances and followed the dragon slayer. Upon entering the wall, they found themselves in a city that was something like a subspace hidden on the 10th floor. Here, neither gods nor demons could follow them, and Jin-hyuk also felt this for himself. Now that they were safe from being overheard, the dragon dared to ask a question. With a serious expression on his face, Hendrik said that he was going to destroy all the dragons that had taken his life, and asked if the young man was ready to do it with him. Jin-hyuk smiled behind his mask and asked the dragon if his dreams were too small for a man. Hendrik immediately frowned and cursed him, as these words were a clear insult. Balkan began to push Che Jin-hyuk by the shoulders because he could feel the tension rising in the air. He warned the boy that the monster was on a completely different level, and that provoking him was a bad idea. Through telepathy, the young man calmed the man down, calling him a loser and telling him that he had a plan. He returned to his conversation with the dragon and said that he didn't know what had happened to him, but understood why he was reacting that way. The young man hinted that Hendrik should understand that it was not only the 4 races that were responsible for their deaths. He stated that he didn't care why he was so obsessed with dragons, but that wasn't enough for the young man. Pointing to himself with his thumb, he vowed to kill everyone who was responsible for his death. Whether it was the 4 races or not, he didn't care. Summing up, he said that the young dragon was too narrow-minded to be his ally. Despite his obvious dissatisfaction, Hendrik did not make any sudden moves and asked the young man if he really wanted to attack the 4 great races. Jin-hyuk began by pointing out what they had in common. They had both been killed, but were still alive, and the monsters were responsible for that. The dragon began to tremble. Balkan was afraid that a fight was about to break out, but the young man just laughed loudly. The young man just glanced at the man as if to say, "That's how you do it." When the dragon stopped laughing, he apologized and said that the young man was right. He smiled a wicked smile and said that he was probably the same guy from the prophecy that Uriel had spoken of. Jin-hyuk was surprised when he heard the angel's name, as it meant that the wingless ones had already contacted the dragon before. Hendrik began to slowly draw his sword and say that everything was just fine. The young man became alert. The dragon began to radiate his energy and speak passionately, saying that he would personally test the young man's resolve and see if he was lying to him. With a smile, he asked the name of the one who was going against God's will. Now the young man was not afraid. He took off his mask and said with a smile that his name was Cha Jin-hyuk, the Star of Destruction. Suddenly, the fight, which had not even begun, was interrupted by an elderly man who shouted at Hendrik, calling him a lizard who had come here once again to cause trouble. The young dragon sighed heavily when he saw the man. Jin-hyuk asked who he was. He was the blacksmith who had forged his sword. The old man grumbled that the dragon should leave as soon as he received his weapon. Meanwhile, the young man froze in surprise because the blacksmith had horns and was definitely Takabe. His horns were larger than Haru's. He had gray hair and an elegant mustache in his early 20s. The old man said that the company was a rather strange and mystical creature, and then, pointing to Jin-hyuk, asked what kind of dark reptile he was. The young man ignored the insult because he was impressed that the man was still alive, and asked him why. It sounded a little rude, so Takabe took it as disrespect for his elders and asked what he didn't like about him being alive. Then the young man realized that this could have been misunderstood and rephrased his question. He asked how the old man had survived the disaster on the 100th floor. Apparently, he was misunderstood again. An angry Tokbeo attacked him with a sledgehammer, shouting that he had burned down his village. Hendrik suddenly intervened and stopped the old man by grabbing his arm. The blacksmith immediately shouted for the dragon to get lost, because he was expressing his righteous anger at the scoundrel who burned his village. The young man calmly asked the man to calm down, and explained that the same thing had happened to Jin-hyuk as had happened to him. Then Balkan intervened in the conversation and asked if the blacksmith knew a girl named Haru. Judging by his reaction, he knew the girl. The old man led them to his house and asked how they knew Haru. Hendrik, standing to the side with his arms crossed over his chest, thought to himself that it couldn't all be a coincidence. The old man began to tell the story of that day. It was the first day of the traditional village festival. All the Takabe towers gathered on the 100th floor. Due to his age, the old blacksmith had fallen ill and remained in the village. Listening to this, the fox cub Miho pitifully lowered her ears. It was on that day that everything burned down. The old man began to ask where Haru was and if she was okay, and the young man replied that she was on the 9th floor and would join them soon. The blacksmith noticed the mask hanging around the young man's neck and asked if it belonged to the girl. The young man smiled and confirmed that it was, saying that he had received it as payment for saving Haru. For pragmatic reasons, Hendrik intervened and asked if the girl was strong. Jin-hyuk replied that even though she was still growing, she was probably even stronger than them in one-on-one combat. The dragon was not satisfied and continued to ask whether the girl was a permanent member of his group or just a temporary addition. The boy smiled and said that they would go together to the end because he had accepted her mask and decided to take revenge with her. Suddenly, old Takabe grabbed Jin-hyuk by the arm and thanked him sincerely. He finally introduced himself as Geno, saying that he used to be a village blacksmith and now promised to help his friends in any way he could. He also bowed his head and asked to rebuild the village together with Haru, and the conversation became somewhat awkward. Watching this, Balkan wondered if the young man knew that accepting the mask was equivalent to agreeing to a marriage proposal. The man allowed him to choose any weapon from his collection. Jin Hyuk appreciated their quality. It was on a completely different level compared to what Golden Leech had given him. Here, Hendrik added his 2 cents, confirming that Geno was the best blacksmith among the Takabi. Taking everything they needed, they decided to leave and told the man that they were going. But when they turned around, they saw that the old man was fast asleep, sitting in the corner. The dragon suggested that the blacksmith was finally able to relax after hearing that someone else had survived, because as long as the young man had known him, he had never rested. Jin Hyuk said that it was good that the man was asleep and that they should bring Haruyu here as soon as she reached the 10th floor. The young man smiled, comforted by the thought that the girl would become even stronger after meeting Geno. Suddenly, the young man heard a warning because something red was flying towards him. He managed to dodge it, and the main blow landed behind him with a huge red explosion. Jin Hyuk looked angrily at the dragon, who was smiling and casting a spell. He praised the boy for his quick reaction, and, without a shred of remorse, reminded him that he had warned him that he would test the young man. With a smile, he said that if Jin Hyuk was not strong enough to survive, he should forget about going against God's will. Accepting the challenge, the boy smiled and told the Dragon Slayer not to fool himself, because he too would see what the young dragon was capable of. An unrestrained battle began between 2 powerful souls that had undergone rebirth. One blow of such force pierced more than a dozen houses in a row. The dragon, with sparks in his eyes, swung his sword, cutting down all the small spirits that flew at him. Suddenly, small knives flew at him from behind, but he noticed them in time and called them a petty trick. After fighting them off, he seemed to tense up a little, but they still made him sweat. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk jumped out from above with a huge sword. Hendrik, with an impassive face, simply took a step back and left the field of attack. This confused the young man, because the art of the almighty sword had always been powerful, and here it was so easily dodged. Finding himself at close range, the dragon grabbed the boy by the arm and threw him with all his might against the building. Miho, who remained near Geno, heard the sounds of battle and worried about her master. Meanwhile, Hendrik praised Jin Hyuk and said that for a necromancer of his class, he was quite fast. But he had his weaknesses. For example, the monsters on the 10th floor were too weak to fight a dragon. Suddenly, someone asked him if he was sure. The young man was taken by surprise. Balkan appeared behind him and bound him with spirit chains. With a smile, he picked up the dragon by the arms and offered to fight the first lord of the spirits. Just then, Jin Hyuk emerged from under the rubble, holding the huge spirit sword Gungnir. The young man smiled, saying that this was his most powerful magic technique, which had cut down the chief orc warrior. He said goodbye to the dragon and threw his sword at it. Balkan ran away so as not to be attacked himself. The smile disappeared from Hendrik's face. He was already nervous and clenched his sword tightly in his hand. Looking closer, Balkan saw a familiar pattern on the sword and made a terrible assumption. This sword was enchanted to cut through magic, so it easily helped the dragon break free from its spiritual chains. The man immediately decided to inform Jin Hyuk of his suspicions so that he could avoid the dragon's devastating blow. The young man did not expect Hendrik to break free from the chains and simply froze in place in surprise. The blow destroyed the house behind the young man, and Balkan grabbed his head, frightened by the thought of what had happened to his master. But he didn't have to worry about his student for long, because the next moment he was also hit by the young dragon, who smiled and said that he was Cha Jin Hyuk's best soldier. He smiled maliciously, declaring that now he had nothing more to add, and that this was the end for the boy. But out of nowhere, the young man jumped out, refuting the Dragon Slayer's statement and pointing his crossbow at him. Holding his staff in his teeth, while his hands were busy, he smiled and said that he was the strongest here. The dragon, his face unmoved, dodged again and said that unlike a sword, the young man was terrible with a crossbow. But that was not the end of the attack, for the arrows bounced off the projections behind the young man and suddenly hit him in the back, passing through almost halfway. The dragon coughed and fell to the ground. The blow was critical, and Jin Hyuk wanted to finish him off quickly. The young man wanted to use Takabi's mask. Last time, he only caught a side effect, but this time he was sure that everything would work out. As he flew down, the dragon came to his senses, gnashed his teeth in anger, and spun around in a whirlwind of fire. The young man cursed himself for missing his chance to attack, while Hendrik was in no hurry to die. The Dragon Slayer, engulfed in flames, laughed and admitted that Cha Jin Hyuk was strong, and confirmed that he was outnumbered. He wanted to make sure that this was not the end. He needed more epic battles. He summoned a dragon's breath by raising his sword and demanded that the battle continue. The young man watched this and panicked because he could not find a way out of the situation. He needed an ally, or else he would lose the dragon. But now he did not know how to end the fight because Hendrik was just getting into it. Although the young man could predict his opponent's actions, he was slower than him, so if the blow hit him, it would definitely be the end. In that case, he decided to change masks and took the one he had received as a reward for saving the nine-tailed cub from his inside pocket. Gennaro woke up from his deep sleep by the shaking of his house, and, not knowing what was happening, assumed that Hendrik had started another fight. Suddenly, Miho ran out of the house, hearing that her mask was being used. The man followed her, trying to stop her because it was dangerous outside. The fox cub just saw one of the attacks rising in a column of fire. Meanwhile, the dragon was in a serious mood, grabbed his sword with both hands, and was about to put all his energy into a dragon's breath. Looking up, the boy realized that the dragon slayer had disappeared, but a moment later, he saw him next to him. The blade of his sword was close to Jin Hyuk's cornea, and then another explosion destroyed the houses. But the blow did not work. The dragon assumed that the boy had dodged it, but with his skills, it was impossible to dodge such a blow. Suddenly, he felt that the young man was behind him, wearing a new mask that he had probably taken from the mythical beast. The boy was already gnashing his teeth in anger, but Hendrik, with the same excited smile, joked about playing with masks. But Jin Hyuk could no longer hear him. He was rushing forward in a rage, his iron claws extended. He clashed his iron paws against the powerful anti-magic sword. The dragon laughed at him, because his speed and strength were now much less than before. Suddenly, it seemed that the man had weakened a little, and even opened up. Without hesitation, the young man thought that it was the power of the mask and attacked. But it was just a trick. Hendrik deliberately created an opening in order to attack with magic. Although Jin Hyuk flew several meters away, he still withstood this unexpected magical blow. At that moment, he decided to use the power of the mask and shouted a spell of enchantment throughout the street. The dragon slayer was instantly enveloped in a pink aura, but he resisted and shouted that it wouldn't work. He laughed and said that if he concentrated, such a spell could be easily removed. But for a split second, he had to stop. And that was enough for Jin Hyuk to attack again. At such a distance, a weak weapon was useless, and he was going to end the fight with this blow. He decided to use the blow of his old friend Kyung-hoon. The young man put everything into his fist. The martial arts of the Almighty, the speed of a fox, the charm of enchantment, the power of the body, the power of the spirit, demonic energy and holy power. It was a straight jab, the first form of the Chokyung-sun technique, the final blow of their battle. Meanwhile, Balkan came to his senses after the dragon's attack and first tried to figure out who had won. Amidst the smoke and ash raised by the battle of the great masters, the man saw a figure. It was the figure of his disciple and master, Cha Jin Hyuk. He was completely exhausted and covered in bloody tears. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, and Balkan cried out to him in alarm, as if that would somehow help him. The young man's face was covered in sweat and blood. He used all his strength and was about to finish off Hendrik with that blow. But it did not happen as expected. The dragon was fine. He just rolled back a few meters, catching his sword on the ground. But the young man did not attack again. He smiled, clutching his stomach, and proudly told Cha Jin Hyuk that he had passed. The boy seemed to suddenly gain additional strength and shouted indignantly that Hendrik had not passed, because if someone uses a final attack, they must knock their opponent out, and he called him a monster. The dragon slayer ignored his screams and said that he was quite annoyed that he had been knocked down in such a position. The young man continued to take offense, claiming that it was his dragon that was annoying him. Suddenly, the dragon decided to deliver its verdict after its own final attack. Hendrik said that Jin Hyuk had grown on him, so he should go through no matter what. The boy began to back away and asked to stop because he was too exhausted to move. Hendrik, with a sly smile, set the flower dragon on the young man. A light breeze and a shower of petals enveloped the boy. He smiled gently and agreed to let the dragon slayer pass as well. After the battle, Jin Hyuk and Balkan argued loudly, calling each other losers for losing to the dragon. Their loud cries woke Miho, who was sleeping peacefully on a soft pillow. Finally, the young man got tired of arguing and decided to turn the spirit back into a sphere. But when he made a sudden movement, he felt pain. It was as if he had been struck by electricity, and the man began to laugh and say that he deserved it. With a smile, he reminded the young man that he had warned him not to overdo it. In fact, he believed that the young man had survived only because he had met Uriel and received holy power from her. Otherwise, he would have remained a ghost. They started arguing again. The young man shouted that the old man would see what he was capable of when he recovered, and the man shouted that he didn't listen to losers. Miho sighed heavily because she was already used to their constant arguments. After announcing his arrival, Hendrik entered and asked how Jin Hyuk was feeling. The young man was surprised that the dragon had come, and Balkan was frightened, remembering that he had been promised to be destroyed at their next meeting. So, to prevent further problems, he decided to sort everything out on the shore and apologize for what had happened during their first meeting. Hendrik smiled and said that it was not worth mentioning because now they were in the same boat, and the past should be left in the past. The man was nervously delighted. He thought about how the dragon had looked like a madman when he was fighting Cha Jin Hyuk, but in a normal situation, he looked like a normal person. Balkan began to apologize to the boy, but Hendrik apologized himself, admitting that he had gone a little too far. Jin Hyuk took offense and flared up like a match, shouting that both of them should fight him next time and that he would defeat them. Dragon smiled at these words and thought like an old wise man, comforted by the thought that one day the boy would become strong enough to defeat him. Jin Hyuk calmed down, exhaled, and said that he had called Hendrik to hear his story. He wanted to learn about his past life and how his husband had died. It all began when Hendrik's homeland and city were wiped off the face of the earth by dragon. He was very young when it happened. The boy sat in a corner of the village, which was burning with fire, and watched the dragons fly overhead. The reason he survived was because of the rage that awakened in him at that moment. After this tragedy, Hendrik rose through the ranks like the other players, and luckily for him, he was not lacking in talent. The man and the boy listened attentively to the story of his life, and Jin Hyuk said that it reminded him of a certain freak. Hendrik said that he had destroyed his first dragon on the 600th floor, and then began to plan his revenge. The young man was surprised that it had happened so quickly. At that moment, the man began hunting 4 large races, but they, in turn, sent their punitive detachment after him. His life was very difficult, but became routine. The stronger he became, the easier it was for him to endure the so-called penalties. Their branches did not disappear for no reason. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened when he heard about the penalties. It was a compensation system designed to prevent high-level players from monopolizing the tower. Everyone who climbed up received ability restrictions on the lower floors. That was why, during the battle with his old friend, the young man was able to repel his attack. Otherwise, he would have surely died from the gold coins. Then it dawned on the boy that if Hendrik was so strong, what floor had he reached? The man frowned and said that he had reached the 900th floor, and that according to his plan, he had reached the end. Cold sweat ran down Jin Hyuk's face, for he knew that reaching the 900th floor meant that the man had become exalted. After that, a stronger squad was sent to capture the Dragon Slayer, and in the end, he was unable to withstand the 10 members of the 4 royal races and became like the rest. Although Hendrik was angry, he found it ironic that of all the races he could have been reborn into, he had been reborn into the one he hated the most. At first, the man wanted to die, but then he accepted it and decided to use his body as a tool for revenge. Looking him in the eyes, the young man said that this behavior was very typical of him. After telling them everything, the dragon asked when they would start gathering, and remembered that they still had someone to wait for. The news that he would be going with them made the young man a little sad. The man asked with a sly smile where he would go if he left such weaklings. After listening to how angry he was, Hendrik said more seriously that he and Jin Hyuk were similar in that he had been alone in his last moments. Just like the young man, looking at his expression, it seemed that he had never thought about it before. The dragon concluded that they had failed in their past lives, and that it was pointless to hope that they could cope with them alone in this one. Jin Hyuk admitted that they needed a friend, an ally, or a family tree in order to fight side by side. Hendrik had an interesting proposal for the boy. It was to create their own guild. Meanwhile, in the guild house on the sacred land of the 600th Pofur, Carmen yelled at Kane about how everything that was happening was driving her crazy. When the girl entered the room, the boy was watching the events on the 10th floor. He turned to Carmen with a smile and told her that an interesting report had arrived from the White Swallow Guild. The branch on the 10th floor had been turned into a pile of ashes after someone had set it on fire. The girl was shocked that one person had done this. The guy had a report from Beck Hollio, and according to it, it didn't look like it was the work of a group of people, an organization, or a guild. The girl screamed that it was impossible, because no matter how strong a person was, they would be restricted by the penalty on the 10th floor. Snapping his fingers to close the panel, the guy confirmed the facts, because even they, with 9 stars, couldn't take over the guild's house with the penalties on the 10th floor. This meant that the person behind this was already incredibly strong, just like they were when they got to the tower. There was a long pause, which the boy broke by saying that such cases were still possible. Then the girl asked a logical question. What should they do in such a case when someone so powerful appeared? Kane smiled like a wild beast. his eyes flashing, and said that they would do as they had done 10 years ago, simply destroy everyone. He suggested that Carmen hire a good bounty hunter. There was a girl who was carrying out her usual task and destroyed a giant cobra. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk sat and thought about the proposal to create a guild. He looked up at Hendrik and said that he liked the man's way of thinking. But there was one problem. The guy was on Baal's quest, where everyone had to know his name before he reached the 100th floor. It would not be good if his name tarnished Hendrik and his guild. The man thought about the new information about Baal's quest, but he had a simple answer. To complete the quest and not tarnish the dragon's name as head of the guild, he had to do Cha Jin Hyok. Hendrik had never aspired to be the head of the guild, but rather believed that he was not suited for the role. But the experienced necromancer was perfect for leading an army. The young man was angry because he was still weaker than the dragon, and if he became the head of the guild, he would have to take orders from him. So he asked bluntly if the Dragon Slayer was really ready to follow someone weaker than himself. Suddenly, the man knelt on one knee and bowed his head, surprising the young man with his gesture. While Jin Hyuk was trying to find the right words, the dragon clearly said that his answer was now obvious. The man said that the boy had no idea what humiliation he had to go through. At that time, he was incredibly frustrated by his own helplessness when he could do nothing and simply died. Then the boy asked if it would interfere with the man's goal. Of course, the dragon said it would not. The young man smiled broadly and said that for the sake of their revenge, he would become the head of the guild. Without opening his eyes, the dragon said that Jin Hyuk had made the right decision. Balkan suddenly joined the conversation, asking what they should name their guild. The young man recalled the words of the prophecy that whoever wears a mask thickens the grotesque and challenges the heavens. And then he said that they would name the guild the Rebels Against Heaven, as there could be no better name. A guild could be created by paying a fee to the company, but thanks to a good friend who was a puppet master, they could do it for free. At the reception, Helkion greeted the demonic mask with a broad and sincere smile. Then the young man remembered that their friend had left his job, and now the chief manager on the 10th floor was this boy. This was basically predictable, but who he didn't expect to see, there was Ken from the class upgrade tower. He smiled sincerely as always and, scratching the back of his head, said that he had decided to visit the boy because his tower was still under renovation, and he had run into some old acquaintances here by chance. He and Chalkios had become good friends, so it was no surprise, but the new manager didn't know why the demon mask had come. Then Cha Jin Hyuk happily told him about his plans to create a guild. Chalkios was delighted and beamed with happiness, saying that if such a strong player joined the guild, everyone would want to join. But there was a problem. To create a guild, you needed more than 2 members. The young man laughed, pointed to his guardian spirit Balkan and the dragon Hendrik, and said that should be enough. Ken stammered nervously as he tried to say something, realizing that this was the same dragon from the city center, while Chalcyon was delighted that Jin Hyuk had been able to recruit him. The young man said that a member of his guild looked like a celebrity, but the Dragon Slayer thought it was an insult. But that was not all of his people, because he had sent invitations to others as well. The young man asked that arrangements be made so that when his people gathered, they could immediately become members of the guild. There were no objections, as the administration had orders from the Golden Lich to do everything to satisfy the needs of this client. The young man sent invitations to the blacksmith Gen Marionette and his friend William, better known as the Golden Lich. After the formalities, the young man and his company went on to hunt orcs. Jin Hyuk tried out his new 10-fingered spirit ball ability with splitting magic. No monster on the 10th floor could withstand such an attack. The dragon stood nearby and wondered why the young man even had a quest from a 9-tailed fox. They had planned to complete it today. Miho pounced on her fresh treat and began to munch on the livers with relish, having already eaten 999 pieces. When this happened, a crimson whirlwind swirled around the fox cub. Then Hendrik asked what would happen after the quest was completed, but Jin Hyuk did not know. He had not been told what would happen, but a message arrived saying that the 9-tailed fox would return to its true form. Balkan pointed in amazement at the female figure emerging from the crimson glow. The young man was stunned when he realized what Miho's true form looked like, for she was human-like. Jin Hyuk barely managed to catch the girl who was falling from the sky and closed his eyes during the flight. The dragon and Balkan immediately ran up, asking if everything was all right, while Baal said that the child was quite cute, and the 9-tailed fox replied that it could not be otherwise, for it was her child. The girl in the young man's arms had white hair like a fox's fur, and cute fox ears. She called the young man Dad and looked at him with her big crimson eyes. Certain fox symbols were painted on her face. She called him Daddy again, this time with red cheeks, but completely, not in syllables. At this, the young man, the dragon, the spirit of the Balkan soldier, and even Baal wrote an exclamation mark. At that moment, someone approached them from behind, and the men looked back. It was Haryu, who had chosen a rather inconvenient moment to return, when Jin Hyuk was holding a girl who called him dad. She looked at the girl and couldn't understand why she had appeared or where she had come from, while the boy was embarrassed by everything that was happening. Miho pointed at Takobi with her finger and asked who she was, then seemed to hit her on the head again, turning to the boy and calling him dad. Haryu stood gloomily, trying to digest the bits of information she had received in a moment. Jin Hyuk finally recovered from the shock and asked the nine-tailed fox what was going on. After completing the quest, Miho became his protege, which was her reward in the form of affection. The fox's message began to fade, and the last thing she said was that she was leaving her daughter in the boy's care. No matter how much the young man shouted for her to sort things out, she could no longer hear him. Balkan laughed and congratulated the new father, while the dragon thoughtfully asked if foxes really gave birth to humans. This bothered the young man. He felt that his friends were making fun of him. Meanwhile, Karu was going crazy with her own guesses. She tried to figure out when the guy had gotten the child if she was already so big, but then she came to the conclusion that it was not surprising that such a cool and strong young man had a mistress. It was clear from the beginning, and now she could only accept it and move on. It was pointless to hope for any reciprocity. Suddenly, Hendrik approached her, introduced himself, and said that he had joined Cha Jin Hyuk's group. He had already heard about the girl from stories and was glad to meet her. He wanted to joke about the warm welcome, but when Haryu looked up, he froze. The girl saw a picture of the day when her village was destroyed, children running from the fire, and the figure of a man with horns laughing maliciously. Without thinking twice, she grabbed a sword, called the man an enemy of the village, and lunged at him. The dragon, of course, defended himself against such a sudden attack. Hendrik turned to Jin Hyuk and asked her to explain everything, as she had clearly misunderstood something. The young man smiled and said that she had become angry as soon as she saw him, so he would deal with it himself. But the dragon was not worried about himself. He said that Takabi could be seriously hurt. Recalling their battle, the young man assured the man that he need not worry and that the girl would manage. Then the dragon smiled and said that he would consider it an entrance exam for the Guild of Rebels against the heavens. He struck with his sword and the girl flew several meters away, but quickly recovered and rushed back into the attack. They crossed swords. Swords. And the dragon noticed that Haru was not lacking in courage. But to win, she needed more than just bravery. The girl flew away again from the blow of the sword. She could not have imagined that the difference in strength would be so striking. Her enemy was right before her eyes, but she did not have the strength to destroy him. Then the spirit of the dragon-slaying sword emerged with a laugh and said that this attacker was a worthless dragon. He decided to lend the girl his strength just once so that she could destroy him, and at the same time understand why the sword was so named. Hendrik was intrigued by the sword that had a mind of its own, so he gladly invited it to battle. Haru swung, hoping to deliver a fatal blow, but it seemed like child's play to the dragon. She was amazed that the dragon-slaying sword could be stopped so easily and with just one hand. The man kicked the girl with his foot, and she fell to her knees from the strong blow. The dragon asked her not to think that his sword was ordinary. Even the material from which it was made was better than Harju's sword. Takabai turned to the dragon slayer's sword and asked it to give her the strength to complete her revenge. The embodiment of the sword laughed wildly. He liked the girl's fighting spirit. Then she acquired an even more destructive aura, and a silky thread appeared from the sword, which greatly impressed the dragon. Haru flew into the attack, saying that she would avenge the village that had been burned down and the entire Takabi clan that had been destroyed. The man dodged, but realized that this power was far beyond the girl's level. It was the sword that gave her such power. If he didn't stop her, the sword's owner would be in danger. So Hendrik grabbed the girl by the arm and asked her to drop the sword. He explained that this power was like a parasite consuming her, and that her body was not at the same level. Despite the man's request to drop the sword immediately, the resentment inside the girl prevented her from giving up, and she swung the silk thread again, saying that she would only drop the sword when she had destroyed the dragon that had burned her village. The man managed to dodge, but his face was scratched. He understood the feelings of the girl who also hated dragons, and her feelings were so strong that she could not do anything about it. But Hendrik had been wielding the sword longer, so he decided to force the girl to turn from her evil path. Raising his sword, he warned Haru that it would hurt a lot, but that she would survive. The man struck a powerful blow. Stones and branches flew up into the air, and the sword fell from the girl's hands, and she lost consciousness. When she came to, she found herself in a forest near the village of Takabi. It was a flowery forest full of blue flowers. Suddenly, a ball rolled to her feet. Harju picked it up and looked at it in surprise. Suddenly, someone called her, and when she turned around, she saw smiling children from the village asking her to give them the sword. She smiled and happily gave the sword to the children, who in turn thanked her sister. Suddenly, the pleasant memories turned into a nightmare when a little girl asked why she was the only one of the Tokebi to survive. The girl turned into a hellish demon, put her hand on Haru's shoulder, and cried out, begging to be saved because she also wanted to live. Hundreds of hellish skeletons pressed down on the girl, wailing why she had survived, why only she. This question repeated itself in her head, and tears poured from her eyes. In this madness and confusion, the spirit of the sword appeared and told her that she had survived because she had to. It was her destiny because she could wield the sword of the Dragon Slayer. Even if all the Tokebi died, Haru would be the only way to avenge them. The spirit supported the girl so that she could stand up. The Tokebi did not forget their gratitude and their revenge. Hendrik looked back nervously. He did not expect the girl to be able to get up after being hit by a burst of fire. Haru gathered her last strength, rushed at the dragon, and thanks to the element of surprise, hit him. But that was the end. The sword broke on the man's belt, because that was the limit of the girl's strength. The spirit of the sword said that this was the end, and that the girl should become stronger. Until she could pierce him with this sword, she would not be able to take revenge. Jin Hyuk and Balkan cried out in alarm when they saw their comrades fall to the ground. Lying on the ground, the dragon laughed at him. Everything was fine, but the girl had exhausted herself just before the final blow. With a smile, he said that the best thing to do now was to let her sleep. The unconscious Haru was carried into the room. She looked quite exhausted, as if she had gone beyond her limits more than once. The use of that sword had a strong effect on her. Hendrik asked if she would attack him again after she came to. Jin Hyuk said that it was very likely, as their stories were similar. There was a possibility that he was one of the dragons that had attacked her village. The man had no choice but to accept her insult because, in the end, the sins of the weapon belonged to its owner. The young man led the dragon out of the room and said that he had cleared the entire floor and that it could stay anywhere it wanted until it came to its senses. The man immediately began to say that he shouldn't have done that for him. But the young man interrupted him, shouting that he was not worried about the dragon's proud face, but about Haru, who would not be able to rest properly if he was wandering around in front of her. In the room where the girl was resting, a cool breeze blew in through the window, and she slowly began to open her eyes. She was overcome by a strange feeling. Haru wanted to see Oroboni, but the figure of a child appeared before her eyes. When Miho saw that the girl had come to her senses, her eyes widened and she began to smile. The girl called Tokebi her sister with horns and shouted that she had woken up. Hearing the joyful cries, Jin Hyuk entered the room and asked if the girl had regained consciousness. The girl replied that everything was fine and that her head was just a little dizzy, but she was interrupted by the cry of the little girl, who was happy that her father had come. Hearing the boy being called Dad, Haru lost consciousness again, and Miho was surprised that her sister had fallen asleep again. The young man nervously picked up the child and warned her that she could die if she didn't stop calling him that. The girl asked in surprise who could kill her. He replied that it was at the hands of this sister, pointing to the girl lying unconscious. After Haru recovered, they continued on their way. Jin Hyuk checked to make sure everyone had everything, because they had no intention of returning to the 10th floor. The girl was composed. She said that even if the Dragon Slayer's sword broke, she felt as if it would always be with her. All of the dragon's belongings were packed using magic, so he didn't forget anything. Miho also said that she was ready and would now call the boy Oppa instead of Dad. This amused him. He did not expect to hear such an address from a fox cub. Haru intervened, happily announcing that she had taught her that. Despite the fact that the girl was a mythical creature, she was still a child, so Tokebi carefully explained the difference between Dad and Appa to her, and emphasized that she had taught her. With special care. It is more. Miho lowered her ears and whispered that she liked calling the boy Dad better. The girl heard this and looked at the child with a scorching gaze, causing her to let out a frightened cry. Jin Hyuk held out his hand, which contained several blue scrolls, and asked everyone to take one. They were teleportation scrolls. If they were torn, they would end up in a place prepared for them by the Golden Lee. Hearing this, Haru was surprised because she knew how expensive such things were. After discussing all the details, the young man was about to tear up the paper and leave. But then Balkan shouted, reminding him of himself. The young man thanked him for the reminder, and, snapping his fingers, pulled the man into his spiritual hiding place. Balkan shouted at the young man, asking him not to treat him like an object that could be put away and taken out of storage. Tearing up the paper, they all moved to a place that was exquisitely decorated. The dragon was not impressed by the scale, but Tokebi was amazed by the luxury she saw. It was a space specially created with magic. This was only possible with the enormous wealth of the Golden Lich. When everyone appeared in the space, someone else suddenly arrived. It was Geno, who appeared right next to Haru. He was a famous old blacksmith. Overjoyed at the reunion, They rushed into each other's arms and wept. Jin Hyuk and Balkan watched this and rejoiced that the long-awaited meeting had finally taken place. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open, and an indignant Golden Lee rushed in and began to lecture everyone for being late, and remind them of the etiquette of arriving 10 minutes before the start. The boy reminded him of Takabe's situation and asked him to be more tactful, but his old friend teased him, saying that the Star of Death had become very soft. The puppet who followed Lich was surprised to hear the boy's nickname, because he knew about the legendary Star of Death, who had died 10 years ago, betraying everyone for power. Jin Hyuk smiled as he took off his mask and was pleased that so many people knew about him, confirming that he was indeed the same guy. Gathering everyone around the table, Lee read some information from a book, slammed it shut, and said that was all that was known at the moment. Covering his face in shock at what he had heard, Marionette raised his trembling hand to clarify what he had heard. The 4 royal races began to secretly get rid of those whose potential began to grow uncontrollably, and among them was an attack on the village of Tokabe on the 100th floor. Cha Jin Hyuk and Sir Hendrik were also among their victims, but they returned to life. The young man confirmed the accuracy of these judgments and said that the goal of their guild was revenge. Rebellious against heaven, as their name suggests, they would sow destruction in the heavens where their enemies live. Geno thought to himself that he knew the young man was definitely crazy, but the puppet understood that, as expected, great changes were coming. After finishing the meeting, the Golden Lich asked his old friend what he was going to do next. Jin Hyuk's plans were simple and logical for an ordinary player. He was going to climb the tower. His friends from the guild had to do the same because they needed to gain strength as quickly as possible. The only way to fight fire is with fire. Haryu ran up to her grandfather after the meeting and asked if he would climb with them. The old man smiled, happy that his granddaughter had such a desire, but he stunned her with the news that he was going to climb separately. The girl sincerely did not understand his answer. The thing was that Geno was convinced that everything was fine with the girl, and his anger and motives had disappeared. The same was true for Haru. If they stayed together, they would be happy with that and eventually settle down. He couldn't let the last sword of Takabe fall because of him. The man decided to change his name to Shadowless and become an ordinary blacksmith. He bequeathed that the girl should not forget her anger and revenge as the last of their kind. Suddenly, a young man approached from behind, put his hand on Haru's shoulder, and told the old man that in that case, he had a special mission for him. Jin Hyuk said that he wanted to establish their base on the 100th floor, and that Golden Lee should survey the village of Tokabe. The man said that this was not a problem, but that someone worthy of leadership was needed, and asked if the young man had anyone in mind. Of course, it was the best blacksmith in Tokabe, who had lived on the 100th floor for a long time and knew the area and geography well. Lee thought about it and agreed, and at the same time ordered Marionette to go with the old man to the 100th floor. The young man approached Geno, put his hand on his shoulder, bowed politely, and said he would accompany him. When everyone had decided on their roles, the rebels set off on their journey. Jin Hyuk put on a mask with fervor, inciting everyone to live up to their name. The group crossed through a portal to the 11th floor, a safe zone. Once there, the young man looked at the tower in the center of the city and thought that this was the floor where everything would really begin. He spoke to the freaks who had done this to him, telling them to just wait for their retribution. He didn't care how high they had climbed, because he was determined to get even with them for everything. But no one promised the boy peace. Following him onto the floor was a white-haired girl who was a mercenary hired to eliminate potential talents like him. The young man moved quickly upward, and rumors about him spread instantly. He quickly reached the 50th floor. The demonic mask was carrying out its next task in some luxurious palace guarded by knights. His spiritual army was reinforced by fallen soldiers of the Holy Kingdom. Although they were already spirits, they still retained their honor and were ready to destroy all the enemies of their master. In addition to Jin Hyuk, his amazingly strong team was also famous and worth a lot in its own right. The young man destroyed another branch of the enemy, and his forces were significantly greater than those who defended it. The manager of this branch did not understand what was happening and why such chaos was occurring just when he had become the head. But still, he was confident that he could fight back, as he had not been chosen as the manager of the Holy Land Guild's subsidiary branch for nothing. The man recited incomprehensible spells, and behind him a monster made of stones and branches began to take shape. He created a golem to protect his people and began to give it instructions. Balkan was surprised to see the golem. Haru also did not understand what a monster from the 125th floor was doing there. The man spoke like a madman with his tongue sticking out, saying that the situation had changed as soon as he summoned the golem, and that now the traitors of the Holy Kingdom were doomed. He ordered his monster to crush everyone who stood in the way of the Holy Kingdom's coalition. But this order was not meant to be carried out. With one light blow, Hendrik turned the golem into a pile of stones incapable of anything. While the manager stood there stammering, unable to say a word, Jin Hyuk appeared behind him. The young man grabbed him by the throat and asked if he was from the Shakara branch on the 50th floor. The man cried and asked, foaming at the mouth, if the young man wanted to make the Holy Kingdom of 9 Stars his enemy. But he said that he didn't care, because they had made themselves his enemies 10 years ago and squeezed the administrator's throat. Rumors spread that the demonic mask was breaking records on the floor where it appeared, and that the subsidiary company was being reduced to ashes. On the 50th floor, they finished their work and moved on to destroy the branches and their plans. When the young man walked through the city, everyone stopped and whispered, asking if it was the same demonic mask and his guild of rebels against heaven. The boy stopped and asked Baal if he really had to go to the 100th floor, since he was already quite famous. The dragon was surprised that Jin Hyuk deliberately revealed himself, despite erasing all traces of magic up to the 40th floor. Haryu asked him directly if he was doing it on purpose, and received an affirmative answer. The young man grew tired of raiding their guild and searching for information. Now he wanted them to come to him. The young man checked his status window to make sure of his powers. He was confident that even if they ambushed him, everything would be fine. Although he was still weak, he had sacred power and demonic energy that would come in handy if he was attacked. After thinking for a moment, Jin Hyuk said that he didn't have enough weapons, but the dragon standing next to him advised him not to be so greedy. He reminded him that the boy had a weapon forged by Shadowless, and that it would be difficult to find a better weapon until they reached the 100th floor. Haryu frowned a little and asked if everything was all right with her grandfather, and the little fox cub, with childlike innocence, pointed at the dragon and said that Hendrik had made his sister sad. This remark from Sweet Miho puzzled the man, but the young man had his own ways of dealing with the situation. He was going to go to a certain place to comfort Haru and get some weapons for himself. The dragon asked where he was going, and the young man turned back and said he was going to the black market on the 51st floor. This was a place where you could find things that were impossible to get at a regular auction or difficult to find by normal means. Sometimes quite rare items could be found there. He suggested that Haru and Miho get something they liked there. The girl's eyes immediately lit up, and the little fox cried out joyfully. Jin Hyuk was surprised that they were so delighted and thought he should have thought of something to buy earlier. Balkan joined the conversation. He also liked the idea of shopping. But suddenly, their plans changed quickly. Survival became the priority when a bomb flew in near the group. It was a small ball that suddenly exploded and threw the boy back with a wave. The next moment, an unknown girl in a hooded raincoat was already shooting at the guy with a pistol. Although the shot was quite close, luckily the boy managed to dodge it. There was a huge explosion when the energy found its target. The young man was horrified by the power of the small pistol. If it weren't for the mask, he definitely wouldn't have made it. The unknown girl expressed her admiration for the young man's ability to dodge the shot at point-blank range. But would she be able to dodge when an angry dragon suddenly attacked her? The girl smiled at a man in a wheelchair, who responded, and she was protected by a digital wall. In a split second, the girl changed into a costume with a motorcycle helmet. Hendrik, confused, assumed she was a machine. Using a shock technique, the girl repelled the man's attack by redirecting his own force. The next moment, Haru and Miho flew at the girl, enraged that someone dared to point a weapon at their little brother. But the stranger simply used her flying devices and rose into the air, so that the girl's attack simply passed her by. While Takabe was marveling at the flying girl, the fox cub happily shouted that she was a flying machine. But the next moment, a bunch of small red spherical bombs rained down from the sky and instantly exploded near the mythical creature and the girl. The girl fainted from the explosion, and the little child turned back into a fluffy fox cub. The stranger said she had expected more from the super rookie team that was already the subject of legends. But Hendrik and Jin Hyuk had no intention of letting their names be tarnished so easily and launched a furious double sword attack. But both of them had a gun pointed at their heads. The stranger sighed heavily and said she was sorry because she thought it would be easier. Before it was too late, the men quickly fled from the dangerous weapon. The girl in the car told them not to be so upset because she had something to discuss with them. Taking off her helmet, the blonde introduced herself as Shane, a talented bounty hunter. Jin Hyuk was surprised by what he heard and quickly realized that there was a reward for their heads. But he had no idea who among the ordinary players on the 50th floor had such capabilities. Shane immediately said that the men did not need to introduce themselves. She knew both the demonic mask and the strange dragon. She smiled slyly and added that they were her prey as well. Hendrik didn't like the girl's last words and drew his sword on her, but she laughed and said she had changed her mind. Instead of their heads, she wanted a bet. It was a tempting offer that would benefit both sides. Hendrik still held his sword skeptically at her neck. The terms were simple. If the boys won, she would tell them who had sent her. The dragon could no longer listen and decided to simply finish off the girl, but the young man suddenly stopped him. The thing was, if the girl was supported by 4 races or 9 stars, their rise, which had only just begun, would become very dangerous. The man shook his head in irritation, but said nothing. Then Jin Hyuk asked for more details about the bet. Shane put on a helmet and, instead of explaining, said that fighting a strong opponent was always fun. She banged her fist against his fist and challenged him to a fight. Obviously, that was what she would get in return. Hendrik shouted in surprise that it meant they would have to fight anyway, but the girl said there would be certain conditions. They agreed that all 3 of them had to survive. They could only get information from her if she was alive, and the girl, in turn, had no intention of destroying them. The dragon thought anxiously about what the girl was planning, since she was offering such conditions and saying that she did not even plan to destroy them. There was one more condition. Since it was a 2-on-1 fight, the demonic mask was forbidden to summon his spirit soldiers. The guy promised not to do so, already planning how he would extract all the information from Shane. The dragon smiled slyly, looking for a loophole in the agreement. According to the terms, the girl was only allowed to breathe, so he was already planning to deprive her of a couple of limbs. Shane heard this threat, but smiled back and enthusiastically began the fight. Her assistant switched to automatic control, and, finding his target, began shooting first at Po Jin Hyuk. The young man reacted well, dodging the automatic fire from the drone. He said it was just a toy, and started to take something out of his pocket, but the girl with the pistols attacked him from behind and reminded him of herself. Thanks to Shane warning him, the guy managed to put up a spiritual shield. A dragon that quickly appeared behind him was about to launch a surprise attack, but it turned out to be predictable. The girl shouted something into her visor and flashed like a hologram and disappeared. Because of this, the man's blow hit the boy's shield and caused huge destruction around him. Shane was disappointed. She said that their teamwork was terrible and suggested that it was because they were both capable of standing up for themselves. After the attack, the men lunged at each other and began to argue. Jin Hyuk was angry that the dragon should have seen that he was blocking the girl, and Hendrik was angry that the young man had not anticipated his attack. Both considered each other idiots. The young man shouted that the man had to comply because it was an order from the guild leader. The dragon, in turn, shouted that it was not rational and asked the young man to leave everything to him. Then they would win. Suddenly, Shane caught their attention, calling the men a quarrelsome couple. She understood that they were both stubborn, but ignoring her was quite rude. The girl had already prepared a powerful attack with a giant weapon that looked like a stapler. Gathering a powerful charge, she asked with a smile if the guys had ever heard of a railgun. Without hesitation, she fired at the men, and they were both illuminated by a blue light of powerful energy. The powerful blow destroyed everything within a radius of several meters. Jin Hyoka and Hendrika were miraculously saved by the boy's ability to teleport. They were thrown somewhere far away in the forest outside the city. Shaking the leaves off his shoulders, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, because the forced teleportation spell he had managed to cast had worked. They would have been doomed if that weapon had hit them. Recovering, the dragon scolded Cha Jin Hyuk for running away in the middle of battle. The boy suddenly covered his mouth with his hand to silence him and prevent him from making any loud noises. A drone that was an extension of Shane's helmet was flying right above them. She had some crazy weapon skills, and it was unclear who she was. This girl was definitely not from Earth. Since the tower combined many dimensions, she could have been from another universe. And most likely, she was from a dimension where technology was much more advanced than what Jin Hyuk knew. The young man returned to Hendrik and said that if he really wanted to win, he had to listen to him. Meanwhile, Shane searched the entire forest for members of the Rebels Guild with the help of her helmet. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk appeared in front of her. She was surprised that he had appeared in front of her so easily. Pointing her gun at him, she asked if he had decided to surrender. But the young man had his own plans, so he apologized and replied that he had a long life ahead of him. Suddenly, he used his soul bond. A whirlwind of dark souls with visible hands swirled around the young man. A closed, dark space formed around them, but Shane was not afraid. She mocked his skill, saying that she had expected something more spectacular. She considered it a common skill. She was even offended by such underestimation. But a moment later, a dragon suddenly attacked from outside the space. Then the girl realized she was wrong and quickly reacted by shooting at the man. It seemed that she had hit him, but she realized that something was wrong and didn't know what exactly. She was sure that there had to be something else. The dragon smiled happily, and the spirit's hands swirled around him. He told Cha Jin Hyuk that he liked it. The girl's eyes widened when she realized that the demon mask barrier was on the man. She was distracted and missed the dragon's attack. Still, she dodged it. For the first time in the entire battle, cold sweat rolled down her face, but she appreciated the technique. The Spirit Lord had more than just summoning spells. With Jin Hyuk's almighty talent, he cast all the buffs he had on Hendrik. Clapping his hands, he smiled behind his mask and said that he would show what true support from the Almighty was capable of. The young man ordered the dragon to attack. Shane noticed that the man's speed had increased significantly. She understood that the demonic mask had definitely done something to him. She was nervous and began to shoot chaotically. Hendrik easily dodged every bullet, and, attacking with his sword with a smile, said that now he would not let the girl escape. A protective barrier appeared around the bounty hunter, and as soon as she opened her eyes, which had been squinted shut from the impact, she saw a huge golden dragon. The man smiled and attacked the girl with a lightning dragon attack. But when he took a step forward, he realized that he had stepped on some unknown object. Shane began to smile nervously with relief that the dragon had fallen into her trap. It was a gift for the one who had forced her to retreat. There was a nuclear mine under Hendrik's feet. Jin Hyuk ran to save his friend as soon as he realized something was wrong, but it was too late because there was a powerful explosion. The boy cursed, asking what world this girl with such a powerful weapon had come from. Suddenly, a bullet passed through the young man's shoulder. Shane stood smiling with a pistol and announced checkmate. She didn't put the gun away and continued talking. The dragon could no longer fight, and the demonic mask was left alone with a wound. But who knew if it was really as the self-confident girl believed? Making an ironic reference to his previous words, the young man said that he had forgotten to mention that the dragon also had a long lifespan. Shane, nervously sweating, suggested that all this time her opponents had not been playing for real. Behind Jin Hyuk appeared an angry dragon, furious because he had been forced to take on a form he found hideous. An enraged Hendrik began to spew fire. Shane realized that the stronger races of the tower were indeed on a different level, but she was still not fighting at full strength. So right now, she decided to use her most powerful shot. But in his full dragon form, he was indifferent to her attacks. For now, all these weapons were only good for tickling flies. Shane really started to get nervous, especially when Hendrik reminded her of their agreement not to destroy each other, and asked him not to provoke her into breaking the terms. The girl began to fly back, and the dragon gathered power for the next volley of fire. But the huntress had no intention of giving up, and said it was naive to assume she wouldn't be able to withstand the blow. She activated her visor and shield at maximum power to protect herself from the barrage of fire. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was recovering in the corner. Although he had used his sacred healing power, his recovery was too slow, so he assumed that he had been hit by some kind of unusual bullet. When Hendrik transformed into that form, his buffs and defensive skills disappeared, and now they were useless to him. It seemed that the very existence of a man in such a form confused the boy's mana. After the attack, the girl actually survived and sat on the dragon's snout, swinging her legs and saying that dragons were really powerful creatures. Suddenly, a girl from the opposite side greeted him, then another and another, until there were nearly 100 of them. Hendrik did not understand what was happening because he was the only one who could control the mana in this area. Shane said that it was not magic but simple science and that it was all holograms. The dragon, who was a master of mana, could not oppose them. Except for the girl herself, all the weapons were completely material, so thousands of shots were fired at the monster. The dragon roared, throwing everyone away, but no matter how hard they tried, those little guns couldn't hurt him. But suddenly, the girl took out a weapon that was 100 times more powerful than Shane herself. It was unclear where she had been hiding it all this time. She aimed directly at the dragon, and Hendrik realized that this weapon would be more powerful. The girl smiled and said that it was the most powerful and dirty thing she had, and that she tried not to use it if possible. This suited the dragon, who was also going to give it his all and began to charge a magical fireball. In the battle between science and magic, an explosion so powerful rang out that it was daytime in the nearby city for a few seconds. The smoke from the attack gradually dissipated. The girl looked out from behind her protective barrier and, seeing the aftermath, said that this was why she didn't like to use her antimatter bomb. Her intelligent robot assistant Visor overheated while using the defense and could no longer maintain stable operation. Shane kindly allowed the robot to rest a little, because after all, it had done a good job. Suddenly, she noticed that she was not alone, as a dragon rose up before her. She was terrified at the thought that it could still fight, but scales that were clearly burnt began to fall off the monster, and it collapsed as unexpectedly as it had risen. The girl was overcome with joy at the realization that she had defeated one of the 4 great dragon races. But it was not yet time to relax, as Jin Hyuk kindly reminded her, his figure appearing in the thick smoke. He had not yet given up on this battle, which was 2 against 1. He said he was still there and took off his mask, Although he was smiling, the blood around his lips made it clear that he was in poor condition. Shane pointed her gun at him and remarked that he was talking quite animatedly for someone with a hole in his chest. She teased him a little and joked that he shouldn't expect any leniency for the pretty face under his mask. The girl had enough weapons left to finish off the demonic mask, so she suggested that he simply accept defeat. The young man smiled slyly, biting the dragon scale he had managed to pick up, and advised the girl to check first and then draw conclusion. Shane's expression showed her confusion. She was surprised that the young man had eaten the dragon's scale. Before her eyes, the boy grew wings and horns, transforming, he said with a smile, that they really needed her information, so much so that they could even go a little too far. Jin Hyuk also acquired a dragon's tail and claws. Shane looked at this in shock, while the young man enjoyed the feeling of dragon power spreading through his body. At that moment, he understood why dragons were called the rulers of mana, because the boy felt as if he were capable of anything. Consumed by power, the young man created thousands of magical portals, forming a dome. The girl stood confused and unable to move. She had never seen anything like this in her life. The young man said only one word, "gun gear," and spears rained down from the magical pictogram. The strikes were random. Shane stood frozen, unable to understand how the young man's power could be equal to that of dragons. She began to make various assumptions. The first was that the demonic mask was also a dragon, but she quickly dismissed it because she felt that the young man's energy had changed when he ate the scale. Suddenly, the girl came to the correct but terrifying conclusion that the young man was gaining the power of the objects he ate. At that moment, the young man was already behind her, ready to attack. Jin Hyuk said that the girl was slow-witted, but she still managed to get the light sword. The young man looked at her and laughed that just a second ago she was happy, but now the spirit of the great huntress had vanished. This enraged Shane and strengthened her. She couldn't allow some player from the 50th floor to talk to her like that. She decided to end it all just as the boy wanted, and took out her bizarre railgun again. Jin Hyuk laughed and said that they would see who was stronger. The young man shocked the girl when he began to gather energy to use the dragon's breath. With one accurate shot, all of the girl's weapons were shattered, and she lost consciousness. Jin Hyuk landed softly on the ground, but the attack did not leave him unscathed as he began coughing up blood. He simply coughed up the dragon scale because, until he could make this power his own, it was still too powerful for him, so the young man left it for later. In any case, he now had another problem: Hendrik, who had been badly beaten. After a while, Shane came to her senses. She quickly felt the effects of the powerful battle as her whole body ached with every movement. Looking around, she saw the demonic mask and the dragon sitting there, obviously waiting for her to wake up. She began to scream indignantly, realizing that the men had come to their senses before her, but she couldn't expect anything else from the dragons. When she looked around a little more, she noticed that the sky was an unusual color and asked where they were. It was a barrier created by Jin Hyuk because Hendrik and Shane were unconscious, and the area was badly damaged, so he couldn't just leave everything as it was. The girl laughed nervously and said that they had strayed too far. Shane admitted defeat, although she had hoped to win, and considering that she had encountered a monster that had stolen the power of all four races, it was obvious that she had no chance from the start. The boy laughed at the fact that they had been underestimated, while the dragon didn't understand why they were arguing at all. The girl said happily that she just couldn't pass up such a wonderful opportunity to fight a dragon, because she had wanted to for a long time. The man angrily shouted that they had staged such a grand epic battle over such a trifle. Shane said that of course she wanted to find out who was stronger, her or the dragon from the ground floor. The dragon agreed that this was indeed a valid argument, and said that he had nothing to add. But this enraged Jin Hyuk, who had used all the mana stones from his spirits to support the barrier. In any case, since the girl had come to her senses, she had to tell them who had ordered her. First of all, the girl pointed out that she had been sent to hunt them down by more than one person. Shane said that the Guild Association had offered a reward for their head. The young man did not want to believe what he had heard. The news was too bad. Hendrik had never heard of the Guild Association, so he asked what it was. The girl asked if the men had heard about the penalties that restricted high-ranking players from entering lower-ranking floors. Therefore, they circumvented this by defeating and supporting low-ranking guilds. These guilds seized power on the lower floors. In turn, those guilds would take over guilds from even lower floors, and so on, in a chain reaction that stabilized their power. This was called a guild association. There weren't many such forces in the tower, so Hendrik assumed that they could figure out who was behind it with a little investigation. But there was no need for that. Jin Hyuk knew one person who had the power and authority to do such a thing. It was the Guild Association of the Holy Kingdom of 9 Stars. Cain Pellin was certain that he was behind it. Meanwhile, Cain gathered the 9 stars at his mansion and thanked them for coming. The Holy Sword named Donut Taylor smiled and said he knew why they had been summoned. He had heard that the precious daughter guilds of the Holy Kingdom had been completely destroyed. Archmage Merlin assumed that it was a demonic mask, a powerful player from the 50th floor. The Poison King Dan Cho mocked that the man had been attacked by some puppy from the lower floor. An angry Carmen interrupted the conversation because she was tired of empty talk. Donut grabbed his sword with a smile. He was always ready for a senseless fight. Kane intervened with a question about whether the boy could guarantee that his daughter's guild would not be next. Pellin announced his decision, reasoning that the demonic mask was a weed that was spreading. With a devilish smile, he offered to weed out this annoying weed. Donato was not impressed by such statements and skeptically asked how they would do it, because he did not really want to go down there himself. This was really not an option, because the difference in ranks was too great. The guy suggested hiring a mercenary because the one he had sent earlier had done an unsatisfactory job. A week passed, and Shane was hunted down for poor work, and now the girl sat exhausted in a ruined building after the battle. Despite the terrifying situation, the girl was still in good spirits. Even though she could be careless, her strength was strikingly different from that of the other players on the 300th floor. The royal ranked ascenders were truly on another level. Among her attackers was a guy in a strange mask and a blonde young man with a snake. The guy in the mask and hood scolded the girl for failing the task and giving information to the men. The traces of the demonic group weakened after their encounter with Shane, so they decided to feed her to a huge snake. She became dinner for the white snake Camille, who wrapped her body, squeezed her until she turned blue, and swallowed her in one gulp. Haru had a strange dream. She was in a dark space with blue lanterns and begged to be saved. Suddenly, she came to her senses on the roof. The girl held her head, which was spinning a little. Jin Hyuk and Miho, who had regained her human form, looked at her happily, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. Haru asked what had happened to the woman who had attacked them, and where Hendrik was. The young man said that the dragon had gone to find information, that those who were hunting them were very serious and would probably decide to investigate the information they had received from Shane. Realizing that the girl had recovered, the young man said that they could leave, but Takabe had forgotten where they were going. Jin Hyuk smiled and reminded them that their next destination was the black market. The group arrived at the shopping district on the 51st floor, where there were crowds of people, street food, lanterns, and entertainment. Miho's eyes lit up when she saw cotton candy. She pointed to it and asked her older brother if she could have some. The young man did not object. There was still some time before the black market opened, so the little girl happily ran to the counter. Meanwhile, Karyu seemed oblivious to the fairy tale atmosphere around her, thinking only of the dream she had had. The boy noticed this and asked if something was wrong and if she wanted something to eat. Karyu immediately came to her senses, smiled, and said that everything was fine. She was just lost in thought. With shining eyes, Miho ran up to them, holding a pile of treats in her hands. The fox cub was beaming with happiness and offered her sister to eat everything together. The girl laughed and accepted the girl's offer, while the young man thought about it. Night fell, and the black market was about to open. Jin Hyuk put on his mask and did not forget about Haru, who was Takabe and therefore too conspicuous. He snapped his fingers, and the girl appeared in a new, elegant white dress in the style of a court lady, complete with a hat. Miho had to return to her fox form and sit on the boy's shoulder. The obedient girl quickly and happily transformed. The couple came to the entrance of the black market, where two men stood and let confirmed visitors pass. Jin Hyuk was next. Approaching the men, he handed them the black card with gold trim that he had received from Lee. The man knew the value of this card because it allowed him to attend all black market auctions without a good sponsor. Such a card was impossible to obtain. This unusual situation caused a delay, so the young man asked if there was a problem and was quickly told that everything was fine. An auction employee in a brown cloak personally escorted the couple to the VIP area. Whispering began in the hall where they were walking because the same demonic mask appeared, and with a girl, and they were going to the VIP area. Overall, there was plenty of material for new gossip. The man accompanying them explained the rules. Since it was a private venue, you had to press a button to place a bid. The guy thanked him for the explanation and asked the man not to come in until he called him. The man politely took his leave. The door to the VIP room closed and a loud auction began. There was a buzz from the bids people were making. Mako was satisfied and bought herself an accessory for 350,000 gold coins. But the young man and woman were dissatisfied. They hadn't seen anything of value, and there were a lot of people and even more noise. This made the boy think that something was wrong. Too many people had gathered on the lower floor, which meant that something was about to happen. The next lot was being presented on stage. The presenter had not yet uncovered the cloth covering it when Karu suddenly jumped up from her seat She jumped off the private balcony in her dress and ran toward the item that had just been put on display. Her mind was clouded by a voice coming from under the white cloth, asking for help, just like in a dream. Of course, this was not allowed, and all the items at the auction were under guard, so a couple of magicians appeared in front of the girl. They tried to stop her, but the girl grabbed a sword and ordered everyone to get out of the way. The girl was pushed away, and a rich man shouted indignantly at her for daring to touch the item he had his eye on. An old fat goblin with a cane, a monocle, and a gold tooth called Haryu an arrogant lady. Suddenly, an angry Jin Hyuk appeared behind the girl, radiating malice. He advised the man to step aside and asked if he even knew who he dared to raise his hand again. The insolent gentleman's bodyguard recognized the demonic mask and grabbed his sword. The rich man smiled a sly smile of impunity, repeating the boy's nickname. The young man immediately asked how Haru was feeling. The girl pointed to the auction item and explained that she had heard a cry for help coming from there. The auctioneer tried to defuse the situation by joking that a little commotion was normal when a valuable auction item appeared. He skillfully seized the moment and decided to fuel the excitement and open the item. Seeing what was hidden under the fabric on the table, she was reminded of a dream she had after the battle with the dragon, where she met children from the village. On a soft red pillow lay a small blue flower-shaped ornament. The presenter said that it was a flower ornament in the style of the fallen Takabi tribe. The girl was overcome with a wave of anger that someone had dared to sell her tribe's belongings at some auction. The boy instantly calmed her down by putting his hand on her shoulder and telling her to lean on him. The host sensed the moment and said with a smile that it was time to start bidding. The starting bid was 100,000 gold coins, and it began to rise by hundreds at a time as soon as it was announced. A rich man who immediately claimed the item drove the price sky high, naming a sum of 1 million. The auctioneer heard this and seized the moment, asking if there were any higher bids, even though the likelihood of this was slim. The fat man laughed, rejoicing that his collection would be replenished with another trinket from another tribe. With a disgusting smile, he said that he was sorry that he had not been able to make a scarecrow out of Takabi's victim, but that this ornament would at least cheer him up a little. After these words, Harju grabbed her sword again. She couldn't allow her tribe's treasure to fall into the hands of such a degenerate. But the boy stopped her. Thinking that no one would outbid him, the auctioneer began the countdown, but suddenly someone offered 3 million. Everyone in the hall was stunned by this offer. Even the fat rich man nervously repeated the amount he had heard. The demonic mask offered 3 million and added that if the man was not ready to offer more, he could leave. After a minute of silence in the hall, the auctioneer recovered and banged the gavel, confirming the sale of the item for 3 million. Whispering began again in the hall, everyone discussing the fact that the demonic mask was also a rich man. Jin Hyuk was not happy that he had attracted too much attention by ending the auction with such a high bid, and decided it would be better to leave immediately. He returned to the auctioneer and informed him that he was planning to leave, asking the man to pack the purchase as quickly as possible. Haryu held her precious treasure with both hands and thanked the young man because it had cost him a lot. But Jin Hyuk said that there was no need to thank him because the money was not his, and that she could thank the Golden Lee a little later. Suddenly, a mystical spirit seemed to fly out of the jewelry, embraced the girl, and thanked her kindly. In that reverent moment, Haryu remembered why she would take revenge for the sake of everyone's salvation. Looking at the smiling girl, the boy understood why she had become so angry at that moment. Because Tokabi's soul was attached to the jewelry. Suddenly, a man with a sword, who looked very much like the rich man's bodyguard, attacked the boy from behind. The young man reacted quickly, parried the attack, and asked his attacker who he was. When he got a chance to see the attackers, he recognized the fat man from the auction and his bodyguard. The man pretended to be offended and said that such associations were rather rude, but he allowed the young man to take the item. Jin Hyuk warned him immediately that if he wanted the hairpin, he should have bought it at the auction, and now he would not give it to him. The young man began to threaten him, but the rich man interrupted him with loud laughter. He was no longer interested in the hairpin because he had the opportunity to make a stuffed animal out of real Takabi. Haryu was enraged by this attitude and instantly flew into a rage and lunged at the man. This corpulent gentleman possessed a unique weapon, a giant hammer with decorations, which he enjoyed using. The girl, of course, managed to dodge his blow, but Jin Hyuk shouted at her not to act recklessly. But the young man had his own problem because a sharp sword blade was just a millimeter from his eyes, and he barely managed to dodge it. The man's bodyguard said that he would be his opponent. This swordsman had scars on both eyes and kept them closed at all times. The young man quickly assessed his skill. He was about the same level as Hendrik, or even more skilled with a sword. Then, for a more convenient fight and to gain an advantage, Jin Hyuk used his combat foresight. The girl used it too. She could see that the man was strong but very slow, so combat foresight gave her a striking advantage. She launched a counterattack, but the man did not seem confused. He just smiled and pressed a button on the handle of his hammer. Suddenly, a poisonous green gas began to seep out of the hammer's holes. Karyu quickly reacted and covered her mouth with her hand to avoid being poisoned. While the girl was thinking about the poison, the man suddenly grabbed her by the neck and threw her to the floor. He gave young Takabe some life advice. As soon as the player reaches the 50th floor, they realize that everyone here has some kind of ace up their sleeve. The rich man used the goblin poison that they had spat on the second floor. It had paralyzing properties, and the man improved it and turned it into a gas so that the girl would not be able to move for the next few hours. But Haru was not going to give up. Some poison wasn't going to take her down. She was going to take revenge like the last Tokebi. The goblin didn't care and assured her that she wouldn't die just like that she would start a new life. And for her obedience, he took a knife to cut her tendons. He swung the dagger, saying that it was an honor to live a new life as a scarecrow in his collection. Suddenly, eyes lit up in the thick veil of poisonous clouds, and the man's hand flew away from his body before he could even get close to Takabe. The man looked back in shock. The young man said that he was probably wondering why he could move despite the poison, but it was simple. It had no effect on him. The demonic mask said that the goblin was too disgusting to be a scarecrow, so he would simply destroy him. Only now did the pain catch up with the man, and he grabbed the place where his hand had been. Jin Hyuk advised him not to dramatize it, saying it was only one hand, and now he would take the other one. A guard with a sword appeared instantly to defend his master, and attacked the young man. But the young man managed to put up a magic block, but praised the man because the attack was really fast, and he barely had time to defend himself. The swordsman did not look back. He felt that something had blocked his attack and assumed it was magic. Jin Hyuk quickly decided to counterattack and used a 5-finger spirit bullet. The man dodged and concluded that the boy was skilled with both sword and magic, which could indicate that he had some hidden class. He couldn't see anything, so he relied on his senses and felt pressure as if he was facing not a novice but a veteran of the upper floors. In a matter of milliseconds, the man teleported himself to the master's side. After analyzing everything, he said that the situation had changed and that he should retreat and heal his wounds. The goblin began to get angry and asked if this was some kind of joke, because in front of him was the real living Tokebi he wanted so much. Suddenly, the man put the blade of his sword to the rich man's face, stopping literally a few micrometers from his nose, and reminded him of the terms of their contract. The goblin trembled, looked away, and repeated them. They said that he would not interfere when his bodyguard was fighting. The man looked at the Lord more seriously and angrily, and told him not to interfere and to run away. The rich man obeyed and began to run away, deciding that if he couldn't get the Tokebi, he would get the hairpin. He rushed towards the jewelry that Miho was bravely defending and pushed her away with a punch. He grabbed the glass cap under which the jewelry was and began to run away, rejoicing that it would complete his collection. Haru got up, grabbed her sword, and ran forward. She couldn't let the man get away. How much trouble fell upon the guard when the effect of the poisonous gas proved to be so short-lived. Guided by his senses, he swung at the girl because he could not allow her to pursue his master. But Jin Hyuk came to her defense. He said that since the man had started the fight, he had to fight to the end. A fierce sword fight began. The men wielded their swords so skillfully that the buildings around them shook. After defending himself from another attack, Jin Hyuk said that no matter how you looked at it, the man's skills were too impressive to be wasted in a place like this. The man smiled and said that this terrible place allowed him to meet strong people like the demon mask. The young man found this funny and said that the man was a rat who had run away because he was afraid to climb. Apparently, these words hurt him deeply, because he struck with impressive power and launched a second attack, saying that the young man knew nothing. The man began to send shockwaves from his sword, destroying everything around him, but the young man suddenly appeared from the side and said that he was weak. With a quick, imperceptible blow, he struck the man, passing his sword through his body. At that moment, he remembered his entire journey to the 400th floor and saw the true appearance of the tower. Deception, fraud, and betrayal were the lowest manifestations of humanity. There he lost his eyes. He lost them after his friend betrayed him. That place was disgusting to him. The man flew at the boy, saying that at least here, people did not hide their ugliness from each other. The young man dodged and said that he understood, because he himself had been betrayed and ultimately deprived of his life. But he said that the man was very weak in spirit, because if he had been truly strong, he would have risen higher than the tower, and he would have destroyed those who betrayed him. Jin Hyuk struck such a powerful blow that the man flew away and left a dent in the wall. The young man would never run away like the man did. Releasing his spirits for the fatal blow, he said that he would go to the end and destroy his traitors. Meanwhile, the goblin who was running away with the ornament promised himself that this was not the end, and that he would make a demon mask and a tokebi scarecrow for his collection. He was just a short distance from the main street, where he planned to blend in with the crowd. The goblin rejoiced as he looked at the city lights and imagined how he would reach safety, when suddenly someone ran past him, splitting his body in half. It was Haru with her sword. She said goodbye to her husband and told him that he wouldn't be able to collect anything in the next world. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a gold card that had fallen out of her husband's pocket. Meanwhile, the battle between Jin Hyuk and the blind man took an unusual turn. Despite the powerful attack, the man remained alive and asked why the boy had not finished him off. The demonic mask suggested that the man had unfinished business with those who had done this to his eyes. The blind man was shocked, but smiled, and said that when he was done with them, he would find the boy and make him regret not finishing him off today. Jin Hyuk was glad to hear this, said he would wait impatiently, smiled, and moved on. Upon learning all the details, Balkan teased the young man, saying that he had behaved coolly and, in the end, had even shown mercy and pity for his avenging colleague. Jin Hyuk tried to shut him up every time. Haru caught up with them. The young man immediately asked if she was all right and what had happened to the rich man. Balkan was also interested in this question, and the girl quickly replied that she had simply destroyed him. Another interesting thing was that she handed him a gold card that had fallen out of the goblin's pocket. The man thought that this card looked like the one the young man had used. The guy explained that it was most likely connected to the auction house, but it couldn't be used to make deals. Usually such things were just passes, said Jin Hyuk, looking at his reflection on the card. Under his mask, he began to smile wildly. It was a pass that allowed him to participate in high-ranking auctions, which meant he could buy valuable junk. Haru suddenly spoke, apologizing to her father for not controlling herself, getting angry, and almost ruining everything. The guy gently put his hand on her head and said that everything was fine, because he understood how valuable this jewelry was to her. So the situation was not terrible, but he reminded Takabe to keep in mind that sometimes you have to be cold-blooded to get revenge. The girl blushed at the unexpected touch, but agreed with the young man with a smile. They all returned to the auction, and now Jin Hyuk shocked the concierge by handing him the gold card he had found, which was a secret pass. Taking it back, the young man expressed his hope that the level of the auction would match the card. The man, of course, began to assure him of this and said he would show the guests in. Balkan noticed that there weren't many people at this auction, which wasn't surprising because not everyone had such a card. On stage, the spotlight shone on the presenter, who solemnly announced the last lot of the day. The man skillfully kept the audience in suspense, delaying and announcing the moment when the valuable item would be revealed. The hall was filled with the voices of eager auctioneers who were already drooling with anticipation to see the last lot of the auction. The young man noticed the commotion among the people. He found such excitement strange and became curious about what was hidden under the piece of cloth. The noise grew even louder when a cage covered with a red cloth began to descend onto the stage. Haru was surprised when she saw it. Jin Hyuk assumed that it was most likely a mystical creature or a divine beast. The host emphasized again that this was the last item in the auction, and that a special finale had been prepared for everyone. When the red cloth was lifted, Jin Hyuk was stunned by the madness that unfolded before him. The insane auctioneers were selling a slave girl who had captured a dark elf. The young man felt a mad desire for destruction from the girl. It was logical that she had not ended up here with a good story. The young man felt something strange besides a striking desire for destruction. He sensed a mana from her somewhere on the level of a higher elf. Dark elves were a race whose ancestors had been exposed to demonic energy, and the pure mana of the higher elves was its complete opposite. They could not coexist. Balkan said that theoretically it was possible if someone forcibly exposed a higher elf to demonic energy, something like this could happen. But a higher elf was not so easy to find. Jin Hyuk suggested that the girl was the result of the brutality of the four races. The hall was buzzing with people placing their bets, which started at 1.5 million and rose steadily. Suddenly, someone shouted a price of 5.5 million. It was an angel who appeared with a smile. Her name was Hamiel, and she was of the Natsak rank. The elf instantly became angry, grabbed the bars, and began to yell at the angel. The girl shouted that she would never sell herself to an angel, and that if she was lucky enough to get out, she would be the first to die. Hamiel smiled disgustingly and told the girl not to get so angry and to think about it. For some reason, she called the elf a princess. The angel began to manipulate her, saying that the girl could become a toy for nasty old men who were already drooling greedily at the thought of the ransom. Or she could become their pet, which Hamiel presented as a wonderful choice. The auctioneer, pleased with the amount named and hearing no new bids, wanted to bang the gavel and end the auction. The elf girl closed her eyes, tears welling up from the hopelessness of the situation. It was painful to realize that it would all end this way. When the hammer was a centimeter from the board, a voice rang out, saying that another 4.5 million would be added to the amount. The angel was outraged and surprised, not understanding who would pay so much. A whole 10 million. Hamiel turned toward the sound and looked up at the balcony where the demonic mask stood. The young man managed to laugh subtly at the angel and said that she counted well for a bird. The administrator was visibly nervous because it was the highest bid on the entire 51st floor. The lot was sold, and the audience in the hall was buzzing because they couldn't believe something like this had happened. The elf in the cage slowly raised her eyes and looked at her new owner. She did not know who he was. Despite her good nature, the angel was furious that the demonic mask had dared to buy the girl. She couldn't stand it when someone touched her things. Angels are scary when they're angry, and the girl raised her wings and glared fiercely at the young man. Jin Hyuk immediately raised his hands and dramatically announced that the girl was using her abilities against him to make him withdraw his bid, which was forbidden. Hamiel went on the offensive and told the boy to stop this nonsense because she was sure he couldn't pay such a sum. Angel versus demon, an eternal struggle. They just stood there and glared at each other. The host on stage was confused and didn't know what to do in such a situation. The angel sighed heavily, raised her hand, and said she would bet more than 10 million gold coins. Then the guy shocked everyone by naming the amount of 20 million gold coins. Even Bakan and Haru were stunned. Jin Hyuk simply mocked the angel, looking down at her from above, smiling and saying that she could leave if she didn't have the money. He made Hamiel very nervous. She realized that this was not an auction trick and that the young man really wanted to buy her item. Jin Hyuk tried to understand why the angel was looking at him like that, and he wanted so badly to gouge her eyes out. He knew that one day he would destroy the 4 great races, but with his current strength, he couldn't do it. But while they were engaged in a battle of money, he could win here. So he decided to settle for that for now. The angel grimaced, realizing that she couldn't spend more money so easily, and didn't believe that the boy had that kind of money in his account. While Hamiel hesitated and thought, the host said that there were no more bids and loudly banged a wooden hammer, announcing the end of the auction. After the auction ended, the guy was asked to wait a little while. They brought him his prize. In addition, he was given a magic key that would unlock the handcuffs if he approached the cage. The administrator, overjoyed, wanted to ask something about the young man's next appearance, but he abruptly reminded him that he was waiting for his purchase. Suddenly, Haru gently tugged at the young man's sleeve. She asked if Jin Hyuk really intended to use the elf as a slave. The guy was stunned by such an assumption. He didn't consider himself crazy enough to do such a thing. Suddenly, Balkan appeared behind him, reminding him that he actually loved slave. The young man reminded the man that he was actually a spirit, which of course annoyed Balkan. Then Jin Hyuk turned to the girl, leaned over, and asked if she really thought he was that kind of person. Of course, the girl began to deny it. The girl was naturally a little relieved, but to be honest, she herself saw that the elf was beautiful. Suddenly, an angel approached them and expressed her sincere joy that the company was still there. She pretended to be friendly and politely introduced herself, saying she was glad to meet them. Jin Hyuk immediately warned her that if she had come to take his purchase, she shouldn't count on it, because the last person who tried something like that was now feeding the worms. The girl smiled, pretending that she hadn't even thought of that, and delicately asked why he had decided to buy it. The guy came up close and started scolding Hamiel for asking a question, even though she knew it was rude, and hinted that she shouldn't expect special treatment just because of her race. Then the angel smiled and walked past as if she had accepted what had happened, adding casually that she just wanted to get to know the young man better. In an instant, her smile turned malicious, and the girl casually mentioned that a report about him had already been sent to the authorities. A vivid image flashed through the young man's mind of him grabbing a sword and cutting off the angel's head, but he quickly came to his senses and realized that this was not the way out. He knew that if he gave it his all, he could finish off that damn dove, which was already badly scarred. But he couldn't handle the consequences. Most likely the higher angels would start hunting him, and as long as he was weak, he couldn't fight them face to face. He clenched his fists so hard that his veins bulged, because he understood that all he could do was wait. As a farewell, the insolent Hamiel clung to Haru's hairpin, saying that she was beautiful and that she regretted that she would not be able to see her anymore. Her smile was full of malice and mockery, when she added that she was even a little ashamed that she had burned them all herself. The young man turned abruptly, struck by the thought that she had not come to rescue the elf, but to provoke Haru. He was afraid that she would fly into a rage again and cause trouble. Surprisingly, Takabe remained calm and replied that everything was okay to the young man's sudden cry. For her, it was the best moment to remain cold-blooded, so she clenched the case containing the hairpin in her hands to calm herself down a little. Smiling broadly and finally walking away, Hamiel said that she felt that this was not their last meeting. But as she was leaving, she turned around and with her nasty, insincere smile, said that she would be waiting for them on the 100th floor. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk shouted for her to stop, because he wanted to ask her how much she knew, but it was too late. Instead of an angel, only feathers remained. Now the young man did not know what she was planning, but he was sure that the time would come when he would come for her soul. Jin Hyuk and Haryu came out to the edge of the 51st floor, while Bolkon and the ghost soldiers watched from above and made sure no one disturbed them. The spirits brought the cage to the young man, and now they were in a place where no one could hear them. The elf calmly asked what would be done to her. The young man told her not to worry, because if he had anything strange in mind, the nine-tailed fox cub and the last Takabi would not be there. Lowering her head, the girl sighed and said that they were all doing the same thing, and she saw no difference between him and the children nearby. Jin Hyuk did not force her to do anything, and said that it was her right to believe him or not, but asked her to introduce herself. The girl looked at him seriously and said her name was Elione von Yggdrasil. The boy's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he heard her surname. Yggdrasil was the royal family of elves, named after the sacred elven tree. Standing before him was a true member of the royal family of elves. Meanwhile, a group of people was already wandering through the forest, trying to find company. Elione was a high elf, but since she belonged to the royal family, she had room to grow. The demonic energy she had gained from becoming a dark elf also had potential for development. It was clear that Hamiel was her enemy, and therefore so were the other four races, so the girl would fit perfectly into their team. The elf herself was thinking about how to escape. The chains were suppressing her abilities, and even if she escaped, she would not be able to use them for some time. She was already thinking about what she would do to the boy if he decided to touch her, when suddenly he opened the cage, surprising the girl. Jin Hyuk asked Elione to stand up because he wanted to ask her something. The girl immediately rushed for the key in the boy's hands and tried to grab it, but he simply raised his hand and she flew past him along with her primitive plan. He calmly advised her to abandon this foolish idea because elves specialized in spirits and magic, and physical strength was not their forte. She sighed heavily and remembered that he had bought her for 20 million, so she calmly asked what he wanted. Then she joked that a dark corner would be very convenient, as no one would find out what had been done to a helpless dark elf. Pointing to herself and smiling, she jokingly asked if the young man wanted to use her to satisfy his lust, like all the others before him. Haru, who was standing nearby, blushed, covered little Miho's ears, and shouted that there were children here, and that their father wasn't like that. Messages began to appear from various higher powers. Someone named Ball said that the boy was rushing to Kumihyo for sex education, and some other macaque said something about women belonging to heroes. Jin Hyuk called them all idiots and sent them away. Suddenly, there was an explosion nearby, and the young man contacted Balkan to clarify the situation. A group of people tried to break through to them, destroying all the spirits because there was a millionaire who had bought the entire auction. Balkan said that there were many people, and that most likely their location had been revealed by the all-seers who had seen them. The young man suggested that this was definitely the work of the annoying Hamiel. She was the one who had set people on him. The boy ordered Miho and Haru to help Balkan. The little girl was happy that she would be able to take part in the fun, but Tokebi was not thrilled about leaving the young man alone with a beautiful girl. While the children ran ahead, the girl turned around and asked again if the young man would do anything with the elf, to which he replied irritably that they had already discussed the matter. He waited until everyone had left and asked Elione if she wanted to talk. The girl sighed heavily, clearly shaken by her life, and asked if the boy had anything to eat. Meanwhile, Haru and Miho were already with the man, entertaining him and helping him. Finally, the Balkan thanked the girls for buying him enough time. Now he could finish them all off with one blow of his spiritual sting. Elione, meanwhile, was drinking another bottle of alcohol. She concluded that the boy's comrades were strong, and if he was leading them, then he was even stronger. But what she didn't understand was why he let that angel go, since he could have destroyed the creature that the tower had imposed penalties on. The young man sitting opposite sighed heavily and said that if he started fighting now, he would gain nothing. Taking another sip, the girl said that Jin Hyuk suppressed his emotions for the sake of a higher goal, and that was what made them different. Wiping away the last traces of alcohol, she asked the mask if he had ever cut open the stomach of one of his precious family members. The young man's eyes widened when he heard this. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. She stabbed her own father with a knife until he screamed for her to do it harder. Afterwards, without even looking into her tear-filled eyes, he praised her for her work because that was the only way she could learn. Before giving up his soul to God, the father handed his daughter the seeds of Yggdrasil, the elven tree. The young blue-eyed girl held the most precious thing on which the future of her family depended in her bloodied hands. But this was only the beginning of the girl's misfortunes, for her older brother was chasing after her and her father. Ellard was a traitor to his family who sold his own kin to 4 races. He had almost caught up with them, knowing that his father was wounded and could not run far. The man shouted at his daughter to eat the seeds as quickly as possible. Just then, Hamiel appeared with her fake smile and finished off the man and destroyed the seeds in the girl's hands. The woman radiated demonic energy at the girl, saying that she had thought long and hard about how to punish the elven princess, who had refused to join them. She had pure demonic energy that she had received from her friend, and a single drop was enough to disfigure the higher elf. Hamiel's smile was evil. She gloated as she began to corrupt the girl with her so-called superiority. She slowly plunged the girl into the depths of despair. With the change in power, Eleone's eyes turned from blue to red. After that, the girl was sold to a slave market where she met a boy. Jin Hyuk realized that the 4 races had decided to destroy the elves as well. But the elves on the 300th floor were too powerful to be destroyed by ordinary means. Their mana and summoning magic were beyond the capabilities of the 4 races. In such cases, the most effective method is to use traitors. That was the end of the girl's story. She had lived her entire life to help others. After her words, Jin Hyuk stood up and gave an inspiring speech about how the girl was just like the scum who had made her a slave and captured her kingdom, and that they were still alive. As long as they are alive, it is not over. The final blow will be dealt when someone dies. He offered Eleone to join the guild of those who defy the heavens, and then he would be able to help destroy her enemies. Haru was tired from the battle, but all the girl could think about was whether something would happen if she left the elf alone with the boy. She was overwhelmed by the thought that Eleone might steal her master's heart. The thoughts proved too strong, and the girl decided to go and check, and in doing so, she completely missed the enemy. A red orc suddenly decided to attack her. Takabe assumed that the creature had been attracted by the noise of the fight. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, Jin Hyuk appeared, and with one well-aimed kick, knocked the orc's desire to attack out of him. Haryu was incredibly happy to see the boy, but when he asked her how she was, she first asked about the elf. Jin Hyuk came closer and said that if Tokebi was asking about Eleone, she had left. When the young man removed her handcuffs and offered revenge, the girl thought about it, because in her case, she would have to destroy her brothers and sisters. The boy did not expect that the elf's own brothers and sisters had done such a thing, but added that even so, they were unlikely to stop there. He urged the girl to make her revenge perfect. They had to pay 100 times more for what they had done. Because that was exactly what the demonic mask planned to do, Eleone asked the young man who he was seeking revenge against. He said that his anger was directed at the 9 stars and the 4 royal races, which made the girl smile. Hearing this, the elf said that compared to this, her story seemed like mere whining. The next moment, she flew away, leaving only a trail of light behind her. The boy asked if this meant that she would not join those who rebelled against the heavens. But that wasn't quite the case. She was going to leave to achieve a level of power worthy of a demonic mask, and she would return when she felt she had reached the required level of power. Under the mask, the young man smiled. Eleone turned around one last time and asked if the boy could tell her his real name. Jin Hyuk did not hide anything from her and said that he was the Star of Destruction. The girl turned pale. She had heard the story of the Lord of Spirits, and it had always seemed dubious to her, but now everything became clear. After thinking for a moment, the elf smiled and allowed him to use her soul or sacrifice her as he wished if she died. Having said that, the girl disappeared into the dark night sky, flashing like a bright star. Meanwhile, Balkan picked up Miho and said it was time to go because rumors were spreading, and there would be more and more people wanting to attack the rich boy. It was indeed dangerous to stay on the same floor, so Jin Hyuk decided to set his next goal as reaching the metropolis on the 60th floor. Golden Lee had just said that he would be on the 60th floor. The man was indeed there, but he was in serious trouble and had to fight off his attackers. Leech would never have thought that his enemies could bring an army with them so easily. The city on the 60th floor was burning. The shop that belonged to Lich and was registered under the false name Vanguard was already on fire. The puppet was defending himself, and men with spears and slogans for the Holy Kingdom were already flying at him. They had opened the Avangard shop to financially support those who rebelled against the heavens, and if the 9 stars found out about their connections, they would surely be doomed. The puppet could not allow the Golden Lich to get involved, so he defended this place at all costs. His puppets fought skillfully against their opponents and provided the man with substantial assistance. But it was impossible to fight ordinary soldiers for long, and a thug with a huge sword attacked the puppet. He praised the puppeteer for his quick reaction as he managed to dodge the blow. The man was the head of the giant hippopotamus guild, named Jose Yang. Seeing Jose, the puppeteer became nervous. If the head of the guild was here, then they really wanted to raze this place to the ground. The man had no time to think. His last puppets were destroyed in a second by another guild leader who suddenly appeared. It was the head of the White Swallow, Beck Holio. He said that if you wanted to get rid of the puppets, you have to start with the puppeteer. Clearly, Holio considered himself smarter and said outright that Jose was no obstacle to him because he didn't even know the basics. But the head of the hippos wasn't so stupid. He knew that they were given a bonus when they destroyed someone. Holio glared at the man, saying that his White Swallow had driven everyone into a corner, and now they were trying to take credit for their victory. The behemoth became angry and reminded him that none of this mess would have happened if the 6 swallows hadn't leaked all the information on the 6th floor. The puppet realized that while his enemies were arguing, he had the perfect moment to catch the men. He quickly wrapped them in his threads and subdued them, turning them into puppets. The men quickly realized that they were in deep trouble, but despite the fact that they were on the side of evil, fate smiled on them, and a girl in a mask who appeared out of nowhere quickly neutralized the puppeteer. It was a woman named May, the head of the partisan guild. She tricked the men with a false apology for grabbing the boy while they were arguing. She quickly turned to the authorities who had brought the army and pointed out that she was the one who had neutralized the marionette, and added that this should be recorded. She addressed Escher Hum, who was the head of the Divine Path Guild. He was a proud man with symbols on his face. As soon as the man stepped on the ground, he immediately began to scold the guild leaders for allowing the attack of the demonic mask, and, on top of that, for behaving so shamefully. But the men did not recognize Escher's authority and, addressing him arrogantly, said that they did not need lectures and urged him to be a little more lenient, not recognizing his superiority simply because he was a master. The woman was not concerned with all this talk. She was only interested in making sure that she received her share for the man. While they were talking, Marionette recovered from the blow. He could not allow this place to be taken over, so he decided to take radical measures and used a self-binding technique. May and Jose were surprised when they saw that the man had used the technique on himself. Marionette gathered his strength and used it. He would not let anyone pass, even if it meant dying. Holio realized that the man had turned himself into a puppet and was using powers beyond his own capabilities. So, he shouted for everyone to get out of the way. There was a loud explosion, but then the man realized that something had blocked his incredibly powerful blow. It was a huge white snake. It did not even consider eating the man, but simply pushed him away with its body. Escher joined the group of attackers. Seeing them, he said that they were too late. The new arrivals were the Snake King Basil with a white snake and the King of the Undead, Tiyun, wearing a mask. Jose and Holio were surprised when they saw representatives of the royal rank from the 300th floor and did not understand what they were doing there. Basil was friendlier than Tiyun and waved his hand with a smile in greeting. El reported that the kings were mercenaries for this strategy and would lead the guild leaders away. The men shouted in unison that they had not signed up for this and would not listen to some green, immature mercenaries. The man sternly informed them that this was Cain's order and asked if they had decided to go against the 9 stars. The company was not interested and simply left. May was still indignant that she had wasted her time, but things don't work that way. They hadn't gone a few meters when they heard the crunch of a huge white snake biting off Jose's head. Although Holly managed to jump out of the way of the next attack, he lost a leg. Escher angrily declared that not only were they incompetent, but they had also decided to go against the stars. The Holy Kingdom had no need for people like them, he said, lighting a fire. He directed his power at Holio to burn him to the ground, adding that it was the will of Saint Cain. Now it was Tiyun's turn. He used his power on the victims who had been unfaithful soldiers in life. But after their death, everything would change. After resurrecting them, the young man ordered them to be eternal servants for the guild. Escher liked the challenge of the undead, and said that he expected nothing less from a necromancer who was called the King of the Undead. Tiyuna was not interested in praise. He asked where the demon mask was and was told that he had not even reached the 60th floor yet. The young man was impressed by what he heard. He clearly wanted to meet an opponent with similar powers, but they explained to him that this was his source of income and that they planned to destroy him first and then wait for the young man to arrive. Suddenly, the rebellious spirit of Holio put a knife to Escher's throat. The man asked in surprise what this meant. Tiyun calmly said that if the young man was not there, he would leave. The man asked if this meant that the King of the Undead was going against the 9 stars, but the young man assured him that everything would be fine and that he would bring him the tin from the demonic mask. He took on this mission for one reason only, his desire to destroy the demonic mask of the Lord of Spirits. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk and his team found Hendrik beating something out of a knight and were surprised that they had just arrived. The man said that his comrades were slower than he had expected and asked if they had found anything interesting at the auction. The story was too long and complicated to tell, so the dragon did not receive a specific answer. Suddenly, the sky above them cracked and a bird flew out, illuminated by a golden aura. It was a carrier pigeon that could walk between floors. It belonged to the Golden Lich. With its help, the man sent a message to his friend, telling him to urgently go up to the 60th floor as a matter of priority. The alarming message continued with the news that the base of the rebels had been attacked.